Instagram yet. It needs to
Well,
like
you'll
go
have to
live
do that.
first or something.
Okay. Well, you can
I'll
do
get it
that.
in a second here. I
Just
typed in
type
democracy
in.
now. I wanted to type in Christy Nome.
Mm, I don't know. We can try the title you want
Now,
instead.
democracynow.org, The War
Keep
and
the
Peace
YouTube
Report.
title
I'm Amy Goodman. President
what
Trump
YouTube
claimed
is.
Tuesday U.S. forces would end operations in Iran very soon, saying it could take 2 to 3 weeks. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told Al Jazeera he has no faith in talks with the U.S. and says while he's exchanged messages with Washington, there are no negotiations currently underway. On Tuesday, Israel struck a major pharmaceutical company in Tehran. Israel claimed the plant's responsible for developing chemical
Should I
weapons.
say Christy
This
Gnome's
comes as
wife?
the USS George H.W.
Christy
Bush
Nome's wife.
deployed to the Middle East
Tits more
Tuesday,
real than her
along
face.
with 3 destroyers, according to 2 U.S. officials speaking to the AP. The carrier strike group consists of more than 6,000 service members. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth held a news briefing at the Pentagon Tuesday morning and launched into a prayer for U.S. troops in the region.
Shit was weird.
May God watch over all of them, each day and each night.
Well, he's a
May his
weird Christian
almighty and
freak.
eternal arms of providence stretch over them and protect them and bring them peace.
Holy war,
If I
baby.
imagine if we stream
Of
to
Jesus
Instagram,
Christ.
that might also stream
And
to
amen.
Facebook.
President Trump's
got it.
expected to address the nation tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. It comes as several
Ooh,
European
Albo
nations have
addressed the
refused
nation
to
and
back
told
the
us to take the
US-Israeli
bus.
war in Iran. France has blocked Israeli planes from flying
Pretty
weapons
cool.
through its airspace, while Italy refused last-minute permission for U.S. bombers to land in Sicily.
Oh,
Spain
hold on a
has
second. Pause.
consistently denied the U.S. use of its
I saw someone posting about Italy and posting, hey, Italy did this for the World Cup and this for the World Cup, and now we pulled out of the American World Cup. Italy, chief human rights carer. And I'm like, Italy literally pays people to sink migrant boats in the Mediterranean. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you really making that statement? That's fucking 3 steps removed from Mussolini is running the country, killing migrants in the Mediterranean. You really making this argument? Unfucking believable. Do they just not know? Are they just unaware of it? Because I assume that the Italian media doesn't fucking talk about it at all. It's just mind-boggling. That's all.
There, it's, I mean, it looks like the Instagram's live. I think I have to keep it open, but I'll leave it in this other tab. So,
6-hour Instagram live stream. How does it actually
bases and
look?
airspace.
Does it look fine because we're horizontal?
no. It looks like it's
just
in
normal.
landscape mode, but that's okay.
Let's see if the comment comes through. No. No chat. You might have to set it up.
Well, I mean, there's comments on there. But, hang on, I'm changing my shirt. I got fucking hairs in it from clipping my hair.
I don't think the Instagram live streams get saved.
I don't care.
That's fine. But I'm pretty sure they just don't get saved. There's more fucking code pink. Fucking code pink.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Instagram and I'm gonna write join the chat on Twitch to interact. Twitch link. Simple.
For the war. And on Tuesday, Spain's defense minister said Spain will not accept lectures from anyone. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer also pledged the United Kingdom will not be dragged into the war in Iran. In an interview with The Telegraph Tuesday, President Trump said he's strongly considering pulling out of NATO. This is Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Fox News last night.
Did you see the Marco Rubio picture in my story that I was telling you about?
Or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or is it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe, but when we need the help of our allies, they're going to deny us basing rights and they're going to deny us overflight?
A drone attack sparked a large fire at Kuwait International Airport this morning, according to Kuwaiti state media. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia says it intercepted and destroyed
They're so salty after starting a war and being told to get fucked.
Also said it's working to extinguish a fire at a business facility that resulted from an Iranian attack. A tanker also came under attack off the coast of Qatar earlier today.
Wait till you hear
Israeli
about the
strikes in southern Beirut killed at least 7 people Tuesday, according to Lebanon's health ministry. It comes as Israel says it will keep control of southern Lebanon, establish a new security zone, and destroy all homes in Lebanese villages near the Israeli border after its war with Hezbollah ends. Israel's killed more than 1,200 people in Lebanon since it resumed its war with Hezbollah, according to Lebanon's health ministry. More than 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes. This is Lebanon's Minister for Social Affairs.
I think this is a very a different character from the previous war. Different regions that have been targeted, and you have also the fact that host communities are tired. And this is another challenge, ensuring the social cohesion.
A U.S. journalist was kidnapped in Baghdad Tuesday. Shelley Kittleson is a U.S. freelance journalist based in Rome who's covered the Middle East. According to police, Kittleson was seized by 4 men in civilian clothes and taken in a vehicle. The State Department said it had previously warned Kittleson of threats against her and is coordinating with the FBI.
They're always making threats against Shelley, though. That's the thing.
President Trump says he plans to attend.
I don't know. That's what I was saying. I just messaged Sean Hastings, and I was like, did you see what Rojava Network wrote about Shelley? Right? And he replied, this is what he said back to me. He says, God, I haven't yet, but I'm not surprised. And then I'm not going to share the next thing, because that's something he said that he didn't want us to talk about when he talked to us in person.
What did they say?
And then he replied, Jesus Christ, it's even worse than I imagined. What the hell? Fuck these people. Whoever they are, I hope they get named and shamed. Rojava Network is one of the most disgusting, loathsome accounts on the cesspool called Twitter. I'll stop dead-naming the app when Elon stops dead-naming his daughter.
That's great.
So, Shelley is well known for working in Iraq, and, she's accused of, being a spy sometimes. Sometimes she's accused of, being a jihadi loyalist sometimes, because she's, impartial and stuff. And I was saying, I should have been tracking what specific groups are always making threats and freaking out over her.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let me find this post. It's abhorrent. And then he's posting these pictures of a silly little monkey. Okay.
Okay.
This isn't even the only post, I want to say. There's more than this. So, the post that they're sharing is like her in Rome in America, you know? But when she reports in Iraq, she doesn't wear makeup and she has a full head covering, always.
Okay, it's almost like she's in Iraq.
And it says, "This is how jihadi Shelley walks in Syria. She is constantly protected by Jelani terror regime because she does good propaganda for them and constantly makes up articles about Kurds. Google the term white monkey is it known about in Japan and China."
Okay.
But that's not even the one I saw. I'm
What does
telling
that
you.
have to do with Kurdistan?
Also, like, this girl is currently being held hostage. Like,
Wait, by who?
were you not paying attention to what was just reporting on Democracy Now?
No, I was sorting out the back end.
Who did you think I was talking about when I was reading the whole text from Sean Hastings?
No, I heard that. I didn't hear who she was kidnapped by.
Fucking.
That's what I'm asking.
I don't know the specific group, but it's PMF.
Okay. Iranian.
Yeah, in Iraq though.
Interesting.
I want to say there was another post, but the search function isn't working.
What a surprise. Twitter?
You know what's
Working?
funny is Pamphlets follows Rojava Network.
Like the commie one?
Yeah,
That
I
is
think
weird.
so.
The Marxist-Leninist one.
Yes, this was the one. This is the one.
The one that I'm convinced is Jackson Hinkle.
So, Jihadi Shelley, known as Shelley Kittleston, which makes propaganda for the Gilani regime and spreads false information against Kurd, was kidnapped in Baghdad.
Aha.
She always complained about the treatment of freelance journalists, saying they were not paid enough. She was always trying to make ends meet, and she would sleep on any couch she could find, unlike big foreign correspondents that sleep in fancy hotels.
I legitimately don't know who this person is.
She's just a journalist that covers Iraq and Syria. She's reported in the Middle East for a while.
Okay.
Uh-oh, it's giving us that black square, unless
No,
you
it's
added
not.
her.
That's exactly what I did.
Tired. And this is another challenge, ensuring the social cohesion.
A U.S.
Why did
journalist
they
was
kidnap her?
kidnapped in Baghdad Tuesday.
She's probably the most famous U.S. Middle East correspondent. She's well known. So she's an easy target for maximum leverage.
Okay. What country is she from?
America.
Okay. Seems well.
She's a fantastic
Seems stupid.
journalist. Fantastic journalist, extremely nonpartisan. She'll like that's how I also would report on the Middle East when I would go there.
Yeah.
You know, always treating the people that you're interviewing fairly, sleeping on random couches instead of fancy hotels. You know, and she cares about other people and what they're getting paid.
Yeah.
Cared about the freelancers that were working alongside her.
You take her out.
Shelley Kittleson is a U.S. freelance journalist based in Rome who's covered the Middle East. According to police, Kittleson was seized by 4 men in civilian clothes and taken in a vehicle. The State Department said it had previously warned Kittleson of threats against her and his coordinator.
They warned up against threats against her. There's non-stop threats against her. There's always death threats.
With the FBI to secure her release.
You can just talk. You're in the stream.
President Trump says he plans to attend Supreme Court oral arguments today on his executive order ending birthright citizenship. It would be the first time a sitting president would be present during oral arguments at the Supreme Court. Critics call it a dangerous assault on the independence
Wait, pause real
of the
quick.
judiciary.
That's serious.
President Trump signed.
That matters. But like, I don't know. Threaten them.
Pressure.
Like, that's threatening. Trump showing up like that is threatening. Because, like...
They should remove him.
The judicial branch...
Separation of powers, right?
It's supposed to be checked... Yeah, it's supposed to be checked and balanced by the other two branches, like Congress and by the judicial branch. So, no matter what the beef between the executive branch and the judicial branch, it is not fucking normal for a U.S. president to show up like this. This is literally the first time ever. And like Fox is reporting it as like, you know, oh, groundbreaking moment. And I'm like, yeah, groundbreaking for fucking fascism. Like, yeah, I guess you're not technically wrong. And, you know, I listened. I actually, if you guys don't have a full stream's worth of stuff, like the arguments were like 2 hours. It was an hour for and an hour against. And if you just listen to the first hour of it, and you don't even have to listen to the whole first hour of it. It is very telling that like they wrote this executive order without anything to back it. And then
they should have called her Sharia Shelley.
What?
Nothing. Shelley, the journalist who was just kidnapped in Iraq.
Yeah.
Just showing how Rojava Network made abhorrent posts about it.
Oh no, what happened? I actually like only heard like half of it because my headphones got disconnected.
I just showed it. They basically said she's a jihadi and hates Kurds and stuff.
Cool.
And so chat is like they should have called her Sharia Shelley instead of jihadi Shelley.
That alliteration is better. Yeah, no, I've been on this whole like it's being underreported, and I feel like this is a thing that like mark this down, mark my words. Eventually, I'll point back to this. Trump showing up like this mattered, and he's showing up like this amid a bunch of his shit not going right because everything in Iran is going wrong. That's not going fucking well, right? And have you guys covered the Pope going at JD Vance yet? Because
briefly.
That's another one that like I have thoughts on.
I think what we did is we showed that the Pope basically, I don't know if it was specifically directed at JD Vance what we showed, but he was talking about
how
war is bad and Israel is naughty.
Put it on the list to circle. I won't go into it right now.
He called out JD Vance for killing the Pope?
No. Put it on the list to go back around to because I have thoughts on that as someone who was raised Catholic. I think that is also bigger news than a lot of people realize. And there's reasons. But anyway, this
Isn't
is a mark my words
Catholic
moment.
convert?
Huh?
JD Vance?
Yes, that's part of why it's a big deal. That's why the Pope specifically spoke out on Iran and named Iran in what he was saying.
Yeah.
Like he didn't like the thing that everyone's quoting. You could be like, well, he wasn't specifically speaking about Iran, but if you listen to his full homily from that Sunday, right? Because during Catholic Mass, there's like after like some of the readings and stuff, they do a thing where the priest gets up there and speaks for 10 to 20 minutes about a topic that is usually somehow related to the readings to help you reflect on them or whatever. But it can be related, like relate the readings to like what's happening in the world or a chance to talk about something that's happening in the community or whatever. Like that's the priest's time to talk to his little flock or whatever. But the Pope has a very big flock, right? I don't know. Anyway, we'll come back around to that. Anyway, with the Supreme Court, it's a big deal that Trump showed up, because that is threatening. That's menacing.
Push
right?
him down the stairs.
Everything with Iran is going wrong. Everything with funding DHS is backfiring like really bad. There's actually a press conference with Carolyn Levitt from Monday that I would love to watch because it's 30 minutes, and it's basically her responding to a bunch of questions about all of this, including the Pope's comments. So we should put that on the list of things
Trump
to watch.
also is throwing her under the bus because he's like, I'm not doing good. I must have bad press. It must be my press secretary's
Oh my
fault.
fucking god! She goes to bat for him every day. She also showed up looking like she might have a black eye.
So that's what I used to say about what's the little tiny cross girl, the blonde one, the Fox News host who was his press secretary before.
Kayleigh McEnany.
Oh
yeah, I used to feel so bad for her because she'd come out with an entire binder.
She did. Oh, I remember
and like
her.
that morning,
oh, no,
Trump
I
would
remember
say
her.
shit that would just trash
Shit,
her
what was her
entire
name?
plan.
What was her fucking name? She
McEnany.
now, huh?
McEnany.
McEnany. Yes. Yep. I remember her fucking binder. I remember her binder more than her. As soon as you were like, she had a whole binder, I was like, oh yeah.
Like, fuck her, but like I still feel bad. Like
I don't feel bad
I don't want
for
your
Levitt.
job to be hard, you know? I feel bad on the labor side of things, not on the human being side of things. You know what I mean?
You know what? I don't feel bad for Levitt though. Like, she's so deep in all of this that I don't know, man.
She's also not doing as much work.
Yeah.
She's just swinging it. But
She's
we haven't even gotten to the missiles. Wait until Jack finds out about the missiles and how much of his lid he's gonna blow.
Uh-oh. Okay.
We'll get to the missiles, though.
But I do just want to say real quick, because I don't
news.
think we're coming back to the Supreme Court thing. That was a fucking threat. You can mark my words on it. Because the president doesn't do that. And he's mad that with everything going wrong in Iran and like the Congress Congress refusing to fund his little private fucking ICE army, right? And the whole like, oh, we'll just make them wait in longer TSA lines shit backfiring royally on him. Right?
No way. Waiting in lines didn't work.
Yeah, right. Well, it was supposed to make people mad at the Democrats, but it didn't work. And so, I mean, like, some people, sure. But, like, most people are like, no, we know what's going on with this, right?
What did the one guy say? Political politics?
What?
Politics?
The one guy that he just brought in.
I didn't even hear that one.
It was last stream that we showed it. Sam Cedar was making fun of him.
I think it was political politics.
But yeah, no,
politics political.
With everything going bad with like ICE and funding and everything going bad in Iran,
I just want people to have health care.
He needs them. Yeah, right. He needs them. He needs this. He needs this win, right? And he's gonna lose. Like, and that's very apparent if you listen to the hour of arguments. But it's also very frustrating to listen to them because you know that he's going there posturing. And if you look at his True Social posts about it, he's like making these claims like, oh, it's about rich Chinese people not being able to buy citizenship. And it's also like this
but he literally made the gold card.
I know. I know. Wait, and here's the other thing. We should listen to the hour of it because the thing that he references was a 2015 article, so a decade ago. Okay, I don't know how things have changed in the last decade between us and China. A decade ago, it said that there was an article in the Chinese news where it was saying that there were like 500 places that did birth tourism, where people would come here to have their baby and then go back home. And then like, sure, that sounds alarming if it was related, but it's not related to this. And he says he's like an alarming like thing that's related to this, brings it up, and then one of the justices is like, but that's not related to this because they're like basically on vacation to have a baby, right? He's like, yeah, actually, no, it's not.
I have a question.
Like, so that's what he's referring to. That, and then he follows it up on True Social with like, this was supposed to be about the children of slaves, and in a sense it was, but it was also about other people too. And so, and then during, oh god, this whole fucking thing, this Supreme Court thing has me fucked up. Because the court is kind of our last thing holding this back, and I don't believe personally, I don't know, I hope I'm wrong, that the courts will hold long term. because everything is being chipped away at. And I think that this is a bad signal, like him showing up to the last thing holding him back, like menacingly. And now
This seems like a Rubicon.
it's not good,
Everything's
guys.
a Rubicon.
All I'm saying is it's not fucking good. Look, as dumb as he fucking is, he has a busy schedule, even if it's him playing golf and fucking kids, right? And so, like, him taking time out of his schedule to come here, knowing that this is a thing that presidents intentionally do not do. There is a precedent not to fuck with this and just accept what they do because it's not your branch. Right, like that's why they exist, and I don't know. I'm just mad about it. You can hit play. I'm just kind of rambling now. But
hold on.
Guys.
So what percentage of people who were, let's say, a part of the femicide out of China adopted into American families, and all those kids that came over to America, have any of those been targeted by ICE? That we're aware of?
That's a good question.
That we're aware of? That I'm personally aware of? No. But that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. You know what? One thing to look at, like, were they distributed throughout the country, or did they generally get deposited in a couple locations?
Well, anyone
I'm
could
not
adopt.
sure.
Like, I know I have a teacher from high school who adopted.
Okay, well, no, I know. My question was, like, were there specific, like, states that had more or less than others? Because if you know that they're concentrated in an area, checking if ICE has been in that area and how many arrests, you can, generally suppose whether or not one or more of them has been affected, if that makes sense, like statistically likely. But I don't know any of those facts. That's how I would look into it and like start looking for people to ask if I was looking into that, but I don't know. Oh, did you hear?
And the executive order.
Oh, did you hear? Isn't the thing with I think Syria and Haiti coming up with the Supreme Court?
I don't know.
It says Minnesota, California, and New York.
I know that it's coming up in the next couple of weeks. It's either 2 or 4 weeks. I can't remember if it's the middle of the month or the end of the month. But this month, the Supreme Court will be hearing the case on whether or not his order to remove all the people from Haiti and Syria, claiming that it is now safe to go back to those countries. Like he created peace, so now we can force them all out of our country to go back, is this month. I don't think Myanmar is on there because they wanted to separate that one out for some reason. I don't know. I'm not sure why. I'd have to look into it a little bit further. But I do know that that's coming up, and that's a thing to keep an eye on. Speaking of the Supreme Court. So him menacing about birthright citizenship, something that he knows he's going to lose on, right? So that he can get his people mad at the Supreme Court right before they are likely to say, no, it's not actually safe to send people back to Syria and Haiti. They can stay. It's going to piss off his base. Like, I am seeing him pissing off his base at the courts. And he's naming specific justices and saying things like, it's one of those, who's going to show up at one of their houses? How long until we lose a Supreme Court member like we have a number of other congressional representatives and justices of this last year? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, keep going.
California, Minnesota, and New York.
And birthright citizenship on his first day back
in
probably. Office. A series of lower courts blocked it, ruling the U.S. Constitution's 14th Amendment guarantees citizenship to anyone born on U.S. soil. Here's President Trump speaking to reporters yesterday.
And this is not about Chinese billionaires or billionaires from other countries who all of a sudden have 75 children or 59 children in one case or 10 children becoming American citizens. This was about slaves.
Unless you literally pay.
Slaves, we're talking about slaves from the Civil War.
In an 8-1 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled against a law that banned conversion therapy for LGBTQ children in Colorado. The challenge to Colorado's ban is led by a Christian licensed counselor, Kaylee Charles, who argued the ban is a violation of our First Amendment rights to free speech and religion.
Fuck off.
Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was the only dissenting vote. The ACLU of Colorado said in a statement, quote, "This case is a major blow to the rights of LGBTQ plus youth, not only in Colorado, but across our country. Conversion therapy has no place in our country. Attempts to change an individual's sexual orientation."
I bet Mike Pence is really excited he gets to torture gay kids again.
It passed.
Yeah, 8-1.
Causes severe, lasting psychological harm to LGBTQ plus youth, the ACLU said. So-called
I'm not gonna say
conversion
that.
therapy has been widely discredited by medical organizations, including
do
the American
conversion
Medical
therapy, you
Association,
deserve,
the American Psych.
Play the soundbite, Jack.
You deserve swift exit from the planet.
Play the soundbite.
Basically, they don't want you to get vaccinated, but they want you
look out because they're coming to get them now.
They don't want voter or taxpayer money to go for, your health care and whatnot, but they do want it to go towards torturing gay children.
Unfucking real.
They want they're basically saying like, no, like taxpayer money has to be able to go towards this, but not trans stuff, not abortions, not birth control.
Jesus.
Yeah, this shit's like fucking insane.
Oh
no.
It's just my monitor, don't worry. Play the soundbite to let all the gays know they have
John
to look
Brown.
out.
Faggot! Somebody
Why
named
would you
John
play that?
Brown.
That's not appropriate at this time.
You literally said to. Fuck you.
You literally said to.
But yeah, no. I wouldn't shed a single tear nor give a fuck if anybody went and liberated gay children from conversion camps. I would not give a singular fuck, and I would actually encourage it. Yeah. Your actions have fucking consequences.
Okay, so here's
and
the
these
thing.
are the consequences that you deserve.
A bunch of these are in remote locations in the mountains and stuff.
Oh, I know.
So like the kids can't get away. So if you are an experienced hiker and whatnot and leave caches of food and stuff in the woods, you could probably get kids to come with you because they're convinced that kid will come back when they don't have a food or a place to go. But I'm also not telling you to kidnap children. That would be illegal.
I didn't say kidnap.
That is what
I said
you would
liberate. Take them back.
Okay, I know that. I know that that's how you would see it. But
You just gotta.
law,
But what about?
so I am not.
But then what
I
about
am
the
not
accountability buddy?
advocating- I am not online advocating for people to break the law. However, I am just mentioning that if you were to want to break the law in that manner, like no one's tried it, and usually if no one's tried it, you can get away with it at least once.
It is true. You know, if the
But
sign
also
doesn't
you have
exist,
to think this.
be
You also
the
have to-
reason the sign
You also
exists.
have to consider this. What the fuck are you going to do with those kids once you have them out of there? Now you have a bunch of kids.
That is a good point. See, and this
Have
is
you
where
ever?
it would,
Now
it
you
would
have a bunch
kinda
of
have to
kids who
be-
might have behavioral issues and definitely have trauma.
it might have to be a semi-non-profit.
That
deals
is
with
not.
children.
That is how you. Oh my god, you would get arrested so fast, here, Jack.
Yeah, so be it. Make a point. Yeah, they're literally abusing children. Like,
Look,
isn't
all
this
I'm
what
saying is, if
conservatives
you're,
care
if you're
about?
planning on breaking the law in this fashion, please think it all the way through and actually think of the children.
Mm-hmm. But like, isn't that literally what the conservatives care about? Oh, but my children. Got to protect the children from the predatory trans people, right? But literally Christians kidnapping children to abuse them? That's fine. That's fine. That's cool.
Yeah. They actually pay to send their kids there.
Even better. They pay people to kidnap and abuse
Well, but
their
not
children.
everyone can
That's
afford. Not
awesome.
everyone with a gay kid can afford it, which is why they want the state insurance to cover it, and they want insurance to cover that as
Amazing.
like an official form of therapy. again, because we used to at one point. Cool.
Ecological Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Well, I mean, freeing slaves was also against
Federal
the
immigration
law,
agents
so-
will reportedly be stationed at an upcoming Marine Corps graduation in Parris Island, South Carolina, raising fears for undocumented families attending the event. The
Why aren't you
agents
dying for
are
Israel?
reportedly charged with identifying whether any of the graduates' family members are undocumented.
Great.
Thousands of non-U.S.
So they're going
Great.
to target service members' families.
This is going to
I'm-
end so
I'm
well
sure
for Donald
that
Trump.
won't lead to frag grenades.
Wait, where was this?
South Carolina, it sounded like.
Agents are reportedly
Is that a
charged with
is the
identifying
palmetto
in Parris
tree?
Island, South Carolina,
it's South Carolina.
raising fears for undocumented
Okay.
families attending the event. The agents are reportedly charged with identifying whether any of the graduates' family members are undocumented. Thousands of non-U.S. citizens have served in the military, with advocates
They're gonna argue
condemning
with
the
the national
deportation of
security
veteran
risk.
service members and
When-
their relatives
Oh,
under
wait, pause
Trump
it really
and other
quick.
U.S.
Did
administrations.
you guys hear about the Marine? I think it was a Marine who was caught with javelins that he had taken and was planning to sell, but like we don't
Sold
know
it to a
to
Fed?
whom. Well, I'm like,
Honey
to
trap.
whom though? And
I know.
at least one of the answers was a federal agent,
Hang
but
on.
I don't know who else to whom. Do you know who to whom?
Hang on, let me see if I have it.
Oh, is it okay? So I will say I haven't really looked at the news since that came out. To whom? To whom was he selling?
Not my people. It's
Stop.
a guy.
Stop overriding me.
You were doing it.
He's a
I was looking for a
It is
very
a guy.
specific
It
one.
is guy. Not my people. It is guy. Guy. Yes.
Speaking of the
might not
Marines,
have put it on.
by the way, I find it interesting that they're doing this at the Marine thing.
Why does the
Specifically?
Marines invading?
No, but they've been. They have more problems with certain branches of the military than others, and the Marines are their own special weird little crayon eating thing, and
Why are you
they,
gay?
yeah, right. Why? They're so homoerotic for each other, but also like I don't know. I wondered for a second, and it was because they wouldn't do something. At least I don't think so. I don't think they would do something like this at like West Point, right? So I was like, wait, where did they do this? Because like I don't know, Marines have a history of being the ones that go off the rails, or are people who joined with an ulterior motive or whatever, you know. Anyway, interesting.
I am in a world of shit.
Wait, so who was that guy selling to?
I just hang on.
Okay.
It is a guy. It is a guy. It is guy. Not my people. It is guy. Guy. Yes.
Are you
See, it's a
making us
joke.
wait for you to
No, the
apply
joke is that it's Al Qaeda.
Oh. Oh, now I feel dumb because I didn't get the joke. That was a good joke. I thought you were making me wait and like watch you apply lotion.
I was
while
trying to
you
play
were
the soundbite, and
playing
Jack
it.
kept hitting other ones on top of it.
Oh, okay. Now I understand. Okay. What was Al Qaeda? Wait, really?
I don't know.
It is a guy.
Oh, I thought you were serious. I thought like that had come out in the news. No, I'm serious though. Who was he? Who did he take javelins for?
I say it loud and clear. They'll blow up that dam.
That was weird because it only came through in one of my two ears.
Some of them are mono, yeah.
Okay.
It depends when they were made.
It was almost a jump scare. Like, oh, is he behind me?
Mr. President, I'm beginning to smell a big fat commie rat.
Good
That was
news,
in
a
both
federal
ears.
judge in Boston has ordered the Trump administration to restore protections and deportation relief for tens of thousands of immigrants who entered the U.S. through a parole process under President Biden. The Biden administration established the CBP One app in 2023 to immigrants immigrants to make appointments to petition for asylum at ports of entry
It's funny
and the
because
southern
it's
border.
poisonous.
Judge Allison Burroughs ordered the Trump administration to reverse its policy, which ordered as many as 900,000 immigrants who'd use the app to leave the U.S. immediately. Tens of thousands of immigrants who received the notice have already left the U.S. voluntarily or have been deported. President Trump signed a sweeping executive order cracking down on mail-in voting as he escalates.
Hang on. Oh my God, what is happening? Ah, shut up. So many videos just open in the background randomly for me.
His attacks on voter access ahead of this year's midterm elections. The order seeks to create a list of U.S. citizens eligible to vote in each state, directing the U.S. Postal Service to mail ballots only to verified voters. Arizona's Democratic Secretary of State Adrian Fontes said in a statement, quote, "This executive order is a disgusting overreach."
Well, this was the whole point of Doge, was they were getting the voter information.
Yeah.
Right? And then that data was all sold out and stuff. And now they used ICE to get these voter rolls and stuff. So they're just trying to cheat, and they're still going to get blown out because of how bad they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even cheating isn't going to help them win.
Yeah.
No, it literally won't.
That's like, it's it's good to see them not doing well, but here's the thing. They're planning on violence to keep power one way or another. Like, it came out a few months ago that Trump definitely fucked kids. And not only that, he's done a million other illegal things, right? Like, did you guys see that one 5 minutes before he announced that we were gonna like stop bombing Iran for a week to talk to him, or a couple weeks to talk to them? Literally 5 minutes before he did that, like, over $1 billion was traded at once.
Yeah.
Like,
I believe your weird hobby. They
right? Seriously, leave us out of your weird betting games. Can you not play this as a video game? Can we not make a realistic stock markety type video game that's somehow tied to the real world, where people can log on and feel like they're winning, but we don't actually have to be fucking affected by it? Like, that would be great.
Like, take down the entire fucking system, because after that they will have no power.
That would be better.
Like, that is actually a logical choice at this point.
It really is like a weird betting game with people's lives.
Like, at this point, it does seem like a viable solution when these people refuse to fucking listen. They don't give a fuck about what anybody says. They're going ahead with their AI. They're going ahead with their fucking global domination plans. They're going ahead with their fucking holy war. They don't give a shit about what we say. And then,
that, by the way, that's part of why what the Pope said was so important.
It was along those lines, was it?
Oh, we'll get there.
Because, like, and I don't know whether it's hyper concentrated because Australia's an island and island people are fucking stupid, but, like,
islands are weird little microcosms because they aren't connected to other things.
It's fucking insane because, like, I just keep seeing people use American rhetoric, and I'm just like, can we like actually forge our own fucking path? Like, you claim to be nationalists. Be nationalists. We are not a fucking independent country. Be a fucking nationalist and stop advocating for England and fucking America. Like, I don't get it.
It
like,
really just
fuck
says a lot
these
about
countries.
Our propaganda machines and how effective they are.
I've been seeing prominent right-wing politicians who claim to be nationalists, conservative nationalist patriots. And yet all they do is use American rhetoric, push American politics, and cry about shit that happens in Europe. I don't give a fuck what happens in Europe. I don't give a shit what happens in America. What the fuck is happening here? Why does this fucking matter? Shut the fuck up. Like, at this point, I feel like every politician needs to just be told to shut the fuck up until they start listening. Like, the only words that they should ever hear is, shut the fuck up. Oh, you have a good idea? Shut the fuck up. Like, until they actually start listening, they should not be given any respect whatsoever. And they should be actively actively made aware that people fucking hate them. Make them want to quit. Like, I don't see any other way. Like, you need to make it so they want to quit their job so that they will not do this anymore. If they're not going to ban lobbying, which realistically would solve most of the problems, if they're not going to ban lobbying, then there's only two solutions, and one of them is not a great solution until there are no other solutions. I don't know. I think harassing them until they quit is a good idea.
And shows how little the Trump administration understands about election administration. We will not let this order stand without a fight, and will meet the federal government in court, Fontes said. Arizona is among several states the Trump administration has sued in order to access sensitive voter data. The state was also at the center of Trump's false claims of election fraud in 2020. In the last election, in the last month that President Trump voted in Florida, he mailed in his ballot.
Nah.
A federal judge has ruled President Trump's executive order defunding NPR and PBS is unconstitutional.
Let's go!
The U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia said in his...
I'm still mad. I'm still mad about this. You know why I'm mad? PBS dissolved 3 months ago. Okay? So yeah, sure. Fine. Over a year after he fucking said it, it was found to be illegal. PBS voted to dissolve last year after this, and they dissolved in January. So it's fine. Sure. Cool. I'm glad that NPR stuck it out and is still around, but PBS doesn't fucking exist anymore. So it doesn't matter if they found it illegal. I'm still mad.
They only dissolved certain parts of PBS.
I was going to say, how are they still putting shit out?
No, they've still been able to fund the news hour.
But
that's why, remember, there's been certain people that we've seen that aren't at PBS, they're at CNN now.
They had to lay off damn near everyone.
That's what I just was saying. It's
yeah,
there's people at CNN now that used to be at PBS.
My point is
like
the damage
Laura
has already been
Lopez.
done. My point is the damage has already been done. The people who've already found other jobs, I know not all of them have, or like if they have, it may not be in the same field or doing what they want. The people who found other jobs might not want to come back, knowing that their job could just as easily be cut again.
But that's why Sesame Street had to sell to HBO and shit.
I know, and now a bunch of private companies own shit that used to be all of ours. The damage is done, guys. Not saying that this isn't good in a sense. But this is what I mean by the courts are not going to save us, and in the end they're not going to hold, because shit like that decision about conversion therapy, it's hard for me to celebrate the things that make me feel like that they're lulling people into a false sense of security that the courts really will give us justice, because this isn't actual justice. Cool, I'm glad that they made that decision, but let's think about it. This is our justice system. This is supposed to be justice for what happened when they fucked us all over with that bullshit illegal order. This isn't justice. None of those people who lost their jobs and felt the financial and career impact of that got real justice.
The greatest reporter, Laura Barone Lopez.
Exactly.
I think the real problem here is Frontline.
Frontline.
Yeah. But you remember?
Frontline used to be so
What's
good.
the main lady's name? Oh my
For
god.
PBS?
The main host.
Can't remember.
The Pakistani lady.
And then no, that's
Like, I'm constantly asking myself at the end of court shit.
It's like Amne Nawaz.
Anna Nawaz.
Anna
Nawaz.
Anna Nawaz. Right. She did that great border story, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So like that's what they don't have the funding for, is stuff like that. If you've noticed, the studio is a little cheaper as well. But they've been able to still fund themselves as far as the news hour. So it's ironic that they basically did this to attack the PBS news hour.
And that's what they kept.
The most nonpartisan news that exists. Right? And then that's the part that didn't get affected. It was like Sesame Street.
Well, it's because that's...
I mean, it got affected, but they're still around. It didn't go anywhere.
Think about it. When you have to sit down and decide to cut things down to, like, okay, if we are the public, like, free access thing, and we can only give people one thing, do we give people Sesame Street or do we give them the news?
It's always the news.
And it's the news. And so they kept it, but, like, you're right. It is ironic because they went after the most important thing that PBS did, right? I wouldn't say most important, but like the heart of PBS and what it has to do. Whether it's the most important thing or not is arguable, but like what it has to do at the end of the day, what it's responsible to do, right? And they ended up cutting out all of these useful things, all of the information and access around the news, like the children's programming, all of the informational programming and historical programming and all of the, it's wild.
I mean, it's a wider attack at education.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if you're a fascist and objectively stupid, how do you win? Make everyone else dumb.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good strategy.
Ruling, quote, the First Amendment draws a line which the government may not cross at efforts to use government power, including the power of the purse,
lucky there's executive
to
orders
punish or suppress
need a
disfavored
year
expression by others.
to be legislated on. Pretty
President
cool.
Trump's executive order last year spurred Congress to claw back $1.1 billion in federal funding for public media outlets, including PBS and NPR. Congress's rescission of the funds remains in place. Trump's executive order led to the closure of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which had funded public media in the United States.
So that's the thing. So it's the corporation that was their overhead. So this corporation was the government body, basically.
You know, it'd be really cool.
Yeah,
so
there was
basically
like the thing
anything inside PBS
like over
that can still
NPR
maintain funding still exists.
Yes. So here's the other thing that a lot of people don't realize. Yes, we as people pay
but we lost Laura Barone Lopez.
Wait. We pay for the fund, like we fund NPR, or well, we fund the parent company that funds NPR and PBS, right? And people don't realize most of our public money goes to their fundraising drives.
Mm-hmm.
So their ability to fundraise was just kneecapped. They've always fundraised for themselves. So like you said, the more popular programming, and again, the ones with adults, the news.
The ones that could make... But
like,
there's also like science stuff people, that they've been able to keep.
Yeah, well, and things that people are like, my child loves that, I'm willing to pay for it. Or like, I enjoy this, I'm willing to pay for it. Like, so there's the things that people are willing to pay for, which is a really painful way to cut out a lot of things that are there, not necessarily for everyone, but are just important, like all the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fuck that. There's no profit.
Maybe they'll make an even better puppet show.
Doubt it.
Oh God, how long until they're airing that one puppet show that
Have you
Fraggle
seen
Rock?
Pauline
No, the
Hanson's
one that you guys
attempted
watched where it's
animation?
that fascist puppet
Oh,
Oh my
on the
god!
public access channel.
so you know that channel got banned,
Good. It was good.
but you know what didn't get banned? The fucking Mein Kampf fucking video that Annette put out.
Oh, of course.
I think we all should be reporting that video. We should all go back to report that.
Speaking
Annette
of
video.
reporting, I reported Drew to the NDIS fraud.
Wait, what?
I legitimately did. Him
What'd he
and
do?
his mate that made that video. I even sent the video with time codes showing them where the fraud was, being like they are literally defrauding the NDIS by
what are they
inventing
doing?
disabled people to render services. Fucking get
Wait,
rid
what?
of this cunt.
You
I
didn't
know
missed
about
it.
this.
If you weren't there for it, it's too long to go into.
Okay.
But Drew
Let me
made
know how
a
that
Nick
turns
Shirley
out.
style video, and in that video, he committed multiple crimes on camera.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, and they're still going on about how they definitely exposed fraud, and it definitely wasn't just, as John said, a Nick Shirley video designed to specifically target the fascist party in Australia. No. It's definitely, they definitely care about fraud.
Man.
And it's like, their evidence of fraud is, look, they have nice car.
Their evidence of fraud was them able to commit fraud.
That's crazy.
Which it's not even like
That
connected to the NDIS.
that itself is
He
fucking
never,
crazy.
They never chased leads. They literally dropped and ignored leads, going
Well,
for their
let me
already
also
pre-decided
put it this way.
conclusions.
Fascists are famous for finding potential loopholes that few, if any, people like actually, use, and fucking with them in an effort to fuck with the system, and then it affecting all of us.
The entire point, like, make no mistake, the entire point of Drew's video was making sure that it seems like Muslim migrants are the ones rorting the NDIS.
No, yeah, exactly.
And
it's kind of like that gay bakery thing. Did you guys not find out? No, well, there was one that like it would like went to court and stuff, and they and through discovery they found out that they racist bake sale, and through discovery they found out that the person who ordered the cake or whatever and like
Was
whatever
them?
from her was like her friend,
Yeah. Not a surprise.
and it was a wedding cake.
Mhm.
This person was already married. Like it's they intentionally like fuck with things and set things up and create dramatic what if situations that most people are not like, even if it's a potential situation, right? Most gay people do research and pick someone who's not going to yell at them or be rude to them about their special fucking day. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, I personally, like, it's things like people are like, oh, what would happen if a trans person wanted to come in here and be in my shop? I personally have called ahead to multiple lingerie stores, like, before going shopping with a friend of mine multiple times to be like, hey, just want to check, are you guys queer trans friendly? Because if not, we won't shop there. But if you are, like, a friend of mine and I want to come in sometime in the next week, and like I just want to check. And like the places that I called were all like, yeah, that's fine. One of them like said, yeah, that's fine, but was weird about it. We didn't go there. Like, I don't think people understand that like people aren't trying to create dramatic scenes of their lives.
No.
Right? You know, most people will avoid situations that they think might become confrontational.
Oh, actually, thinking about this now, you know what else they did? They set up their own independent tip-off website, which sends it directly to them, not the NDIS fraud investigators.
Oh.
Which is very sus
That is
because
sus.
I have two queries with that. One, how are you verifying these claims, and why? Like, so how are you verifying the claims, and how do you know that these people aren't just your followers giving you shit to go and chase to make more rage bait? And two,
The point is that they can send things to themselves and claim that it was other
yes,
people,
exactly.
and also offload liability by being like, we didn't know.
Yeah,
but, like, you know.
exactly. So I'm very sus on this. And then the other thing is, like, they can specifically pick and choose. Like, if one has, like, they have an Arab name, they'll go after them for sure. Because the most recent video they released was like, oh, these Arab people have nice house and Mercedes. Right? That's their evidence.
Look, everyone is just finding out why so many Asian people have two names. Their name and then their American name they give to everyone.
Exactly.
Hi, I'm Susan.
Exactly.
Really? Susan from Shanghai? You know? Who'd have thunk?
But it's like this whole thing was it was all designed to hit Pauline fucking Hanson. And guess who took that shit hook, line, and sinker?
Yeah.
She is an actual fucking moron. And the fact that people don't need actual evidence to claim fraud is eye-opening.
Well, to claim fraud, how? Okay.
Well, their claim is like, because when I think, like, when somebody says there's systemic NDIS fraud, I'm thinking like deep-seated from the top, right? Their evidence is of the last line in that chain, which was explained away as a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And then after that, no follow-up. That they didn't go to the person that they claimed told them this rule that they're claiming is the big fraud that they're talking about. They rendered an NDIS service for a person with disabilities that doesn't exist. That's fraud.
Most people live in sound bites, and they know that.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly how they've been marketing.
Oh my God. Did you hear the new soundbite about Tyler Robinson? It's so dumb.
I heard that the Daily Mail said that the bullet doesn't match any weapon.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No,
but that's
okay,
normal.
but
that's normal.
That's normal. It's
That's actually
it's,
normal.
The bullet breaks.
That's
Yeah,
actually very normal. But that's what I mean by most people live in sound bites. Like, that is very normal. And the times that they claim that they're 100% sure that a bullet came from a gun, they're fucking lying most of the time, because it's normal for a bullet to flatten or break or be, whatever.
Lose the rifling marks.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the fascist grift in Australia at the moment. That's pretty cool.
That's crazy.
And that's going to be going for a hot minute unless my little NDIS fraud tip-off actually results in them getting punished for it, which that would be so fucking funny.
You need to document all of this and like keep a little like notes journal as it happens, and whatnot, just in case it does, because you could write something and actually sell it to a newspaper or something if something happens.
That's a good idea, actually.
Be careful though about doing it under your actual name.
Oh, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna do it under my actual name.
Are you easy to find?
Probably.
Be careful fucking with people's money and livelihoods if you're easy to find.
Yeah, they could firebomb your house.
Oh, no.
Look, I don't know exactly who all you're fucking with, but all I know is I am not easy to find for a reason.
We interviewed this douchebag, and the other guy is literally a dude who got charged with stalking for doing I Scammed the Scammer videos. These people are fucking morons. So I will fuck with their money. Drew cries all the time. If he needs more money, go do a GoFundMe, you fucking grifting little fat fuck. Like, I'm so sick of this.
Now
cunt.
call him Turkish.
Because we watched it was a Friendly Geordies video. He was just calling him Turkish, which is very funny.
He's a Cypriot Greek, so that's why it's funny.
Actually, you know what is funny though? I saw a Cypriot community thing, and it also had the word Turkish next to it. I had to have a little giggle. That was also down the road from the data center.
Fucking data
States
centers.
for more than half a century. The White House called Tuesday's decision a ridiculous ruling by an activist judge and vowed to appeal. A federal judge has temporarily blocked construction of President Trump's White House ballroom, saying he doesn't have the authority to fund the $400 million project through private donors. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon also said President Trump does not have the power to remodel the White House without congressional approval, writing in his decision, quote, "The President of the United States is the steward of the White House for future generations of first families. He is not, however, the owner," unquote. The lawsuit was brought by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Earlier this week, Trump told reporters the ballroom would be a shed for a massive military complex being built underneath. And Canadian diplomat, politician, and human rights advocate Stephen Lewis has died of cancer at the age of 88.
Pause it. How much you want to bet that they convinced him to put a small modular reactor in the fucking White House?
I don't know.
I'll bet $10. Whether it happens or not, that's a different bet. But like, I'm not gonna bet on those stupid betting apps, but I will do spec bets with people I know. I will bet $10 that someone convinced him it's a good idea to put an SMR in the fucking White House. Anyway, it's at least a data center.
Served as the Canadian ambassador to the United Nations and led Ontario's progressive New Democratic Party, the NDP. He was also the father of socialist activist.
She's been saying it's been a data center for months and has shown documentation of contracts and companies. So it probably is a data center.
Advocating for global HIV/AIDS awareness, co-founding AIDS-Free World. From 2001 to 6, he served as the UN Secretary General's special envoy for HIV/AIDS in Africa. We spoke to him in 2012 as one of the largest international AIDS conferences concluded in Washington, D.C.
There's never a smidgen of that money available, Amy, for global public health. We're always struggling for the crumbs and the pennies from the table when we know the amounts of money that are available for other and more perverse purposes internationally.
We'll get there.
That too has to end. And there we need voices in the G8 like those of President Obama to say, everything is distorted. The priorities are wrong. The human imperative is what should count, and we're making a grave mistake in our priorities.
And those are some of the headlines. This is...
Okay, you ready for the missile story?
Sure.
This is a Fox News fake
managed to strike a number of US bases and assets in the region, while Iran's constant drone and missile barrages have forced Israel and America's Gulf allies to burn through air defense interceptors at an unprecedented rate.
Sick.
This has provoked fears in Europe that, with its dwindling stockpiles and limited industrial capacity, the US might not be able to make good on outstanding European, or more critically Ukrainian, orders for US military tech. And these fears were apparently confirmed last week, when we saw a couple of reports suggesting that the US has essentially redirected European money into rebuilding its own stockpiles. So, in this video, we're going to look at these reports, and what this all means for transatlantic relations going forward.
Wait. Is he taking money the Europeans have paid to restock America's... Wow. That's
Never miss an episode
awesome.
and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell.
Okay,
so,
America has a lot of assets in Europe.
Thursday, where the
Looks like
Washington
they're
Post reported that the US was considering spending European money intended for Ukraine on America's own stockpiles, which have apparently been depleted by the war in Iran. For context, even though the US has drawn down support...
And Zelensky diverted assets to help do countermeasures.
Man.
And they're literally... And this is money that was supposed to go to Zelensky. It gets better, though. It's so much deeper than just that.
for Ukraine since Trump's return to office, Ukraine's European allies have nonetheless been buying American-made weapons for Kiev, ordered via a NATO program called the Prioritized Ukraine
Artemis 2 launched today. My dad
Get to it.
Requirements List, or Pearl Initiative.
It literally just happened.
European countries have so far spent roughly $4 billion on the initiative, which has become particularly important for Ukraine's air defense effort. Since its inception last summer, Pearl financing has accounted for about 75% of missile interceptors for Ukraine's US-made Patriot air defense systems, which accounts for the bulk of Ukraine's air defense, and nearly all of the ammunition used in its other air defense systems. Unfortunately for Ukraine, the US, Israel and its Gulf allies have been burning through the same interceptors that Ukraine needs at an unprecedented rate in the war against Iran, using them to defend against Iran's ongoing missile and drone barrages.
Maybe you should have
No
just
one knows
let Iran's
exactly
missiles
how many interceptors have been fired,
show
or
Israel
how
some
many the US has
consequences
left.
for their actions.
But The Economist estimated in mid-March that roughly 3,000
Save that money.
interceptors, the vast majority coming from Patriot systems, had been fired in just the first 2 weeks of the war.
Awesome.
This is an insane rate of fire. For context, Ukraine claims it's only used about 600 Patriot interceptors in 4 years of war against Russia.
That's
and
right.
the US only makes about 750 Patriot interceptors a year, which means the US is almost definitely having to dip into reserves.
That's awesome.
So, are we getting that Golden Dome or what?
Oh, man. China's going
Yeah, no,
into Taiwan within 6 months.
Yeah,
That's what people have been saying. China's changing their 5-year plan to 2-year plans because of this.
China's going so fucking hard.
China has been, China's been watching. Look, there's like as much as like third positionist bullshit, like fascist rhetoric likes to be like, oh, multipolar world. We have one. There's 3. Well, technically 4 if you count Europe. And we've got Russia. We've got the United
It's
States.
the UN Security Council.
We've got China.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got these 3 poles, and they've been watching Russia get sucked into this Ukraine war, and now they're watching us get sucked into this shit in the Middle East, and they're like, it's our time, boys. We too get to have a war and not worry about America or Russia coming for us because we're all too depleted. That's what's going on right now. All the major powers were like, wartime but not with each other?
Hey,
that's what Trump wanted is to return to spheres
not
of
with each other
influence
directly?
imperialism.
Yeah, not to each other.
Hey,
not with each other
random
directly?
question. How fast could Japan produce a nuclear weapon?
Oh, so fast.
So fucking fast.
I'm going to be real with you. If anyone has a secret nuclear weepon that we don't know
It's
about,
Japan?
it's Japan.
Yeah.
that we don't know about, it's Japan.
Because I've been reading a bit, especially like it just last couple days. I've been reading a bit about nuclear enrichment. Japan has an extensive nuclear energy system. They have a lot of nuclear scientists. I'm sure they have a shit ton of centrifuges.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if China tries to go for Taiwan, that Japan goes, hey, 60% enriched. China, fuck around.
Japan is so good at what they do. They don't get enough credit for being so good at towing the line of, because they were not allowed to have a fucking standing military after World War II.
And look how big their fucking military is.
Right?
It is the 4th biggest spender
Their
on
military is
military.
so big that they're building a Vietnamese navy.
Also consider how small they are compared to the US. So like if they were the size of the US, like, you know what I mean? Like look, for as small as the country as they are compared to as big as we are, like their dick matches their country size compared to the US's army dick and our country size. That's all I'm saying. Like Japan, if anyone has a culture that would instill in enough people to keep some kind of a fucking secret well enough that the United States wouldn't get to it somehow, it's Japan. Like that's actually global. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm just thinking, like, what other country would be able to do this and be like, no, Kawaii culture, like, you know,
because the other thing that I was reading was not only is Japan considering it because of this shit, Germany is also considering creating one of their own.
Oh, of course.
As well as there was another country.
There's too many eyes on Germany, and someone in Germany would have like talked by now. I believe.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
not.
yeah.
I could be wrong. I'm just saying, if
Um,
anyone has a secret nuke that we don't know about, because obviously Israel has secret, not so secret nukes, but like, if anyone does, it's Japan. I would. I don't think. The one thing that I will say that I found quite alarming when it happened, but I understood why they said it, was when Russia invaded Ukraine and they're like, fuck you, United States, you made us give up our fucking nukes.
Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in the
Budapest
early
Memorandum.
90s, well, when the, like, you know, when the Soviet Union split up,
It was the Budapest Memorandum.
they had a bunch of nukes.
Yeah, they
and
had
they
to give them
gave
back
them
in
up.
exchange for sovereignty promises, which
Yeah.
that worked out.
Which is part of, well, which is why we're half-heartedly fulfilling our promise 30 years, was it 20,
Yeah,
30 years
half-heartedly,
later?
yeah.
It was 30 years later. It's crazy how these old men are like holding these grudges from like 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago.
And now we have to die for it because of their dumb fuckery.
Because we don't want to pay the actual price of anything.
This is why I still think that my gladiator pit for leaders idea is a good idea.
Look,
Like,
I tried to...
If people want to wage war, fine. Go into the gladiator pit. We'll all watch it for fun and both of you die. Bye.
I remember having like the realization, like the eye-opening, like, oh no moment, like where it was like, oh god, I'm like, you're so fucked. When I was much younger, I was still a teenager, like 19 years old in college, and like
Something happened to your audio.
I remember being
There it is.
I remember being drunk and being like, oh no, we're at the point where we have raced all the way to the bottom, so all there is the bottom finding ways to rise up and us trying to stop it. Because what else is there to exploit once you get to the bottom, unless you start creating bullshit things like NFTs and crypto shit and
You financialize the world. You financialize life.
Yeah, no, if you turn everything into capital, and I'm like, you know what, certain things just shouldn't be. Most things shouldn't be, honestly. I don't know. Anyway,
It's half the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, China's gonna attack. Anyway, back to the sorry.
I literally I think it's probably been over a year now that I was like 6 to 12. I think I said. I might have said a bit shorter. But I also said that Ukraine could be a trigger for it too. China was definitely looking. And now that this has been happening, as you were saying, they're definitely doing something. Something's going to change. And it's not going to be good for anybody. Especially because I don't know if this is a real thing or not, but apparently Taiwan has like a, okay, we'll take you down with us kind of plan where they launch everything at the Three Gorges Dam.
I mean, okay. Oh man, you know what? When we watch Caroline Levitt's news story, we'll get into it. But like, she was just some of the way like there's grains of truth to what she's saying, but the way that she was using statistics, like Iran's bombing has dropped 90% since the start of the conflict. Like, it's like, yeah, well, most of the bombing was at the start of the conflict because you assassinated their president and their leader, and that was their response, was to bomb a bunch of people. Like, your like thing, like, oh, the bombing has decreased. It's like, well, that's not sustainable. Like, the initial burst of bombing isn't sustainable no matter how you cut it. So like, bragging about this is wild. It's very similar. You know what I mean? Like, why?
I don't think the Instagram Live works very well.
No.
No.
Why?
I mean, it stopped broadcasting.
I did it really?
Yeah. See what happens here.
Unsurprisingly, this has sparked some anxiety in Washington, and it's why the Pentagon is apparently considering withholding interceptors due for Ukraine, with the Washington Post claiming that the Pentagon has already notified Congress of its intention to divert about $750 million of European money spent on the Pearl Initiative to restock America's own inventories. According to the Washington Post, it's not even clear whether US shipments would be delayed or entirely diverted, implying that the US could de facto seize European funds and give Europe nothing in return. Now, of course, we should stress that this money hasn't actually been diverted yet, let alone seized. Nonetheless, we think there's a good chance it ends up happening for 3 reasons. First, senior US officials have since signalled it's something they're very much open to. In an interview given the day after, for instance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio told the press nothing yet has been diverted, but it could, before going on to stress that if the United States has a military need, whether it is to replenish our stocks or that fulfills some mission in the national interest of the United States, we're always going to come first. It's pretty hard not to hear that sort of rhetoric and not assume it's on the cards. Second, it's become increasingly difficult to conceive of a quick end to the ongoing war in Iran. Not only are the two sides' negotiating positions impossibly far apart, with the US demanding that Iran dismantle its nuclear program, proxy network and ballistic missile program, and Iran demanding the US pay reparations and withdraw.
Did you hear him say after he said, okay, so Kushner and Witkoff are the ones who
J-Man.
who convinced him that Iran had was stalling intentionally so they could finish getting their nukes. Like, we have to go now, right? We have to go with Israel now. They said this, right? And they said this in February, and then he sends Kushner and fucking Witkoff and Rubio over there to do negotiations, and they immediately were like, we will not fucking talk to them. Like, we will not talk to them, only JD Vance. Fucking, like,
Wait, Iran said that?
Yeah, you missed this? This is part of why
I covered this yesterday, or on Monday.
Okay. Part of the reason why this is all part of why the Pope coming out and saying something on Sunday mattered. But anyway, it's crazy how he came out to be like, this will all be over in 5 days. The talks are going really well. And then Iran came out and was like, there are no fucking talks. What are you talking about? By the way, we will not negotiate with these people. They already lied on us. So, like, it'll be over in 5 days is very much giving like the what was it, the couple week offensive thing that Russia started in Ukraine.
Yes. The 4 years, 2 week special operation.
2 week special operation. I'm trying to remember how it was. Anyway, that's just crazy.
Special military operation.
It's giving the same energy that Russia did running into Ukraine.
Taco smoke.
Ground News is doing the most trusted news source bracket. They put PBS against NPR in the fucking first bracket.
Are you fucking kidding?
And NPR got 55%, and then they put The Blaze against Reuters, and Reuters had 95%.
Yeah.
So it went up Reuters to NPR, and Reuters won by 64%.
Really?
So the current finalists are
ridiculous.
That's
CNBC,
crazy.
Reuters. I don't know what this P is.
They did not randomize that bracket.
Wall Street Journal, Al Jazeera.
Wall Street Journal?
Yeah.
Really?
So Wall Street Journal beat Al Jazeera out. So it's BBC.
What?
Wall Street Journal, AP, and CNN for round 2.
Ooh, AP. I'll take AP only because they'll publish anything, and that's enough that generally they're correct, and they normally stay fairly neutral. And
CNN, AP, Wall Street Journal, BBC, Reuters, CNBC.
Also, without the Associated Press, none of the news that you watch would function.
I don't know what some of these logos
I
are.
need you to know that. It's crazy reading old newspapers because before the Associated Press,
Bloomberg.
There were multiple little news network things that would credit each other.
Yeah, what is this R that's orange? I sent it to you.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, yes? Did you want that to happen? Good news. Okay, sorry. I read the second half before I read the first half. Good news. Yay, good. I read that backwards.
Its troops from the region, Trump is also explicitly flirting with the idea of invading
Now
Iran
you get to
at
hear
the
about
same
war
time as
instead.
negotiations are supposed to be happening, which has further eroded what little trust there was left between the two sides. Given that the US had attacked Iran in the middle of negotiations twice in the past 12 months, and Trump is now openly toying with doing the exact same thing a third time, it's hard to see the Iranians actually engaging in meaningful negotiations.
After this, we need
This
to do the
implies a
Pope and the
long
press
war,
conference
which will
thing.
force the US to dig deeper into its already dwindling stockpiles, which will give the administration additional incentive to redirect
Isn't the Free
resources
Press
away
Barry
from the beef.
White?
But the third, and perhaps most significant reason we think this is on the cards, is that, well,
Wasn't
the
that
US has
her?
already done almost exactly the same thing to Switzerland.
And then they
While
put it up
received
against
less attention
CBS.
than the Washington Post report,
Also,
on Thursday, SRN,
Barry
a
White.
subsidiary of Switzerland,
Well, I guess they
Great.
did the same thing with
broadcaster,
PBS
reported
and
after
NPR.
This is dog shit.
It sounds like they put if someone has two news things, they seem to have put them together, if that makes sense, against each other.
Oh, it's Breitbart. The B.
Fucking Breitbart.
But what's the
They quoted me
R?
once. Did you? I can.
Breitbart beat Fox News. That's funny.
But what's the R there?
Reuters?
No.
No, they're orange with the circle.
Reason.
That's okay.
Reason?
I thought it was that lib.
Never even
I
fucking
couldn't
heard of it.
remember what it was.
Fuck, I miss the days when Unicorn Riot used to be good.
Switzerland suspended payments for an outstanding order of Patriot systems, the US just redirected other payments that Switzerland had made for F-35 fighter jets. For context, the Patriot is America's primary air defense system, and pretty popular with the US's traditional allies, including Switzerland. Switzerland ordered 5 systems worth about $2.5 billion back in 2022, with delivery originally scheduled to begin in 2026, and to be completed in 2028.
How did Bloomberg
However,
beat
last year,
CNN?
the US informed Switzerland of a 4 to 5 year delay.
I don't
in
know.
part because the US was prioritizing.
People are like,
How did
CNN?
Reuters?
In response,
How did
Switzerland,
Reuters
which
beat
had
NPR?
already transferred more than 8.
Good question. My question here is, like, people are like, how did CNN make it this far? Okay, they were against.
Well, my
their
question is,
bracket was.
who's engaging in this poll? Whose poll is this?
I don't know what
Ground
the fuck
News.
is MTN.
Oh, this is Ground News.
Is that it? Is Mint News?
Oh, it's Mint
They
News.
put
What's Mint
they
News?
put Mint Press. I think that's what that is.
I don't
What the
know.
fuck is Mint Press?
I don't know if Mint Press is MTN. Go to Ground News's website.
My
so this is a
my
Ground News
mistake.
thing?
My mistake.
Yeah.
Mint Press's logo mimics this one. So it's just one of these like typical grifter
Look,
news sites.
I am just waiting for the Ground News scandal.
What do you mean?
I feel like it's coming. I haven't actually used it, but the way that they marketed themselves.
Oh well, we're affiliates with them.
Are they good? Are they actually good at what they do? I've never actually used their product.
It's just
This
a
is me just
the
talking.
aggregator. It's
This
just
is
an
just me
aggregator.
being- okay, I was gonna say this
They don't
is just
do
me being
any
very-
actual writing or articles. They just aggregate.
I thought that it like told you like look,
They do
here-
right, but they do summaries.
Here's where I was like, was when they were like, oh, we'll tell you if things are like on the right or the left,
my
and
God,
like
it's
how
minus touch.
everyone's like reporting on things and blind spot. And I'm like, something is telling me that like there's, I don't know, if there's people behind it, that would be really interesting. But something's telling me that there's not. And I'm just like waiting for it to not be what it says it is, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong.
There are
because I've
summaries
never
of
used
every
it.
news story. There can't be no people working there.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's
you
like,
say summary. You act like AI can't summarize things.
No. It's like a venture
That's the one
capitalist
thing-
backed
That is
thing.
the one thing that what was
Yeah,
it?
but Ground News has been around before that shit. It's
Okay.
venture capitalist back. It's fine. What's funny is that it's so good that actually there's a rip-off Ground News that's specifically being pushed by like a conservative venture capitalist firm. I forgot what it's called, but my mom asked me about it, and I was like, just use Ground News. So that's the thing with Ground News, is that I'm able to get like my MAGA family to actually engage with it.
That's fair. That, you know what, that makes sense. I'm not gonna say that it's useless. I have never tried it. I just have seen its marketing, and I'm just skeptical of marketing. So if you've used it and you like it, then I could be very wrong. I've heard their marketing, and I'm just very skeptical because I don't know how it works. And I also have not really researched it because I was never gonna pay them.
So what they do is in their aggregation. So like they'll take who's reported on the story and like they assign a bias to each of these networks. So like Fox News is obviously going to be on the right.
Mm-hmm.
So then it will show you so what's interesting is that you can tell when something is like an information operative thing, because it will say like blind spot on the left, and it will be like only right-wing source reporting, and it will be like just straight nonsense stuff.
Interesting.
But they don't do fact-checking type of stuff or anything like that. It's just an aggregator.
Okay. Cool.
But
I wonder if CBS
we used to be
switching from the
affiliates.
left
We
to
just
the
haven't
right.
re-signed up for the affiliate program.
Oh no, you're doing free advertising right now.
Well, I mean, we literally had a QR code for the longest time in our stream. But it just doesn't matter. We're too small for people to actually click.
Yeah, exactly.
But
we're not going to make any
our
money off affiliate.
Our affiliate deal is better than basically anyone who has sponsorships for them. The deals that they would give people who would have sponsorships.
Oh, interesting. Well, okay, then I am willing to admit that I'm wrong. I'm just saying I was very skeptical.
I really
of
like their
advertising.
Instagram though. Like I look at their Instagram more than I look at their website. But they're capitalists. They're definitely like they have a profit motive, you know?
Look, I would rather it be a news aggregator that's just a news aggregator than like, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, I'm kind of relieved to find, because I'm like, oh no, this sounds like something like a rug pull. Like they get a bunch of people that are fairly neutral, or like, you know, whatever, like we're into being neutral, or the people who think that they're neutral into this.
I mean, we'll see what happens because like when venture capitalists pull out, like if it's not making money and venture capitalists pull out, then I don't know if it's publicly traded.
With how
so
fucked up the news is, I'm sure it'll keep making money.
Sure.
But like, Friendly Jordy's made a whole thing about how stupid it is or something.
Well, that's
didn't he?
because he's a fucking moron.
Who's
like he's an actual idiot. Like this guy goes around claiming he's a fucking journalist, but all he does is like pseudo-scientific like.
Bro, he used Mint Press as a source in one of his last videos.
He literally did, yeah. Like
I was literally asking a second ago, what's Mint Press?
It's an Assadist news agency.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So that literally tells you exactly the kind of news that he consumes. So for him to then like shit on Ground News, a news aggregator, and then like always constantly making these videos about like the ABC, which would easily feed into fascist rhetoric about defunding the public broadcaster.
Yeah.
And it's like, it doesn't matter if the public broadcaster is shit at their job. You can always improve it. It needs to be there. It's a public broadcaster.
Yeah, he's talking about ABC Australia broadcasting, not the
Are
American
they actually shit at their job though?
Yeah, they're pretty shit at their job. Like their coverage of Gaza and the genocide is abysmal. But they also run Triple J, which is like the progressive news station, which is very funny because it's completely counterintuitive, and like people on Triple J will shit on the ABC, which is very funny because it's their parent company. But then at the same time, they'll be like, "Oh, ABC stuff," and advertising the ABC. So it's a very I'm very interested at whether Triple J listeners are experiencing any cognitive dissonance from the fact that they have to listen to an ABC program while also acknowledging the fact that the ABC has been reporting the genocide in Gaza with basically Israeli military talking points.
Man.
So like it's a pretty complicated situation.
At least they're sourcing.
But Friendly Geordies does not fucking help the situation by shitting on media literacy stuff and the idea of media literacy in general. He literally made a video about this and advocating against the public broadcaster, but not for the Gaza coverage. Interesting, right?
Crazy. Crazy.
So,
$100 million to the US
Australia.
suspended further payments. When the war in Iran kicked off, Switzerland, realising that there was basically no chance of them getting their
Is that a
Patriot
battlefield
systems
map?
anytime soon, announced
This is the best part.
$1 million to the US suspended further payments. When the war in Iran kicked off, Switzerland, realising that there was basically no chance of them getting their Patriot systems anytime soon, announced that they would be looking for other air defence systems elsewhere, to which the US responded by diverting hundreds of millions of francs that Switzerland had sent for an outstanding order of US-made F-35 fighter jets back towards the Patriot systems. Unsurprisingly, this went down pretty terribly with the Swiss government. Not only is the US essentially spending Swiss money on replenishing its own Patriot stockpiles, with no intention of sending any to Switzerland anytime soon, in diverting money away from the F-35s, Switzerland is now also likely to face delays on this front. So, you get the idea.
Wait,
it
pause
looks
it
like
really
the US
quick.
is essentially spending
It's even funnier because one of our F-35s got shot down.
Oh, it wasn't shut down. Damaged.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess it did have to land. I'm sorry. You're
also,
right.
the whole story is actually being
Also, an
misreported.
F-35 has been taken down by a large bird.
Yeah, exactly.
That's funny.
So, like, the entire story is being misrepresented because it got hit by a heat-seeking missile. Stealth is a radar
Well,
technology.
it also wasn't a direct hit.
No, it was shrapnel. So it was a heat-seeking anti-air
Yeah, a lot of
missile, I'm
of
assuming.
those missiles they blow up before hitting the target to maximize.
I mean, look at the
flak
American
effect.
anti-air weapons. They have airburst effects, so it's very likely that that's what it was.
Didn't I read something about it not using its airburst thing for some reason? Or did it? I don't know. I didn't actually look into that one that hard.
The plane wasn't taken down. It was just damaged from shrapnel.
Okay,
So
I did remember hearing something about shrapnel.
So we can probably safely assume that it was AA fire, and it was a heat-seeking missile. So it was likely a visual spot because these planes would have been flying pretty low, and then they fire a heat-seeking missile at it. So like, it's not out of the realm of possibility, and it's also not this like big defeat of stealth. It wasn't a radar hit. We have no confirmation that it was a radar hit. In every likeliness, it could have been a visual hit and a literal.
Oh yeah, no, I assume it's a visual hit.
Like a visual.
I assume someone saw it and was like, "We need to get it now while we can."
What's the term when they're sighting with visual range?
I don't know, dude. I'm not military.
Eyeballing
They
it,
eyeballed it.
We'll go with that. Basically eyeballing it and just shooting a dumb rocket at it that was like, ooh, hot.
Yeah. No, that's why I was like, well, again, that's not normal. Normally, they've got little bursty things that are like, here's some heat for you to seek that's not actually me.
Oh, the flares.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that, maybe they didn't see it coming. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know what kind of stuff they have built into our super secret plane that got taken down.
But this is also the other thing is like, I don't know how the heat-seeking missile works. Does it give off a lock? if it's not a radar lock and it's a heat-seeking lock, the only thing would be internal plane sensors. And if those went off too late, the flares wouldn't have mattered anyway. It would have gone off. Or maybe the flares did go off and it hit one of the flares and hit the plane with the shrapnel anyway.
I bet you there's already military people who understand this stuff who've made videos.
I bet there
research
is.
for it. And I think like instead of us just supposing a bunch of stuff that none of us actually know for sure.
All I'm thinking about is playing Ace Combat and how it's like always telling you missile, and it's like I don't need the alert. I always know missiles are coming at me in this game.
But yeah, so I'm not sure how the heat-seeking missiles work, because if it's just a heat sensor and it's self-guiding, it's no laser. There's no thing to give off. Like you have a laser on you.
I know. My point is our
Google it.
Our super fancy jet, right? That we paid how much fucking money for?
100 million per plane.
Got taken out of the fight, not down. Well, you're right. I misspoke. But got taken out of the fight. It had to land and needs to be fixed.
Yep.
With a fucking dumb rocket.
Let's not forget that like it wasn't that long ago that they just lost some by turning too hard on the carrier, and a bunch of them fell off the boat.
I forgot they dumped him into the fucking water. Can you imagine being the people on that ship? Can we try and find them and get interviews with them? Like, what went through your head as you realized that you were dumping millions of dollars into the ocean?
It's difficult to get... The fact we even got one active dirty military person to agree to an interview.
It wasn't really about...
Oh, they're probably not active duty anymore.
Yeah.
Is that not something that you get? Do you not?
No, she was. She's talking about the people on the ship.
Do you not get like kicked out if you fuck up that hard?
Well, they were dodging. They were dodging missiles and shit. They're taking evasive maneuvers.
Sure.
The ship was turning too hard.
All right.
Did you see that Pete Hegseth reinstated that pilot that wasted taxpayer money and shit showing off for Kid Rock?
You know, before they flew on Kid Rock, they also flew that over the protest to intimidate people, right?
Seriously?
Yeah. Did you guys see the Epstein files where Petraeus like lent 2 helicopters to one of Epstein's friends so he could go out?
I did see that.
For his birthday to
Pretty cool.
Afghanistan to abuse people. Cool.
Pretty awesome.
He's lucky he's dead.
Or is he?
European money on its own
What?
army.
No, I don't mean
Now,
Epstein.
we should say that in both the Ukrainian and Swiss cases, what the US is doing is probably...
No, he just interviewed Jelani not that long ago.
Oh my fucking...
Yeah.
Well, I know, I thought he died. Why did I think he died?
I don't know.
Did I just, like...
Making
hope
shit up
really hard and just be like, you know what, he's dead to me in my head. Like, I thought he died. Why did I think? What general
that's the sweet release of death.
Sorry guys, I'm spreading false information on accident. Thank you for
Hold on, wait, don't play it. I need to find this. Where is it? Where did I put it?
Oh no.
Oh my god, where the fuck is it?
Too large.
I have 16 pages. I can't remember where it is.
That's too many pages.
10.
This is a Fox News fake news alert!
Technically legal, given the US has a whole load of laws essentially saying it can divert money for national emergencies.
I'll show you.
But it's hard to imagine Europe will feel the...
It is an actual board with keys.
There.
Yeah, but you have multiple pages though.
Wait. There. Yeah, so I can like change the pages.
Oh, okay.
Stan says you're a cunt.
You are constitutionally incapable of not shutting the fuck up.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking
and there's
shit.
16 of these.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, but this also has like
pages. I assume
my
there were more
microphone.
than 4.
I can also like off with that one. If I have the camera connected, I can turn the camera off, but I don't have that connected. This. So that changes functions.
That made you.
There's a bunch of stuff.
Away.
No, I know.
You're like this, and then it went silent.
Yeah, because they change function, and it's also got phantom power, and it's also capture card for video games.
Cool.
So Rode, sponsor us. I'll sell you shit for you.
God, I wish. That would be a thing where we could get affiliate marketing from them.
I mean, look. Rode.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is you guys need to get on TikTok. If you get on TikTok and start making clips like this and tagging
also,
people, they might.
Rode is an Australian company.
You can be our TikTok.
Well, I have to have access to all of your streams and rewatch it. That's so much time. Clipping things and making it look.
So hard.
Here's the thing: social media was fun and easy until they were like, make video content. Like that is so much harder to do and be good at than like text-based formats. I'm just saying, or even image-based formats. Like it. I'm just that's a lot of work, even
I've
for
always
like
been
short
good at the video,
things.
bad at the text.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
Man.
I'm bad at everything.
The US is acting in good faith. And in the longer term, this episode will probably encourage Europe, and especially states like Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands, who've previously resisted calls to focus on European-made systems, to spend their ballooning defence budgets elsewhere. Now, there are a lot of big players involved in this story, and it's no secret the world we live in is...
Buy Grippins.
That's what's been happening.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I know what's up.
Like these, but not just in the world of politics. Big companies also have
I want to say there was a deal with the Swedes.
They'd be loving that.
To do hardcore, continued, pervasive, reputational damage.
Also, like, going back to Japan quickly, like, when they want to get shit done, they get shit done. So, like, if China fucks around, I think Japan's going to go full, like, wartime economy. And they're going to produce a lot of shit real quick. And, like, too standard, too.
It'll be an excuse for them. Because they're like, oh, no, we've done that country wrong before. And they're doing a military. And they're really close.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we must arm ourselves. You know, we have the right to defend ourselves, right?
That's the idea, right? And because Taiwan is pretty much on the Okinawa island chain, China will breach their waters, and that's going to start some shit. Japan also said that they will stand up if it happens, so whether America's there or not too. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know if America will have the capacity to be there.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what China's betting on.
Yeah, but I also Taiwan is very prepared.
Look, here's the other thing. It might be another few months, right? Just to let us deplete things and realize that we are stuck in Iran, right?
Especially with the ground troops.
Enough to make them like ask, enough to have Congress asking maybe we should defund the military a bit, just like we defunded, DHS, just like they defunded all of our stuff, which is wild. I don't know. It's crazy. All the defunding stuff is just weird. But some of it I'm rooting for. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe defund the military. Maybe if we start saying it, what do they call it? The kids are the woo-woos and kids call it manifesting, I think. But if you say it enough, maybe people will talk about it and maybe it'll happen. So again, defund the fucking military, please. Also the police. We should just, if we're going to defund things, defund the things that hurt us.
It's a fair point.
J.D. Vance. He is the heir apparent to MAGA. When Trump's gone, this movement does not end.
Hopefully
it will
soon.
be incubated into something worse. And who could be worse than Donald Trump? That person is J.D. Vance. He's younger. He's a bigger prostitute than Trump is. And he is owned, bought, and paid for by all of the oligarchs. He is already positioning himself as the anti-war candidate, even from within the administration. He is really distancing himself from the moves that dipshit Trump and genocidal, homicidal maniac Benjamin Netanyahu are making in Iran. So what is little smoky eye sociopath? And also smoky eye sociopath. What has he been up to lately? Kylie, pop this up. J.D. Vance appears at secretive conservative donor summit as 2028 presidential speculation grows. This is where I just want to say, cue the couch fucker photos, because it is so important that we do reputational damage.
Pause it. That's the summit that Richard Spencer and other people who are connected to the, like, including the lawyer who represents a bunch of fucking right-wing nut jobs like Aryan Freedom Network and fucking Blood Tribe, that kid who threw the Molotov at the church that was hosting a drag show in Ohio. They were all fucking connected to the 2020 thing, that she's the secretive fundraising thing for JD Vance that they're talking about, where they could pay a few $1,000s to fucking meet this guy and talk to him. And this is how, when Blood Tribe in fucking Ohio has been spends 6 months being mad and making memes about immigrants eating pets, eventually ends up in JD Vance's hands and coming out of the president's fucking mouth. Just want to throw that out there.
That's a lot of nuts!
I want you to think about it like this. The Republicans knew that Hillary was going to run at some point during Obama's second term. And in these spaces, in these Republican ecosystems that they built, that they're ahead of us on, they started really doing damage to her. Benghazi, all sorts of stuff. So this is our moment to really stick it to JD Vance. Pumps.
And it makes it easy. He makes it so easy. It is not hard. Of course he's going behind everybody's back because he knows Trump's kind of pushing everybody to Marco Rubio. But it tells me that he is more, he's very savvy politically. He doesn't care about the politics. He cares about winning. So if he can tell all these Republican donors, hey, I'm going to do this, of course he is. Like, of course.
Okay. And then JD Vance, this seems to be the pattern. Everybody that runs for president, drop a book, be coy, meet with donors, and then all of a sudden you're running for president, right? So Vance has announced his new book called Communion. Pop this up. I've been writing this book for a long time, and I'm honored to finally be able to share the full story with you all. Communion is about my personal journey and how I found my way back to faith. It will be available in June, and you can pre-order it today. I would rather
I'm not
fucking
pre-ordering
slit
it. I'm
my
getting
wrist
it
vertically and horizontally. Actually make.
Huh?
I'm gonna read that book. Do you want me? I will do highlights on the stream. I will get the book from my local library
as an audiobook.
No,
we took
I will not do
freedom of
that.
speech away.
Not only could that get JD Vance doing a cease and desist, but like I will do highlights
That would
because
be
I will,
funny, though.
But I will get it from my library and then write in it and then
You
show it,
should
highlight
pirate
parts of
it
it
instead.
literally and write. Look, I will write in library books like that. I'm that person that I'm like, look, this is a public library where like you come for information. And if I'm another person who's like, you need information other than like a little asterisk, by the way, he fucked a cat. No, I'm just kidding. But like add some other context, like because especially if Catholics come into my library looking for that fucking book, because I was raised Catholic in this community. So like that's literally leaving little notes to other Catholics in my community. If I'm doing that, like that's I will deface that book. Anyway, I will deface that book. I will give you notes about it because I read an interview by him like back a couple of years ago where he was talking about St. Augustine and how St. Augustine was how he was convinced intellectually to like, you know, convert and stuff like that. So I'm like, oh, I wonder if you're going to be telling, because he told a slightly different story like a year later. And I'm like, I wonder what your official story is going to be in your book. And I wonder how you're going to intellectualize this. And again, this is exactly why the Pope speaking up fucking matters, because anyway, we'll do the Pope stuff in a second. Yeah, you can hit play again. But I will read that book.
I would rather fucking slit my wrist vertically and horizontally, actually make a fucking asterisk, than buy that fucking book.
Here's the deal.
That would be a cross,
JD,
not an asterisk.
first of all, you're
but
vice
okay.
president and you're writing this book.
No,
and you
she
converted
said
it into
actually make it an asterisk, not even just vertically and horizontally.
Wow.
2019.
And I'm like,
so
I will
It's been
read
a long
it.
time, but you're basically a new Catholic. But it is hard for me to believe anything a man that changes his name 3 times as an adult says. That's for me personally. When I look at, I have evolved in faith and
Wait,
out
he
of
changed
faith
his name?
as an adult. So I am like, okay, how does this go? But then I look at JD Vance. He puts, like, I had my conversion because I didn't feel good about me. My belief.
Is she Catholic?
I don't know.
Are we watching this whole
'Cause he's
thing?
gay.
Beliefs and what I was taught in the religion did not mesh. I didn't feel good about it. In terms of JD Vance, he looks at, here is my ambition. So what beliefs do I make and what statements do I make to further my political ambition? When I'm in law school, I'm writing on behalf of immigrants. When I am, against Donald Trump, I call him America's Hitler. So I'm a shapeshifter. So do I believe that JD Vance feels good about being a Catholic because that's where he is now? He probably does, because he's so shallow and because it's a means to an end. Everything with
She's
this
missing
man
why
is a
he's a Catholic,
means
though.
to an end.
Okay, I don't think he feels good about being a Catholic because I don't think he's
I'll be right
capable of feeling. This is a man who refused to condemn the right-wing young Republican Nazi text chats that were
bunch of liberal
very,
bullshit.
very racially motivated, and lots of slurs about minorities and about immigrants. His wife comes from a family of immigrants. His children are mixed race. This is a person who doesn't feel anything. As it pertains to this Catholic thing that's going on, there's a new surge in Catholicism right now, research is showing. And if you look at a lot of the people on the Supreme Court, and also at Peter Thiel bought JD Vance because JD Vance is a prostitute. He is, neck to neck with Melania Trump is who is the biggest prostitute in the United States of America. And I'm not going to split hairs with you on that today. We'll do that in another episode. But JD Vance is a Catholic because Peter Thiel.
So we can start killing the Protestants. No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
Is a Catholic. Peter Thiel goes around giving lectures about the Antichrist around the world. In these lectures, when he describes the Antichrist, he sounds like he's describing himself or his heir apparent, JD Vance. I think there's this whole Opus Dei style, old school Catholic cult that these men are flocking to.
No.
Alito is in this. The Handmaid, Amy Coney Barrett, is in this. JD Vance is in this. Nick Fuentes is in this. So there is a really culty branch of Catholics. Problem for JD Vance is the base of the MAGA movement are evangelicals. And I grew up enough in a Bible Belt state. I'm not religious. But the evangelicals don't really like the Catholics very much, right? At all. At all. So that's a very interesting dynamic that he's writing this book, and I'll get to more on that later. But here's some criticism of Vance's book. Pop this up. Christopher Hale says, Vice President J.D. Vance, rebuked by 2 popes over his immigration policies, is publishing a book about finding God. He falsely accused the bishops of getting rich off migrants.
Why does he look like that?
The church has sued his White House multiple times in court. His administration shot.
Why does he look like that?
I think he might have the thing that fucking what's her name had.
Because he's gay.
Amy, what's her name? I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is there's a weird medical condition that can make your cheeks puffy that some comedian that I don't like had, that people on TikTok diagnosed her with because her cheeks got extra puffy when she got pregnant. And JD Vance has very similar cheeks. I am not a doctor.
Are you saying he's pregnant?
No. What I'm saying is her condition
You've heard
got
it here
worse.
first, ladies and gentlemen.
Her condition got
Vance is
more
pregnant.
well, I think what happened is she gained weight and her condition became more noticeable, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because it's puffy cheeks.
You
And
must
if you, I
have
don't
known
know.
Not a
it was
doctor,
wrong
though.
when your fingers
Not
were
a
dipped
doctor.
inside me,
What's
searching
it,
for
what
honey
was it?
that
It was
would not
Amy
come
something.
from
What was her name? She was so annoying.
Klobuchar?
No, she was a comedian.
Amy Schumer.
not a- Yeah, her.
Zionist.
That's funny. You said comedian, didn't you?
An unarmed
What else
woman
do I
and
call
blamed
her?
her for dying and
No, I-
urging
No,
a
Jack said
trip
Klobuchar.
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought we were talking
confession.
about
The
something
American
else.
Pope said he and his fellow warmongers have blood on their hands with the Iran war. None of this will be in the book. So this is something that is not only happening with Catholicism, but also happening in the Protestant world. There's a huge fundamental problem. You have either the Catholics, these Opus Dei, big swinging dicks, beta male, like J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, that are like, we're the alpha Catholics. They have a Jesus problem because they want to solely live by the Old Testament. The same thing with the evangelical movement.
Okay, wait.
They want to live
Pause it
by
real
the
quick.
Old Testament.
Another thing that J.D. Vance said in old interviews about his, like, why he was drawn to Catholicism was he was like, oh, it's because, people change their opinions and things with trends, and like, it's not cool to believe what you believed 10 years ago. And I feel like that also plays into what the Pope had to say, because I don't know, the Catholic Church has been, largely against war for a very long time in general.
Hellfire damnation, but they have a Jesus problem, which is why you see these nuts writing books about toxic empathy and all of these things, because Jesus was a radical empath. But perhaps to remind me, I believe the Pope before this one, the last person he saw was J.D. Vance, and it damn near, it killed him. Right. He saw J.D. Vance and then he died. Right. Okay. That's exactly right. And here's the deal. You're such a great Catholic. You're going to write.
I mean, I already said it earlier.
J.D. Vance killed the Pope.
Look, here's the thing. Sometimes I feel the need to be like, oh, I'm just joking. But like, I will unironically say he killed the Pope and also he fucked a couch, because just fuck that guy.
Well, I mean, the Pope was already weak, and
Yeah.
him doing that entire conference is what killed him. And J.D. Vance made sure that he was a big part of that conference.
Yep, and exactly. And JD Vance was like very insistent on meeting with him, and because it's a photo op and whatnot. And also, here's the thing: I think that the Pope, knowing he was on the way out, decided it was important enough to like try and reason with this guy. You know what I mean?
My favorite was that Pope when he would hit the people.
There's a lot of weird popes. I don't know which one you're talking about.
No, the last Pope, because he hated, so like he wouldn't wear like the fancy hat and stuff, and he would like wear purple because it like meant something,
Yeah.
So he was like a modest Pope, and people would try to kiss his ring, and he'd slap them.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that about him. I do know there was one story that I think it was him, where he snuck out at night to wash people's feet. Like, he would evade his security so he could just sneak out and hang out with people.
That's pretty funny.
Would go visit with homeless people and wash their feet. And I'm like, you know what? If a pope's
great.
gonna do weird shit at night, it's better than fucking children, you know?
First Asian lady here. Like you could tell how
She did
excited
just kind
she
of grab
was,
him though.
but she was so excited to see him, and he immediately turned away when he got to her.
You could see it in her face.
That's not the only time something like that has happened. There was a whole thing where he got accused of being racist because a black cardinal tried to kiss his ring and he pushed him away.
You also have to remember, like, at least he's not in a fucking Pope mobile anymore. Like, you know,
true.
there was a time. How long until JD Vance actually kills the Pope?
What do you mean, actually? He already did.
Yeah.
Again, I guess.
Going for a double kill. 2 in a row.
Right.
He is the Antichrist.
Write a book about it because it's so important to you, yet you give the Pope the finger every chance you get. And I'm not Catholic, but I think they like super worship the Pope. I mean, like, he's the guy. And JD Vance,
God.
like, I know
Okay.
more than him.
That says so much
obviously.
about all
like,
the things that
shut
she's saying
up.
and
Just
how
shut.
she's
Here's the
right,
deal.
but
Don't write a
slightly
book about it because you're opening your.
Because she doesn't know anything about Catholicism.
Yeah, but I'm going to be honest, the other lady staying in her fucking lane a little bit more, talking about her experience of how Protestants feel about Catholics in certain parts of the country is far more helpful, or like, I guess, more like realistic context to this discussion, because back in the early 1900s, when the Klan was having a resurgence, one of the things that they did was they started to like try and recruit through already existing institutions like religion. And as they had like their downfall in the late 20s, early 30s, and then like especially like in the mid 30s, they turned to Christian identity, which is a specific kind of religion, because enough Protestant religions like weren't fucking with them anymore. But for a while there, the whole like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant thing, the 100% Americanism, the like, oh yeah, you're white, but you're not 100% American because you're Irish. It's because you're Irish Catholic, you know, or because you're not the right kind of Protestant, because eventually, at least here in Indiana, they also had problems with German Lutherans specifically. But like Catholics, like they hated Catholics just as much as they hated Jews, because they wanted a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant country. And that that was why they that was why it was a big deal that Reagan was fucking Catholic, I think.
No.
Or not Reagan, what's his fucking name? I'm sorry, not
Kennedy.
Reagan. Kennedy, that was it. The Kennedy
That's
was
right,
fucking
Kennedy
Catholic.
was.
He was
It
Irish
was
Catholic.
like one of them was fucking Catholic.
Kill the
Like,
president.
it was a big deal. And like, well, and before we go through the whole like Supreme Court case thing later, keep in mind it's because they would argue Catholics are not actually loyal to the United States because God comes first, and in their minds, their church, they are beholden to Rome before they are beholden to the United States. That's the argument that these white supremacists would make. They literally bombed a Catholic university on Christmas Day in 1927 in Dayton, Ohio. And that's why they no longer have a very Catholic name, and they are just like Dayton University or something like that. Very boring name. Like, they literally changed their name after that to be like, we're not just for Catholics. There's a lot of Catholics here. Notre Dame went the opposite direction, was like, we are very fucking Catholic. Thank you.
Fucking Irish.
The fight in Irish is a whole nother story, because that was also based off of them literally fighting the Klan in the streets a couple years before the bombing.
I hope this is the fixed soundbite.
How did I get here?
Beautiful.
My point
I
is,
told you that one would come in
her
handy.
saying her little comment about how she was like, there are parts of this country where Protestants do not like Catholics. It's Klan shit, and people don't realize it. That's literally
The Klan is so
shit.
goofy too. Like, how does anybody look at that and not
I
be
love
like
Hitler.
But like, how do you like genuinely? Like, when I was in South Carolina,
I might have
found out
posted
that
it
they
to
were
my
still-
story. Let me see.
They
if
were
I have
still
this funny
doing
Klan thing.
like Klan shit in South Carolina until like pretty recently.
Oh,
and
they're still doing Klan shit there.
still doing it, yeah. And like,
Never stopped.
this was in 2019, and I think they'd just done something in like earlier that year or the year before,
Mhm.
as well as the Confederate, and it might have been tied to the Confederate flag coming down from the state capital.
That sounds right.
So I went there and learned about that. And I learned about how fucking gay the KKK is. And not even, like, the good kind of gay. Like,
not even the good
like, it's
gay.
fucking lame, dude. It's so lame.
However lame you think it is, I promise you, it's
It's
1,000 times lamer. Like, its entire like, I studied this for years. I know their history better than most current clan members do. I'm just saying, in their old marketing, because they paid a marketing firm, this like fucking loser who restarted the clan, right?
Second or third time?
The second time. Well, look, here's the thing. People say second or third. There was the first clan, and then the resurgence. The second one never stopped. It has
How do I
more.
find the shit that I liked on Instagram?
It has more, but it never went away.
What?
It should be likes and comments.
I would say that there's been like 4 or 5 eras of the second clan, if that makes sense.
Ah, okay.
Where it was a legal entity until like 1930 something.
Mm-hmm.
And then it fell apart as a legal entity. And it's actually really fascinating to read about their like financial problems, in the sense that they had a lot of capital in the name of the clan. They had campgrounds, they had meeting houses that they had bought outright. They owned a lot of things. So when they dissolved legally, there was a lot of who gets this shit. And so the legal battles over the clan shit in the like 30s, fascinating. But then they went, a lot of what they did is they went more like local and less official. And then they started doing the like, they would start, what are they called? There's one over by me, not saying that they're clan related, but like nature reserves.
Oh, you shared it too, Jack.
Here.
I just sent it to you in the DMs. Pull that up real quick.
All I'm saying is this shit never stopped, and they hate Catholics. That's why it's clan shit. That she doesn't even realize that she's like referring to clan shit, but she noticed it. It was there, and as a child who grew up Catholic, it was one of those things that I was not told about until I was being bullied by some Protestant kid who was saying some weird shit to me.
No, that's fair, honestly. Let's see if I can get my Instagram login first turn.
Yourself up to be the obvious fucking shapeshifter who gives a shit chameleon that anybody's ever seen. You just brought it to the table.
But this works in MAGA culture. Shape-shifting is something that they enjoy because they themselves shape-shift, and they themselves have all of this internalized problems about hellfire damnation and, a black and white worldview. But then there's this savior of theirs who's this radical empath. And so they themselves have to shapeshift on a personal level. So when their leaders do this, like Donald Trump or J.D. Vance, it sets up a permission structure, and it's familiar to them, living and basking in this style of hypocrisy.
I mean, you would still have to view it on Instagram.
Video of how his buddy
but I can
Pete
open it
Hegseth
on any other website
well
that I can
Pope
log into that isn't broken on the internet.
God
like you
who trains our hands
app.
for war and our fingers for battle. You who stirred the nations from the north against Babylon of old, making her land a desolation where none dwell. Behold now the wicked who rise against your justice and the peace of the righteous.
Right, I'll try to send it on
Snap
Twitter.
the rod of the oppressor, frustrate the wicked plans, and break the teeth of the ungodly. By the blast of your anger, let the evil perish. Let their bulls go down to slaughter, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Pour out your wrath upon those who...
Okay, we've heard enough. Let me just say that Pete Hegseth is in the throes of religious psychosis. What you're seeing play out here is a person that is spiraling in religious psychosis.
I know. This is how these ladies are.
Can we stop listening to these people and actually listen to what the Pope said, and then listen to what how the White House responded instead? Because they're annoying me now. Like they were kind of right, and now they're just getting weird about it.
I'm curious about this because it says voice of translator. It's the list. What do we think this is from? Who's the list?
Hmm?
I have no idea.
It's got 2 million subscribers. I bet it's Indian.
I don't know.
What is this?
I do know that I saw the same footage floating around on like 20 different channels. So maybe.
As we've been finding out over the past 24 hours, Pope Leo XIV has a lot in common with his beloved predecessor, the late Pope Francis. Turns out.
No, see if you can find his homily from Sunday. Or I don't know if it's like his public thing, because it was like a whole thing.
What is happening?
Enters its second month, Pope Leo has issued a blunt warning to world leaders. At Palm Sunday Mass in the Vatican, he said God rejects the prayers
actually
of
listen
those
to what he had to say.
who wage
No,
war.
find
It
a thing
comes
of
as
what
leaders
him
on
actually
all
Shut
sides
up!
of the Iran war
Shut the
are
fuck
invoking
up! I'm
religion
pulling
to
it up!
justify their actions in the Middle
Yeah,
East.
don't fucking yell at me like that, dude.
God rejects the prayers of those who
That's
wage
not fucking
war.
okay.
The message
You
of Pope
don't
Leo's
get to
Palm
fucking yell at
Sunday
me like
Mass
that.
was unusually forceful.
Fratelli,
brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of
John?
Peace, who rejects war,
I'm sorry. Was it
who
Palm
no one
Sunday?
can use to justify war.
può usare per giustificare la guerra.
He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood.
Le vostre mani grondano sangue.
Leaders on all sides.
Is this it? Palm Sunday?
That looks about right, but I'm not 100% sure. I saw shorter ones. Like, you don't even have to play like a longer version of it.
I found this one that's a short.
Probably. That looks about right. Click it.
Cristo, Re della pace.
Of course, it's
yep.
a short, so they're
Grida ancora
Or am I crazy?
dalla sua croce.
Oh, this is from earlier in it.
All my shit's fucking up. Oh my god.
Okay, look for the AP Press. And it is Palm Sunday message. It is from Palm Sunday. Theirs is like a minute long, and I believe that it has the whole little clip of him saying it.
This? Let's see if this is it.
Yes, that one. That one will do.
All'inizio della settimana santa siamo più che mai vicini con la preghiera ai cristiani del Medio Oriente che soffrono le conseguenze di un conflitto atroce e in molti casi non possono vivere pienamente i riti di questi giorni santi.
Nope, I fucked up.
Mistero della passione del Signore. Non possiamo dimenticare quanti oggi partecipano in modo reale alla sua sofferenza. La loro prova interpella la coscienza di tutti. Eleviamo la nostra supplica al Principe della Pace affinché sostenga i popoli feriti dalla
And this is the
guerra
part everyone's
e
quoting.
apra cammini concreti di riconciliazione e di pace. Questo è il nostro Dio, Gesù, Re della pace, un Dio che rifiuta la guerra, che nessuno può usare per giustificare la guerra, che non ascolta la preghiera di chi fa la guerra.
He literally told JD Vance and all other warmongers, nope, I'm the Pope who speaks directly to God. God doesn't even listen to your prayers, and he outright fucking rejects them. And he said this a day or two on fucking Palm Sunday when Catholics start tuning in for like until Easter, right? Because there's a lot of like Easter and Christmas Catholics, right? And he said this on Palm Sunday right after Iran said, we will not fucking negotiate with anyone but JD Vance. And JD Vance converted to his religion because 20% of American voters are Catholic. And they need the Catholic vote to keep doing what they're doing, even though they have, like, the right has a history of hating, like the Protestant right has a history of hating the Catholics because that institution is, love it or hate it, fairly fucking rigid and hard to shake. And they can't infiltrate it and co-opt it as easily as they can Protestant religions.
Well, that's why I said. That's why I say one of the benefits of Catholicism is that it actually has a leader.
Yeah, like I don't like. I'm not gonna say like, oh, I fucking love Catholics. I'm not Catholic anymore.
No, I just think that it's
also
one of the better churches.
Yeah, but if you're gonna join a fucking religion, pick one where there's at least, like, even if they don't always hold themselves accountable, some kind of chain of command that some wacko can't just come in off the street and fucking take hold of. And there's also a bit of like thing, like to an extent, like, you know, we don't really talk about this. To an extent, those bishops hold the Pope like accountable, right? Like, I know we don't talk about that. He's supposed to be infallible, but that does happen. And he also does, like, you know, pull people in line when he needs to. And so he is coming out in very stark contrast to the Hegseth, this is a holy war thing, and going, nah, that's not what us Catholics believe. Right,
and this
Vance?
is why I keep saying that they are waging a holy war.
They are waging a whole,
broke again.
And you know
They're
what?
trying.
I think we need to bring back that schism between Catholics and Protestants, because fuck it, I guess it existed for a reason. Do not follow them into a holy war.
Well, talking about the Pope.
Do not follow them into a holy war. Do not let JD Vance convert to this religion and then 7 years later speak for it.
This is the Pope to JD Vance.
It's over the Pope.
Wait! Oh my god, what is happening? Why is it echoing?
It's not echoing.
It's not.
Oh, it's echoing for me. My bad.
Yeah, you just
I'll have to
doofus.
deal
He
with it.
got you. See, this is why religion sucks. Infinite energy, and the Pope uses it to levitate like Chris Angel.
The Pope to JD Vance.
Well, and honestly, there's been a lot of damage done for people who don't go to church regularly that call themselves Catholics, who listen to the news and hear things like Fox News constantly being like, oh, maybe the Pope should be replaced or something. My dad used to say that shit sometimes.
They
and he did
advocated
do it.
for this guy to be Pope too, thinking that he would be our guy.
He's from Chicago.
Okay, this is a great video.
The Pope is?
Yeah, he's American, yeah.
He's American.
I knew
We
he
have
was
an American
American.
Pope. Yeah, American
know he was
Pope
from
now,
Chicago.
bitch. So now the American fucking Pope the American Pope that's has Latin American roots, right? Came out to be like, nah, fuck you, bitch, to JD Vance. And that matters, guys. Like, I know
it does.
it doesn't matter to you, and I know that it doesn't stop JD Vance or matter to him deep down, but the Pope is coming out to be like, not in my fucking church.
Yeah.
In my
And
fucking church, we
especially-
reject war. This is not a
Especially
holy
coming
war.
out against using the church's name or using God's name to wage a war
get their dick ripped
against Islam. Of all things. The
Look,
Pope is coming out and saying,
there's-
don't
there's
use
two-
our name to
There's two
fight
things you
fucking
need to keep
Islam.
religion out of, and that's your state and your fucking wars.
Yep, couldn't agree more. And I think
And
I
your
said
church.
this. I think I said
your
this
church.
last stream. I think I said this is like there should be absolutely zero conflation of religion and state. Zero,
Well,
because
and then-
this is fucking
and
why.
then the White
We have a
House
Christian,
responded
a
to this.
Jewish, and an Islamic theocratic state all fighting each other right now, and we're all getting fucked for it.
And the Protestants believe that this means that they're fulfilling a prophecy, which
The
is
apocalypse,
insane.
yep.
Which is insane, which is why the Pope is speaking up and being like, hey, just to remind you, even if you're hearing the conspiracy stuff on the TV, we don't believe that. We do not believe that in this house. He's what's the word? We're gentle parenting them. Just to remind you, God does not answer the prayers of warmongers.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't. He just doesn't even listen to them,
Well,
guys.
Pete Hegseth specifically did a war prayer too.
I know that's why.
That's why I was looking at that
he's
earlier.
He's responding to Hegseth as a Catholic. Is responsible becoming solely responsible for these negotiations. So that reflects on him and his church, and so he's coming out very gently, being like, "Fucking no!" And he's American Pope, so he can do that.
Yeah. I kind of hope he comes out a bit more forcefully.
Okay, now I would like. Can we watch Monday's press conference?
One second.
With Levitt.
We'll get there. It's
Okay.
on. I already have it pulled
she
up.
responds to the Pope.
Yeah, it's pulled up. Hang on.
Okay.
Tom,
But the
imagine you wanted to join the Ku Klux Klan. Imagine I was recruiting you. You would have to pay me a $10 fee, and that would be called a Kleck token.
A Kleck token, right?
So you would pay me your Kleck token, and of your Kleck token, I would keep $4 out of the 10. I would give $1 to the King Kleagle, and I would give 50 cents to the Grand Goblin.
Right.
And of the rest of the money, William Simmons, the owner, gets $2, and Clark and Mrs. Tyler get $2.50.
Wait, pause it.
So
Pause
basically,
it.
you have just joined
Instagram.
A pyramid scheme.
I
Never
can
mind.
pause it.
Mrs. Tyler was the brains behind all of that.
Really?
And girl bossed the Klan into its second era. Because she was actually very good at marketing, and so what they did is he went
multi-level marketing,
and he's saying $2. This is later. I need you to know that this was later. Initially, they told the marketing company because he needed to get it off the ground and couldn't get anyone to join, because this was during the time, instead of Facebook groups, they had gentlemen's clubs and ladies' luncheons and book clubs and sewing circles and outing societies and fraternal associations of all sorts, and you would join a couple of them and go hang out with your friends and do the things you like to do, or talk about the things that are happening, or do shady backroom dealings, whatever your shit was, with your friends in these societal groups. And the guy who started the Klan had been kicked out of like 8 or 9 of them. Like, he was not wanted in any of the ones that existed, so he restarted one and then went to this marketing company that also marketed for the Red Cross, by the way. She sent people out to taverns where people are drunk after work and asked them, like, so who do you not like? And got answers. And like in Indiana, there were not enough black people here for the answer to be black people. So Catholics and Jews were the answer here. So they would target their campaigns to the area. Just so you know. And at the beginning, I think they got something more like $7 or something like that. They also got a cut of the Klan robes for the first like 5 years too, because they had to buy like very expensive robes. It was an MLM, and they paid this
wait
company and
you're
that
getting
woman.
ahead of the video now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They
It's a
literally
pyramid scheme. Yeah. So once you've joined, you could go to James Holland.
They literally just said
and
it's
you
a
could
pyramid
recruit
scheme.
him and get to recruit his friends, and you would keep 40% of his Kleck token.
I'd be a winner.
So now you've joined, and you are a member of the Klavan, and you are at the foot of the great ladder of Clancraft. And if you advance through the ranks, you can go from being a Klansman to a Knight Camellia to a Knight of the Great Forest, and then you can rise to become maybe a Knight of the Midnight Mystery.
And
Who
the
wouldn't
white
want that?
camellias with the women.
The head of the Klavan is the Exalted Cyclops, and above him are the officers of the Invisible Empire. And there's the Imperial Wizard at the top. And then below him are the
Pause
three
it,
great
pause it.
Clalifs.
As funny as this sounds, One of the things that was actually quite interesting to go through in the WikiLeaks stuff from like 2009, like forever ago, was both Aryan nations and another like couple white supremacist groups. All of their emails got leaked, and like there were they like. They have what they call like they have like internal investigation like people that were like emailing each other about stuff and things. Like they really do, like they are trying to create their own society. Like people don't like they also don't use the year 2026 in a bunch of clans. Like some of them have their own years. So like if you're reading clan documents, you also have to like then do research and be like, which year did they start at? One.
That reminds me. Annette released a new video about how we're using the wrong calendar. You think that has something to do with this?
Oh God.
Wait, did she really?
It might
no
not
fucking
be. I
way.
mean, yes, in the I don't know what I mean. Maybe not specifically the clan one, but it is normal for extremist groups that like as they to be like, well, why do we even use this numbering system? Because at this point, it would be after 2,000 years, it would be very inconvenient to redo this. Okay, so we're gonna just pretend that BC doesn't mean before Christ anymore. Okay, guys, we're gonna give it a different name. And just pretend like everyone else has just kind of accepted that, like, okay, this is the calendar we're fucking using. But also, like, it is normal for like small groups to like tell time or mark time differently than normal in a way that like makes it weird to leave and also makes it feel esoteric and like you're part of something special because you understand something that the average layman looking at it would be like, what do you mean this came from year 732? Like this was written 3 years ago, you know? Like it's weird stuff that like it's an in-group thing. I don't know how to put it other than it's just like time zones. Like China, everyone's on one time, and here we have different times. And like the way that you tell time and mark time matters. And that's why standardizing time was actually a huge fucking feat. And it's weird. It's fucking weird that they are defunding the atomic goddamn clock that keeps all of our phones fucking functioning at the right time. We already have clocks that run on time, guys.
Don't you remember Y2K?
Well, I thought the Nazis loved clocks that run on time. Sorry, we got really off topic. But
so
yeah,
apparently
they're weird and they have their own internal agencies and things, and they have weird names for all of them.
Apparently AD has also been scrapped for CE, which just means current era.
Yes. Yep. Because
I like this better.
Because they were Christ related and people were like, yeah, we're not redoing our calendars and convincing everyone to like, after we convinced most of the world to be on this calendar, because there are parts of the world that technically are not.
Yeah,
and or
Islam uses a different calendar.
Yeah, and or still celebrate
China.
Yeah, right. Like, but for business, for now.
Turkmenistan.
For now, we use this calendar. I'm just saying... the way that people tell time matters. So probably, who knows?
Can we look up the Turkmenistan calendar?
I mean, look, it says AD stands for Anno Domini, which means in the year of the Lord. I vote for keeping this changed.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's like
I learned this in Catholic school.
Yep. Oh well. It's
okay. Let's finish this video real quick.
Do you just want an image of the Turkmenistan calendar?
It does really make you think when you start thinking about it. If you were to choose a time to start counting the years to have us all go by, when do you choose if we reject this one? Especially if you're doing it for secular reasons.
Let's find out what Annette thinks. We'll see what
Are you just talking about how they renamed the days?
Yeah.
They also do that. Look, they do it, different cults and different like extremist groups and different like nations that are insular do this in different ways. I'm pretty sure that North Korea also has its own like calendar and shit too, but I can't remember for sure.
First day, Youth Day, Favorable Day, Justice Day,
what
Mother
are we talking
Day,
about?
Spirit Day, Rest Day.
What are we talking
Turkmenistan.
about? Oh.
Look at the months as well.
The months are... January is Turkmenbassy.
But
February is Baydak, which is the flag. March is Nowruz, which is
if
obviously
you've
we know what
never
that is.
left and you leave and you're like, oh, you mean it's rest day? And people are like, what's rest day? Or like whatever the day, you know what I mean? Like you're like, wait, what? Like it is weird if you grow up away and
Holy
then
shit.
no one else lives that way, if that makes sense.
Bro,
And no, and especially if you don't
literally,
know.
bro literally named a month after his mum.
It's also, here's the other
That's
thing.
awesome.
There's nothing wrong with like inherently there's nothing wrong with different places in the world having different ways of like recording time or whatever, but also
Turkmenistan.
The biggest problem with it is when they try and market it as the best way, you know. I don't know.
Turkmenistan is the best way.
This is an insane country.
It is is that the one where you can only have white cars?
Yeah, stuff
Probably.
like that. Weird laws where all the statues and monuments are white, and they're obsessed with getting Guinness World Records.
Yes. Oh, fucking weird ass place, dude.
Super totalitarian too.
Yeah.
Well, you just
Not in a good
you
way,
just-
like weird ass place in a bad
You
way.
just have a Western-centric worldview and think dictator is a bad word.
Yeah, I
You
just
don't
hate rest
understand.
day.
I don't
hate
know.
Rest day. I, like
I don't know
grind.
how many people are pulling for Gorbin Guli Brickmadadov, and he's also dead. I don't know what the new guy is.
Oh, there's a new guy?
Yeah, it's his son.
Oh, well, probably not much better. I'm gonna be real. Look, their sons are always crazier. I'm telling you.
I don't know. Like Gorbin Guli Brickmadadov is like one of the funniest, insane dictators there was. Like even Kim Jong Il couldn't fucking hold a flame to him,
No, he was weird. You're right.
Okay.
and he
I
made
didn't know
funny
he died.
videos.
Yes, it looks like it was his son that succeeded him.
Yeah, what's his name?
Serdar.
Brickmadadov, or however
Yeah.
it's pronounced.
Sure. However, that's said. Yeah, sure. But yes, it looks like he's the son. It looks like he's already been succeeded by somebody.
Oh, there's already a third guy now, huh?
Let me see.
Shit.
The name is not linked.
We don't even know who it is.
Let's finish this video on the clan real quick. We'll figure
yeah.
Turkmenistan out later.
I don't know.
Just play the clan video so we can go back to the Pope.
Then there's the great Clabby. There's the great Grap. There's the great the great Clud. And the great Nighthawk.
They are having a laugh.
Man,
You know, if you
that's
keep going every
amazing.
month, you'll.
The son served 2 years of service and was a general. Amazing.
You think
Incredible service.
What about Frou Frou? Air Marshal
the-
Frou Frou.
The fuck is that?
Just Google search Air Marshal Frou Frou.
We're going to be able to go to the Clonverse.
Dog.
And when you want to initiate a new member,
It's a different
you will
guy
have a
who did this.
conversation.
It had a little uniform and everything.
Oh, it's the Thai one. Yes, I have seen this.
You think that's
So,
better?
Tom, imagine you wanted.
Okay.
You think that Air Marshal Frou Frou is better or worse than putting Erica Kirk on the Air Force Academy?
The dog is better. Okay. So yeah, the clan is moronic. LARPing
So upset.
nerds.
The Pope, would you believe? Yes, the Pope is now targeting warmongers, claiming that they have blood on their hands. And he's upset religious and non-religious folk around the world. So as you can imagine, guess who he's talking to? The Trump administration, but particularly the Secretary of War,
Wrong.
Pete Hegseth. Now, the Pope didn't name names, but he's gone and given a
Well, you
Palm
have
Sunday
to
Mass
give them
at
the benefit
Vatican.
of the doubt.
And,
This
I'll
is
bring up what he
a
said.
Murdoch
He said,
mouthpiece.
He was talking
"This is our
to
God,
bands.
Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom
And,
no
well, he
one
was actually
can use
talking
to
to
justify
Catholics,
war.
but, you
He
know.
does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, went on to say, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood. Now, those comments come a couple of days after Pete Hegseth prayed for violence against enemies, saying that they deserved no mercy. This is what he said.
So I'll close with scripture, drawing strength from Psalm 144. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. He is my loving God and my fortress.
That's some Protestant bullshit.
My stronghold and my deliverer.
You think
my shield.
Joshua Graham quoted this shit?
I take refuge.
A few points I'll make on this. Firstly, I'm not a person of faith. However, I think that Pope Leo's comments were quite offensive.
Nobody cares.
In my view, I'm sure that James can possibly expand on this a lot better than I can.
Did anybody ask for the Murdoch press's opinion on the Pope's statements? Shut the fuck up.
Well, I believe that God listens to all prayers, so I completely reject that notion that he's
I
not.
don't care.
Because doesn't that just go against what the Bible
Who the
says?
fuck are you?
And using Christianity to
This is why I'm
justify
like,
a point
just
like
move
that,
on to
I think
Levitt's
is
thing
wrong.
where she
Secondly,
eventually.
the
she's in here too, don't worry.
No, I mean, I want to watch the full 30 minutes of her press conference because she was asked a lot of good questions, not just about the Pope. The Pope was just one that, like, she almost couldn't help but answer and answered it in the funniest fucking way. It was a non-answer.
We're never going to get through a 30-minute
They were protesting for their freedom and they were murdered ruthlessly by this regime. I'm yet to hear the Pope be other than really a sympathiser for this Islamic regime.
You dumb fuck.
Pope Francis, he was obsessed with being woke. He was obsessed with adding.
Oh, look, and there we go. Dismiss everything these fucking idiots are saying.
They just said the Pope was woke.
Woke
That's
Pope.
fucking awesome.
Woke American Pope. Woke American Pope.
The sympathizers of the Islamic regime. Okay. Are we just, like, using the bodies of Iranians to justify imperialist war?
If you don't
Fuck
love
you.
war, if you don't love war, you're a terrorist.
And you're woke.
And you're woke. You're a woke terrorist.
Of course. Those notoriously
Yeah,
woke
if
terrorists.
you don't believe that God wants this war, you're a woke terrorist, even if you're the Pope.
Yeah, didn't you hear? He used the Bible to justify the war.
Sorry, my mistake. Murdoch Press is the voice of Donald Trump.
I mean,
so
you
we
heard
must
Pete
respect
Hegseth. He was like, slay the idolaters wherever you find them.
Ah, yes.
Wait,
where's the Shahada?
Wait. That was Osama, sorry.
Sorry.
Wrong guy quoting scripture.
Did you... I think that Levitt's... I don't know. I think it's worth watching all of Levitt's thing and not just her thing about...
We just will never get through it. We'll continually have to pause.
I just wonder, is this another Pope Francis 2.0?
Yeah, well, the Pope is cherry-picking a little
Is
bit
he?
from the Bible. The passage he quotes is God talking to Israel, where God
Who the
tells
fuck are
Israel,
you?
even though you make many prayers, I won't listen. You've got blood on your hands.
They
He's
literally
talking to them
started
about
a
the fact they're
fucking
doing a whole lot
war.
of things that they ought not to be
Israel is
doing.
committing
In other
genocide.
parts of the Bible, God
America is
instructs
giving them
Israel
the
on how to
weapons
make
to do
war
so.
and where to go to war. So Babylon B made the
Babylon B?
Babylon
The satirical fucking news site?
familiar with the Christian faith.
Who is it? Wait, who is this talking?
If God doesn't listen
is
to
this
people,
The
from?
Murdoch Press in
how can he
Australia.
listen
This is
to
Sky
David,
News.
Oh,
to
God.
Moses, to Gideon.
Notice
and
how it
on and
says
on,
real
listed all
news?
the people in the Bible who God had helped to win
Yeah, it's how you know it's
wars.
real.
Solomon, the king of Israel, said there's a time for peace and there's a time for war. The Pope forgot
Stop
that
using
part. And I'll give
scripture
you
to
one more Bible
justify
verse
fucking
so it'll help
bloodshed,
out,
you
Tanika.
fucking
The Apostle Paul
psychopath.
said that God gives the sword to governments.
Put the sword
so
in
that they can
yourself.
administer
The
justice.
covenant, the sword,
Whoa,
and the
whoa,
arm of
now
the
we're
Lord.
doing sword verses, huh?
How long until he quotes
Really
the
is
famous
ISIS.
covenant, sword, and arm of the Lord thing that white supremacists used to create that compound that was involved in the bombing, the one of the federal building? How long?
I don't know.
I don't know. All I'm saying is Protestants that want to talk about war always eventually go back to that. They are the covenant, the sword, and the arm of the Lord themselves, and they must carry out his swift justice. Look, the CSA were the CSA, the covenant, sword, and arm of the Lord people were the original people mad about the gays and the rainbow because they had a rainbow on their patches, and they legitimately thought gays stole it.
That's so funny.
punish wrongdoers. So for the Pope to say that there's no Christian argument for war at any time or under any circumstances is only possible if you're going to cherry pick certain verses and leave the others out.
What do you think the
Bro?
fucking Protestants are doing,
So,
you dumb
so
cunt?
before Jesus is
Oh, no, we found the
crucified,
problem with the
Peter
Bible.
cuts the ear off an imperial soldier
Yep.
to try and defend Jesus, and Jesus grabs him and goes, "Stop it."
Doesn't he heal
Get
his
some help.
ear? doesn't he also put the ear back on the guy?
I'm not sure about that, but he literally said, "What are we doing here?" Like, I don't think you're familiar with Jesus.
I think you might be cherry picking. Turns out.
No way. The people justifying
I agree
fascist
with you.
war?
The Pope is
Cherry
speaking
picking?
from
Not
Never.
Christians cherry picking
Not
from the
from
Bible. How dare?
He said the Pope is speaking from his woke perspective.
Woke American Pope.
I agree with you. The Pope is speaking from his woke perspective, not from his role as head of the church, whose job is to expound.
They're still mad about when the last Pope said that trans people can go to heaven.
Yep.
And they're allowed to be
They're
Catholic
still so mad.
without being
Okay,
harassed.
who's ready for some comedy? We're not gonna sit through this whole thing.
Why is he so
Thank
short?
you so much. Oh, so they got a new woman on The View. Have you heard? Join the cast. How are you? Thank you so much for being out here. Appreciate it. Well, I'll tell you, something happened when I was able to get lunch. I just got off the plane from Europe, and we went out
It's
to
so
a place
relatable.
here in town in Dallas, and the waiter was a little nervous. And I said to him, and he's a Mexican guy. And I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "Mr. Snyder, I'm just a little nervous because I am not here legally. And I'm afraid that ICE is going to
Yeah,
take
this
me
never happened.
back to Mexico."
Yeah, it's comedy.
And I felt like, wow, that's awful. Because these are the people that we want in this country. People
Servants.
are working really hard. Then he completely screwed up my lunch and was like, "Get this guy." You can't screw up lunch. That's the
Haha,
most
get it?
important
Rendering
thing.
services, then calling ICE on them? That definitely doesn't happen at all.
My favorite,
Why are we watching this?
my favorite
Just-
thing, my favorite comedy now is Instagram.
Just to show you what's,
guys crying.
because the left
You seen
can't
that?
meme.
They're not even laughing.
No,
I know, right?
Look at this guy in the front with his arms crossed.
She's not here legally, please. Her name is Maria Reyes Gonzalez. She lives at 311 Nelson Avenue. She's 4'11", 293 pounds. She's there right now. I'll help you pack her shit. So,
Fascism.
I will
Yeah,
say,
this isn't funny.
I do not believe that Somalia is sending us their best.
Oh, no.
You mean the
We're not
majority
getting
permanent
engineers,
Somalian
doctors,
citizens?
Lawyers, if they have any in Somalia, we're not
Very
getting
cool.
any. He seems to be getting the not very good ones.
See, it's funny. All of this stuff
Pirates, I know.
can be
And
jokes,
Who wants their babies babysat by?
but there's no
Somalian
comedy
people? I mean,
being
didn't
attempted
anybody
here.
see
This
Captain
is
Phillips
lazy.
With Tom Hanks, they're pirates. A lot, not saying all, most, not saying all. But
Haha.
it
Wow.
just goes to show
The right sure is bringing back comedy, huh?
Yeah.
We're making free speech legal, baby.
Jesus Christ.
Make comedy.
Look at his
legal
fucking
again.
suit. Why is he
It's
wearing
awful.
a suit made out of the material that the woman in fucking Sleeping Beauty has?
I mean, I like the suit. It's the hat that I have a problem with.
It's too small for his head.
No, I'm just asking why. Like, I don't understand why. Why? It's just a weird choice
is a
for him
weird
to
suit.
make. I like, especially when you're doing like a political thing where your political party has a color.
Yeah. Although Trump does wear blue tie every now and again, which is
But no,
funny.
I've seen that exact same fabric be used for ball gowns that are meant to be like a representation of that. No, pink, blue, like the thing where they're like, no, make it pink, no, make it blue.
Yeah.
Right? That's
Purple.
weird.
Okay, so
It is weird.
while I was doing some research today, I noticed something, and I just want to look at it for just a second, but it seems like Brett Cooper might be like going against the grain and kind of like not falling in line with the rest of the political pundits. So I wanted to look to see how she's doing.
I wonder how Fox News covered the Pope stuff. Did they also call him insane?
They probably didn't.
Because Levitt did not directly address what the Pope said. I also like the way that she responded was funny.
So guys,
but
I
also,
thought
like,
that the most
very
pathetic thing
press trained because she knows. I don't know. I think that she's smart enough to know about the potential loss of votes if she starts like directly attacking the Pope. So she deflected as hard as she could without directly addressing his comment. I don't know. It was kind of funny though.
Okay, I just want to see.
What show
I don't want to
bankrolls
watch
is
this.
this
I just
girl
want
now?
to see if she's like breaking from this norm.
Okay.
Come on, go.
What happened to a
I saw on
big
social
break
media
of
this
Snow
weekend
White?
was the Barbie Dream Fest that took place in Florida, or maybe I should say attempted to take place, like failed utterly. And then
That was funny.
I saw photos of CPAC. And suddenly, Barbie Dream
Trump
Fest
didn't go
did
to
not
CPAC
look
this year.
so pathetic. And shocker, and maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I don't really think that the podcast wars did this. Now, before we dive into today's story, I actually want to ask you guys a
Ad?
question. What do you think MAGA stands for these days? Like, I'm interested in reading your comments. Like, do you still identify with MAGA? Do you think it still represents the same thing that it did in 2016, 2020, or
Man,
even
people are real
2024?
upset
This
about
is a
him
debate that
fucking
I've been
kids,
seeing in
huh?
comment sections on X. It's something Alex and I have been
Did you
talking
What do
about
you
a
mean?
lot.
They're not
And I think it's
talking
really
about it.
relevant to what we are
Wait,
discussing
so,
today.
okay.
And I'm
Did you
genuinely just
see-
interested
did you see
in where you
at
guys
CPAC
stand. So we're gonna do
when what's his name got up there and was like, so what? Do you guys want to see impeachment? And the answer was
And they
supposed to be
cheered.
no, and they all
Yeah.
fucking cheered.
And they're like, no, that's not the right answer.
And then
They're
they asked
panicking.
again, and they still cheered.
Some people towed the line, but most people
Yeah,
just
but
kept cheering.
I'll chalk that up to them being confused,
Sure.
not thinking. Because it's like, you guys want to see? It's like the crowd is so dumb that they're gonna clap.
Oh, they're fucking stupid. Are they that dumb? Or
Yeah, they're that dumb.
I'm just chalking it up to not realizing
I mean,
he was
I guess
doing
they
like
are at
a.
CPAC.
Think about this, right?
Well, he said no, that's not the right answer, and then he cheered again though.
Only the most sycophantic will turn up to political rallies. Imagine the type
Yeah.
that turn up to fucking CPAC.
Yeah, you're right. Especially after CPAC the last few years.
Especially after they had that Nazi rune as a stage.
Yeah.
Stage.
Yep.
Very cool. Maybe they'll go even
I
harder
remember.
this time and they'll just have SS bolts as the stage.
I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't tune into CPAC like a bunch of people didn't when they found out that Trump wasn't gonna be there because too many other things were happening.
Yeah. That's fair.
to have Serena Williams winning like this girl boss feminism award. Angel Reese was supposed to be there. They were going to have inspiring panels on girlhood and womanhood, glam bars and photo shoots and fashion shows. They were even going to have yoga and disco and a
What? They
marketplace
got Willy
and all of these
Wonka.
things. It was for moms, daughters,
They got
sisters, babies, everyone. It
fire-fested.
was just a place to celebrate Barbie
What the
and
fuck
womanhood.
is with
But
this
when the guests
ADHD
arrived,
editing?
this is what they got instead. A 20 by 20 cutout of turf that they
This is
probably
some
bought
TikTok
on
editing.
Firefest and the
What
Willie's
is-
chocolate experience. Like
Her video.
I had to ask
Oh,
myself that same question. Like obviously I
yeah,
knew that
I
there was
listening.
a conservative event called CPAC. I've like watched people's speeches there before. I knew that it happened, but I didn't actually know what it was. And I didn't realize that until a couple of days ago. Vanity
She
Fair
just
reached out to me
found out
last
that
week.
it's Nazis?
They said, you know, we're doing this article
Hilarious.
on Gen Z and CPAC, the modern conservative movement. We're sending reporters there. You know, could you give us your thoughts on the event? And I literally read that
What's
email and I was
CPAC?
like, huh? I genuinely didn't know how to respond, which they actually printed. Just listen
That's
to this,
funny.
I was cracking up. I didn't think that they would actually use
I'd
this in the
print that
article.
too.
But they said Brett Cooper, a 24-year-old conservative commentator with a YouTube show consisting of over 1.6 million subscribers, woo-woo, has recently been notably vocal about the war in Iran, particularly in what she sees as the lack of transparency in the administration's messaging. Very true. When asked why she didn't attend the conference this year, she said, ironically, I have no comment because I literally don't even know what CPAC is.
Because it is
and that
fringe
is
as
how I
fuck.
responded. And I was like, yeah, you're welcome to print that, but I have nothing to say. I have no context on what it was before, what it is now. I don't even know. Like, am I a bad conservative? Am I a bad conservative commentator?
No.
Like, the only joy that I get out of the...
Well, maybe. I don't know about you, but like, not knowing about CPAC is not like a bad thing.
Before I go here,
Wait, we're not going to see where she goes with the
Hang on.
CPAC thing?
I just wanted to see if she was breaking, how far she was breaking from the
Whoa,
conservative
whoa.
movement.
But does she go on to say, like, but then I looked into it and here's my thoughts? Or was that it? Was that her whole thought on it?
I mean, I can go back to it.
I'm
There's just a
legitimately
lot to
curious
cover.
what if she, because she was asking a question, am I a bad conservative? And I feel like she's about to answer it. And I wonder if her answers no, they're bad conservatives, or like, you know, I'm legitimately curious.
Asked why she didn't attend the conference this year. She said, ironically, I have no comment because I literally don't even know what CPAC is. And that is how I responded. And I was like, yeah, you're welcome to print that, but I have nothing to say. I have no context on what it was before, what it is now. I don't even know. Like, am I a bad conservative? Am I a bad conservative commentator? Like, the only joy that I get out of these types of events these days is looking at the grinder surge in the area after the events take place to get a good laugh. But like this time, there weren't even enough people there to have a grinder surge. Anyway, moving on from that, just had to throw that in there. Like I said, I knew that CPAC was some big event, conference. I have never attended. I don't think I've ever been invited. I'm not sure. I don't remember if I have. And literally, guys, my only experience with CPAC in any capacity whatsoever is that 4 years ago, one of my best friends, one of my bridesmaids.
Okay. So if you said CPAC is relatively fringe.
Yeah, it's for extremists.
Yep. What if I told you Pauline Hanson went to CPAC on Gina Reinhardt's jet?
This year?
In previous years.
Here's the problem. 10 years ago, no one knew what CPAC was because it was so fringe, and they've become less fringe. But this is good. The kids, not the conservative kids who get their conservative shit from TikTok instead of, you know, from real life, like organizations like CPAC used to be pulling in people for, like, they're not pulling in the kids. You know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway.
Well, I mean, that's why their main event was Rob Schneider's comedy there.
Oh, that's fucking insane. Oh, that was at CPAC. I didn't realize that was CPAC.
Yeah, that's why I pulled it up.
Oh my god. Oh, gross. Oh, that makes it even worse.
She attended CPAC. She went to network for her job. She ended up having her drink spiked and woke up outside of her hotel. Like, in the grass, outside of her hotel. Like, it is a true story. Horrifying story. But yeah, I never went. I definitely did not go after that was her experience because, again, horrifying. And then on top of that, until this weekend, I did not know what the acronym stood for. I did not know that it was put on by a super PAC. Like, genuinely, I was living in the dark. And based on the rest of that article from Vanity Fair, based on the response online from my generation about what they saw at CPAC or did not see because they chose not to go, I do not think I am alone.
It's even better than I thought.
Good.
All right.
Okay. That's why I was like, please go back. Please go back, John. I think she's about to find out how shitty CPAC actually is by Googling it.
Okay, this is fucking awesome.
But also the way that she said, I don't remember if I was invited.
So
I am betting you she just didn't respond because she didn't know what it was. But I bet you she was invited.
So this article was published on the 30th of December. Pauline Hanson traveled to US on Gina Reinhardt's private jet to attend CPAC. Okay? In October last year. She went with her chief of staff, who I quickly Googled, and on his Wikipedia, It says this. In March 2019, it was revealed that Ashby had been secretly captured on video with Steve Dixon courting the NRA, seeking funds for Pauline Hanson's One Nation with the promise to weaken Australians' gun laws if they gain the balance of power in Australian Parliament. Al Jazeera conducted a 3-year-long operation to uncover this activity by having a person called Roger Muller pose as a head of a fake gun lobby group, Gun Rights Australia, then having Muller record meetings he attended with Ashby and Queensland's state leader of Pauline Hanson's One Nation, Steve Dixon, where strategies to seek support from the NRA and at least one of their large corporate benefactors were discussed. The footage from these meetings were used to produce an episode of Al Jazeera English titled How to Sell a Massacre. That's a great title. As of 26th of March 2019, Al Jazeera said Part 2 would be released shortly. Pauline Hanson and One Nation were criticized for seeking funding from overseas due to support the party had been given to banning foreign donations to Australian political parties. We love fucking American foreign agent government party in this fucking country. That's awesome. And flying on fucking billionaire jets to go to fringe conservative fucking political conferences and staying at a fucking Palm Beach mansion. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This is textbook corruption.
Yep.
And people want to tell me that she's different? That is fucking awesome.
People are dumb enough they'll believe you.
That is just fucking awesome. Like, I should note this down so I can clip this later. Because that is...
You're like, I need to...
That is fucking fantastic.
In this feeling. But I do have to be fair and say that I don't think anyone was as alone as the people actually attending CPAC because, my friends, it was so dead. Just take a look at these videos here.
Ah, that is funny.
These are the people that work hard every day that come home.
So Trump really did. All the crowds in.
I mean, like, half of the chairs are empty. Here's another one.
Extremist political shit. Also, wait, I also want to say that this is a reminder that the people who spout
your
their
previous,
extremist rhetoric
job
might
and
not be aware of exactly
personal
where
last
it
name.
originated.
Yeah.
Like, because
Media
that girl we were just watching is a conservative commentator, right? I'm sure she has
Yeah,
said
she used to
some-
work for Daily Wire.
Yeah, I'm sure she has said
They
some
hired
heinous
her to
bullshit.
get the Gen Z kids involved.
Yeah, I'm sure that she has said some heinous bullshit and nonsense before. But that doesn't mean that she understands.
As far as like the Daily Wire people, like there's a reason why she left. I mean, like
That's
you look
fair.
at the rest of them and how abhorrent. Like Ben Shapiro is now the best out of them when it comes to
that's
like
insane.
the comments that he makes. You know,
Yeah. But,
every
like,
now and then she would have okay takes.
I guess my point is she was probably there, like, because she was even younger when she was there, parroting things that she heard or thought that, you know, sounded good to her, like, even younger brain. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it sounds like she has, over time, figured out that some of that stuff was nonsense. It doesn't mean that she's, like, I don't know, a good person with all good views. But, like, there are a lot of conservatives that are finding out, like, oh, yeah, no, the extremism got into mainstream. And, like, I don't know. They still have some extremism in their views. They just don't realize where it came from because the extremism at CPAC got so mainstream that they just think it's normal to believe these things, when in reality, this conference that she's criticizing is probably, like, responsible for normalizing some of the beliefs that she herself holds.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what I was trying to get at. Like, I don't think that she's necessarily aware that she's criticizing the place that, like, her most extreme beliefs came from.
I just know that there's, like, some of the worst people were at Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Still are.
Please.
Well, sure. It's Greg.
Boo!
Previous job was Chief Patrol Agent, U.S. Border Patrol.
And how long were you working there at ICE?
Approximately 30
Oh my
years.
God, that's hilarious.
All right, thank you so much for talking with us.
Did
I
you see he
appreciate it.
get he
The way he got
crouched
down
down
on
to
his
get at the
level.
same height?
And he did it right at the end when he knew that he didn't.
All right, so that was my interview with Greg Bavino.
Is this the Good Liars?
Yeah.
Great.
Wolf of America. Oh my God.
What the
Kinda
fuck
commie.
is this place?
We are here at CPAC in Dallas, Texas, the biggest conservative gathering.
Is that meant to be the
of
Alamo?
year. It's hell. And we're going to walk around hell today and see what people have to say about Donald Trump and everything else going on right now. How would you rate Donald Trump's?
What am I doing here in the middle of the ocean surrounded by frozen corpse?
Job thus far?
I still
I'll
haven't
give him
watched
a
the elephant thing
9
yet.
out of
10.
10?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So it's not a perfect 10.
Not
What-
yet.
what
I only watched
don't you
the
like that
trailer
he's
for it,
done?
and it looks
I don't
good.
like the war part.
What does that hat
It's so
mean?
good.
Trump
It's
was
on
right
Disney.
about everything. Everything that he
If you have
predicts
I
seems to
don't
come
have
true. Everything
more.
he talks
Torrent.
about that he's going to do seems to come
Yeah,
true.
I will.
Did
But
he end the war in Ukraine
we
on the
quit
first day?
Disney, or like I say
No.
we, the family I work
But
for,
Are gas
whose streaming
prices
services
lower
I
than they were
steal,
when-
Mm-hmm.
quit using Disney when Disney was like made the announcement that they were going to be offering user-generated Disney branded AI like
Yeah.
content on Disney. Like when that came out,
I've been
I sent-
anti-Disney since
I know.
college.
I had been trying to get them to like cancel their streaming services and do like a home server for a while, and they had been considering it. And
That's a
like
great idea.
that was the final straw. And just so you know, it's funny because this was months ago. Disney backed out of their open AI thing this last week.
Oh, they didn't back out. It crumbled.
Yeah,
What do
the
you
AI
mean?
bubble burst.
The entire open AI video generation thing, Sora, I think it was,
Yeah.
collapsed. It's gone.
Yeah, and part of that was Disney pulling out.
It
Like
was
Disney-
just an unaffordable model to begin with.
Yeah,
It was an unaffordable model to begin with, but Disney had made a deal with them, and Disney pulled out of their deal,
Yeah,
and that
we covered it.
And it was after essentially Disney's deal with them was, first of all, stupid for Disney, but
Mm-hmm.
second of all, like it was the only thing keeping them afloat.
Yeah.
Well, Disney never paid them.
I guess the idea of
The
Disney
money
was the
never
only thing.
exchanged hands. That's the thing is that as far as the video end of all these AIs, it's not profitable. There's still like profits to be held on like the language model side of things, but the bubble is bursted. And now they're passing legislation to limit data centers.
Because it was never. Here's the thing: it was never
And
actually about.
what's funny is, like,
it was
for the
never
last
about the
month-
video generation. That's how they sold it to the public. I
For
mean,
the last month, I've been saying that it's just like NFTs,
Mhm.
where they were like pushed and like it's gonna. And I kept saying the bubble's gonna burst on AI. I just felt it coming.
oh yeah, everyone knew it was coming, but it's just also like, okay, so when is the data center in my backyard going to stop functioning and polluting the air and the water
And the sound.
and the sound? Yep. I don't know. It just.
It was inaugurated.
They were tons lower just a little bit ago, yes.
Well, but now it's $3.98 a gallon.
For a little bit. We can't be panicans. It's just going to be for a little bit.
Do you think Trump was right about everything?
Yep.
How would you rate the job Donald Trump has done thus far in his second term?
Outstanding. It's interesting with Donald Trump because you sit there and this
Oh
has
my
been
God.
true throughout, even in his first term.
Oh my God.
You question what he's doing,
Oh
but
my
in
God.
the end you go,
Shut up.
geez, that made perfect
No,
sense.
No, it didn't make sense.
Would you like
it
to see
never
Donald
made
Trump
sense.
run for
though.
president in 2028?
Well, I'm not good on the whole third term, but I can see him running. Or hope.
It is against the Constitution.
I just think he's probably going. I think he's just doing that to get a rise out of people.
Dean Kane. Dean, great to
They're,
have you here. Thank you, sir. Thank
They're
you,
so
John.
dumb.
I will say this, I play that superhero. I played the superhero on television, but you play him in real life because of what you do. And President Trump said this,
What
I think,
superhero?
yesterday. The
On
news
television?
isn't giving
Who are
news.
you?
They're not reporting facts. They're propagandizing. So I'm a huge fan of yours. Thank you for being a superhero in real life.
He's just doing it to get a rise out of people.
Who
And
was
why
that
would he
guy?
do that?
Because the way they react, it just shows how childish some people act in our media. Everything's great outrage.
This man
everything's the
is
end of the
very twink dwarf built.
world.
He's not. What was that
It's
thing
childish
that
when
Vosh
the president of the
said?
United States says
Did
he's going to
Vosh
run for a
disappear
third
after
term.
that?
No, he's around.
What? Oh, Goblin.
Yeah, the goblin, the short stack
They're all
goblin.
like thick, short
Thick
stack.
short stack. Do we still have that soundbite?
I don't have it on the list. I don't think. Hang on.
You definitely made one.
Let me.
We've
No
definitely
offense, but it
used
sounds
it
like it's some
before.
fucking commie gobbledygook.
Hang on. Let me see if I have anything about goblins in here.
Goblins.
There's got to be. Or it could be called short stack.
I definitely called it goblins.
He's like, no, I remember. I know how I would have saved this file.
You can check the drive for it.
I have no G in my saves. Oh my god.
Woohoo! Big guys.
That's definitely not it. During the trip, Reinhardt and Hansen attended Donald Trump's Great Gatsby-themed Halloween party at Mar-a-Lago.
Excuse me, what? When was this?
In October last year.
Trump had a Great Gatsby party last year. Wild choice.
Isn't it?
Hang on, I'm looking for something here. Okay, I think I found it. I think this is the video.
Mm-hmm.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right? When I looked at it, I think
I whatever happened to your pets? I haven't seen them in a minute.
They're right here. They're right over there.
They used to be on stream all the time. Hey, buddies. Hey, short or short, thick short stacks.
But it says that Gina Reinhardt is a known very big Trump supporter, so that's the link between One Nation and Trump, which is concerning.
Oh.
It seems like she won
Which is
4
unconstitutional.
seats in South
and then
Australia.
people react worried about that the president's going to break the Constitution. That's the childish. The people reacting to it.
Just the way that they're reacting about it. When they know he's pulling their leg, he ain't going to run in 28. He's just, he's doing the Trump thing, which always seems to work.
But if he does run, would you vote for him?
If he does run, I'd vote
Oh
for
my
him.
God.
Okay. But
it is against the Constitution.
It is against the Constitution, but I really don't think he's going to run. Okay. I really think he's just.
But if he ran and it was against the Constitution, you would still vote for him.
At this point, yeah.
Why do you think Donald Trump was fighting the release of the Epstein files?
One of the things that you'll find is that he's fought the release of a number of things that turned out to be nothing, and I think it's more out of a matter of principle than it is anything else. It's like
what's another example of that?
Tax records. I mean,
his tax returns,
his tax returns, and everything else. I mean,
why would? Wait a second. That doesn't make sense. Those are his tax returns that he was fighting. It wasn't like he was like keeping anyone else safe but himself, right?
Well, actually, it's a matter of principle. Once you release his, what do you do with everybody else?
It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
But every major political party's candidate, for a very long time, decades, has released their tax returns.
It's a matter of personal choice, and so he said no.
One of the top Google searches of 2026 is Donald Trump and another famous person. Do you have any guess who that is?
Not a clue.
No idea? Very famous person, really in the news.
Oh, no.
Want to take a guess?
I don't know if famous is the word I would use for him.
Infamous.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. That's one of the most Googled things.
You know, when they started demonizing
I found it.
America,
law enforcement, I joined the police. Defund the police, I joined the police. Defund ICE, I joined ICE.
I thought I lost it.
Oh, I love ICE. They're doing a job that nobody else wants to do.
It's on the board.
I think
They killed 2 citizens in Minnesota. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, the one hit him with a car.
Are you all excited to be here at CPAC?
Absolutely.
How would you rate Donald Trump's job thus far?
100%.
100%?
I love Hitler.
What's his greatest accomplishment thus far?
Inspiring the
Interesting
next
that he
generation.
cut.
Would you like to see
before
ICE at
he
polling
told
places?
The man.
Well, yeah.
It's interesting that he cut before that man said anything about Preddy. Because they
I don't know
really
if
did pull back after that shooting on the like.
I don't. He might have
did-
not said anything else, or he might go back to it. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm just noticing.
If illegals ain't voting, why are you worried about it?
Well, some citizens might be worried just because of the people that got shot in
noticed.
Minnesota that maybe they would, shoot them.
But they're taking a small situation out of a bigger situation.
As you sit there and you go, oh, why
I'm
is he
with the
doing that?
Nazis.
You kinda go,
How about that?
Let me think this out. You have to do some critical thinking in order to
Ironically,
realize what's happening.
she's getting weird flack because the DSA voted for her to not even fund like defense for the Iron Dome, which she never has.
That's funny.
And so like she's like bowing to the ultras of the DSA. I don't know what this means, but I just know that once again the commies are crying about AOC for something.
When do they not?
And that's actually one of the biggest problems. We live in a world of sound bites.
But it would critical thinking be thinking about it?
Gavin me
seeing he was
harder,
friends with
Daddy.
Jeffrey Epstein, thinking there might be some
You're damn right we
embarrassing
do.
things about Donald Trump in there, and then Donald Trump decides, I don't want to release those. Wouldn't that just be like the critical thinking?
I guess it could be.
Donald Trump
guess
in
it
2020
could
wished
be.
Ghislaine Maxwell
Honestly.
well at a press conference.
These
Why
people
do you
are
think
so
he was
dumb.
wishing a sex criminal well?
I hate
Now
that
I'm
we
not
really do
sure,
just
and I
need
think maybe he's just trying to be a
someone
decent human
to-
being, even though she's a piece of trash and deserves to be right where she's at.
But he's called Democrats enemies of the people. He said, I hate Democrats, but Ghislaine Maxwell, Donald Trump said, I wish
Some
you
people
well.
just want to
Well,
be in
if
a
you
cult,
look at
dude.
what, well, the Russian lie, they
They
knew
do.
from day one it was a lie.
I'm just saying he doesn't have a problem, people who he views as bad with saying that they're terrible, but he's wishing a convicted sex criminal well. Is that not odd?
That's kind of off,
Oh
but,
my God, Brother Spider-Man is one.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well.
I'm going to ask you to put on your critical thinking hat one more time. 2020 press conference. Donald Trump is asked about Ghislaine Maxwell. He says, I wish her well. I wish her well. And then he said again, but I wish her well. That's convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. Why do you think he was wishing convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell well?
Probably because he had nothing else to say at that particular point in time. What's he going to say? Rotten hell?
Yeah.
I mean, what does he
Democrats
say
are
about
enemies of
other
the people. He
criminals?
hates them.
Like he's
Ghislaine
constantly
Maxwell,
talking
sex
about
trafficker,
criminal
says,
this,
"I
criminal
wish
that.
Yeah,
Have you ever
exactly.
noticed
Should
anything
he
with
not?
Donald
Does he
Trump?
not?
He
Does he
generally
wish all the
speaks in
immigrants that
general
he hates
terms, like
well? that he's
Democrats are
calling
traitors. He
criminals?
doesn't sit there
What about the
and say,
rapists and the murderers?
Schumer is a traitor.
Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't get specific. He doesn't.
Well, he specifically
the
wished
rapist, like his
convicted
friend
sex
Epstein
trafficker Ghislaine
and
Maxwell.
Maxwell?
about her, and so he gave a nice general answer.
If Trump pardoned Ghislaine Maxwell, would you still support him?
No.
Ooh.
No. Yeah.
That's a red line for you.
Yeah, if he supports, they know she's guilty, hands down guilty. No, you can't let people
They're
like
gonna
that.
essentially give her
she don't deserve jail
a
cell.
nice
She
little
deserves
palace
something more
to
than
live
that.
in.
'cause
They
the
already
women
have.
and, stuff that she did. She deserves to be exactly where she's at.
If
No,
Donald
she
Trump
deserves to be
pardoned
in
Ghislaine
a
Maxwell, would you still
padded
support him?
cell without
I
windows.
really don't think I'd care.
They put her somewhere she won't get essayed.
Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to ask you about something the Pope said yesterday. So Pope Leo said yesterday, and I quote him, God does not listen to the prayer of those who wage war. Can you comment on that?
I think our nation was a nation founded 250 years ago almost on Judeo-Christian values, and we've seen
Not true.
Presidents, we've seen the leaders of the Department of War, and we've seen our troops go to prayer during the most turbulent times in our nation's history. And I don't think there's anything
Never once
wrong
has this
with
been a part
our
of the
military
country.
leaders or with the president calling on the American people to pray for our service members and those who are serving our country overseas. In fact,
That's
I
a
think
weird
it's a very
answer.
noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support
weird answer.
from
We're
the
also
commander
saying
in
she
chief
looks
and
like
from
she
his
might have a
cabinet.
shiner on her left side in
what?
this conference. Go back.
Interesting.
Take a look at her face.
Seen
She might
in
also
Channel
just have weird
Slam
puffy
Society.
pregnancy
Not
face.
listen to the
I'm gonna be
prayer
honest
of
with you.
those
That
who
might
wage
just
war. Can you comment on that?
She preggers, is she?
I think
She is.
our nation was.
I
a
called it
nation
before she
founded
was because she got fat in her
250
face
years
and I was
ago
like, "You're
almost,
pregnant, are you?" And then
on
when she-
Judeo-Christian values, and we've seen presidents, we've
She's
seen
not as fat in her face
the leaders
as
of
a
the
month
Department
ago,
of
though.
War, and we've seen our
she's
troops
undo
go to
more.
prayer during the most turbulent times in
On
our
her left
nation's
side?
history. And
Yep.
I don't think there's anything wrong with our military leaders or.
She might not be getting sleep and just might be not
Yeah,
having.
it kind of looks like bags. It kind of looks even on the other side as well.
It's not even on the other side though. But
You
whatever.
reckon?
I'm just saying. I don't know.
I
I'm
mean, it
not
could be the
willing to
angle.
call that. It could just that could just. She's also pregnant. Maybe she's not sleeping well. Who the fuck knows? But
Yeah,
I don't.
exactly.
It's not like when what's it called? Elon Musk got punched.
Yeah.
I just wanted to address it because people were saying it. But wait, really quick before we
How you
move
doing,
on,
Doctor?
that is a weird fucking response. I
It
don't
is a
think
weird
there's anything wrong with the president calling for people to pray. What you didn't respond to? God doesn't listen to or answer your prayers. Like, sure, bitch. I don't think he didn't say there's anything wrong with praying either. Like, that's a weird thing to put on him. What he said is God doesn't answer or listen to your prayers. But note how she stumbled around directly criticizing the Pope or directly like talking about his comments to just be like, I don't know why you would attack. There's nothing wrong with prayer. Why would you attack prayer? Like, that's such a weird. And the thing is, if you did listen to the whole 30 minutes of it, she was asked a lot of uncomfortable questions that day about Iran and about a bunch of other things.
She had
And
no
she
problem.
is a champ at deflecting or saying, I don't have a comment on this that at this time, and looking very comfortable while doing it. That made her uncomfortable. As someone who watches her hate watches this woman, right? That made her uncomfortable, and she felt the need to respond when during that 30 minutes 20 other times she was like, I have no comment on that time. There was someone who was like, she had like just listed like all of like, someone asked her a tough question. In response, she went back to like her bullet point of listing the things that we were going to do in Iran. Like, that's what victory means, right? And we've already accomplished it basically. And he was like, okay, so what part of those talking points does attacking a desalinization plant like, bolster? Like, which one of these points does that fit under? And she like cut him off and moved on, tried to like ask it again, and she like snapped at him. But this question, she felt like she fucking had to say something wild. I don't know. I'm just I don't know exactly why.
mean,
I'm just, as someone who watches her, I noticed that.
As somebody who isn't religious, looking at this, knowing who and what the Pope is.
Well, and the fact that that a member of his religion, one of his flock, one of his people, is over there and is the sole person responsible for the U.S. negotiating potential peace with Iran right now. So he is also, and we're out there saying like holy war, pray for us, shit. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying this is bigger news than it's getting.
Like, it feels like this will impact a significant amount of people, and many people who maybe didn't give a thought about it
The only
beforehand.
person that brought up the Protestant Catholic divide was that woman just chatting about it with her friend casually, and she didn't even realize that she was bringing something up that everyone else in this is dancing around. The Pope was
Yeah.
up there being like, we feel close to our brothers and sisters in the Middle East. Love and peace is, we have the God of peace, no war. And like, we've got it. So I'm just, and then we've got Levitt over here being like, I don't know, there's nothing wrong with praying, right? Like, but no one's talking directly about that large divide within Christianity. The same way that Catholics don't like to talk about the schism between them and Orthodoxy, right? So like, I'm just saying everyone's dancing around it because they know that is a media, like, I don't know, problem. Like that is when
See,
people
I'm thinking more on like the individual person level, the individual person's faith, right? So at the point, so pre-Pope statement, right? American Protestants, potentially even Catholics, right? Jews, even, right? They're pretty in support of this war. Not really thinking about it, just like default position bootlicker, right? And then the Pope comes out, makes a statement, pretty fucking strong statement, accuses them of having their hands are full of blood. It's a pretty heavy statement coming from the Pope. It's not naming any specifics, but it's a pretty heavy statement. Implies a lot.
And he's talked about he mentioned like the awful conflict in the Middle East.
It's not
and said that
defense.
no one can use God's name to justify this.
It's
Which
not
is
in
a
defense.
Once again, the
of-
Pope is even saying a milquetoast thing, and people are freaking out.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's not even defending any kind of sort of Christian religion. It's defending an Islamic regime from being attacked. When that's not like, and people are like, oh, they're apologizing for the regime. Not really. Like,
No, he's
they
keeping
got
this from
attacked
blowing back.
this thing,
He
and it's like
also
there's
is
more
doing
to it.
optics. He also is doing optics and keeping this from blowing back on him when JD Vance, who is very publicly Catholic,
Yes,
is over there potentially about to make this worse. Caroline Levitt also was asked about about who they were negotiating with and how at this point, after we've killed multiple of their leaders, how what's the word, like how much power do they actually have, kind of thing, and how good are they, blah blah blah. And she essentially said time is ticking, and just like with Khomeini, if you stall and string us along, we'll say, okay, thank you, next, and shoot missiles at you and see if the next person is willing to do with you. She basically said that, which is why I was like, we should watch this, because in this 30 minutes, she said a lot of things, which is why and she said that confidently, which is why her looking a little bit shaken, answering the thing about the Pope is weird. Which means they probably had a conversation about how she should address that if it comes up, because they need Catholic votes, because Catholics are 1 in 5 voters, and they have already lost a lot of voters.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. I just think that there's so many aspects to look at this from, but the personal sort of NPC general, I have a roof and mouth to feed, so I can't care about that kind of thing. The general apathy of the general consumer sort of person, I think might sort of wake them up a little bit, maybe. It's a pretty big person to make a statement like that, as I said.
No, it is. Catholicism is one of the major in the world. And here's the other thing. Yes, 20% of Americans, voting Americans, are Catholic, roughly. It used to be 24%, 24 to 25. Now it's 20%. Still, 1 in 5 is a lot. And enough of those people go to church and are active in the thing and do listen to the Pope, and enough bishops and enough cardinals and enough priests find their own ways to talk about the messages that the Pope projects to the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so, like, I don't know. I watched a number of times as my dad, who listened to conservative fucking talk radio because he drove a lot for work, and
I love
like,
talkback radio.
no, it was so bad though.
I love it.
It was and also, like, you know, Fox News
Got a
back
jar
in
of
the day.
mayonnaise and a poodle. We're gonna listen to talk radio real loud.
and I watched him grapple with the fact that, like, they would disagree with the Pope on things a number of times. And sometimes he'd agree with the Pope, sometimes he wouldn't, depended. But, like, it's just one of those things where I'm like, this man has more power than like people who are not Catholic realize sometimes. But it's soft power. That's the thing. It's not hard power. It is soft power. But, like,
I mean, the Pope hasn't tried to raise an army across the world, a la what fascists think Islam is trying to do.
Which is why he's like, he's like, I want to be very clear. If JD Vance goes over there to wage war and is on with this holy war shit, he's not speaking for the church. He's not. He's not a Catholic. He didn't say that.
Can the Pope do that?
He's reminding people that bitch doesn't speak for the
yes,
church.
they can excommunicate you, but that just doesn't happen anymore.
That would be fucking awesome.
They do have the authority to do it, but it doesn't happen anymore.
The only
that would be
times
awesome.
It happens in a very rare circumstances, and usually when people request it.
Damn. Okay, that would be.
It's a whole
awesome.
process. I considered requesting to be excommunicated, but it was more trouble than I was willing to go through, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna walk away.
Interesting.
So technically, according to the church, I am still saved, and Catholic, I'm just a prodigal son that hasn't come back yet.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What a weird thing.
Yeah, they have whole things where they, like, tell people to call their family members that haven't been to church in a while, and because I love my dad, when I go home for Easter or Christmas, he will say things like, I don't ask for much, but will you go to mass with me? I'm like, yeah, I can sit for an hour. But then I'm reminded every time that I am allergic to one of the 3 incenses that they burn.
Oh, really?
The thing is, I like the smell because it smells like my childhood, and I didn't used to be allergic to it, but now, like,
it's the devil in you.
Yeah, I guess the devil's just still in
so
me. I
funny.
can't go to church. So, like, and they always use it at the, like, fucking, you know, Easter and Christmas. They don't use the incense all the time.
The thing that I personally remember the most about childhood mass is one of the most violent shits of my childhood happened. Where I was in the bathroom for pretty much the whole mass, and people kept knocking, and I just eventually stopped responding. I was just locking in, and it was just unending.
Guys, switch over to Trump speaking. Chat's right. He's live right now doing his speaking.
Okay, hang on. All right, we got to get through this first.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say got to get through your shit story.
It's not how I'm doing. How you doing?
We're gonna have to wait for.
Why has he got his glasses like Chuck Schumer?
Curtis Clewa.
Dr. Clewa, you said?
Yeah, Dr. Clewa. I'm looking at your name here on the chart. I don't even want to try to pronounce it. Hey, is it okay if I just call you the Z-Man?
Yeah, that's fine. You look very familiar, though.
Were you ever riding the trains in the wee hours of the morning from like 1980 to 1991?
I wasn't, how do you say this, Dr. Clewa, alive.
Okay, young buck. So you're here for a cat allergy shot, huh?
Yes, sir. My wife and I are adopting a cat.
It never stops with 1 or 2. Oh, no, it doesn't. How many shots have you gotten up to now?
This is actually going to be my 3rd shot.
Oh, your 3rd. Mm-hmm. You know, I got 5 shots in the back of a cab.
Oh, my God.
Well, it's before your time. Doctors Gambino and Doctors Gotti, they did things a lot differently back in the day.
What day was that exactly?
Oh, you ever see Love Story? Oh. Anyway, I don't know if the nurse told you, I'm sort of going through a midlife crisis, changing careers. It's been a little traumatic.
What were you doing before?
Oh, hosting radio shows, protecting Parade's right to exist, and most importantly, helping to destroy sinister, old political dynasties. But by the way, it isn't all about me. What do you do?
Oh, I'm a content creator, but I do a little governing on the side. Anyway, first day. You're going to do great, Dr. Kluwa.
Don't be glazing me. But yeah, I'm a little nervous. I got to be honest with you. Whenever I get nervous, I treat myself to a new beret. This one is a new color that the shop just got in. Red.
Oh, looks good on you, Dr. Kluwa. Anyway, there's something I have to get to. Do you mind if we get the show on the road?
Oh, no worries. I got a train to go out and patrol. You mind if I put on something that helped get me through cat med allergy school?
Not at all.
Take it slow, but it's not typical.
Copyright.
Now I know you. You're that guy who
Oh my God,
couldn't
the
bench
music.
Fine.
30 pounds?
It's 31 pounds.
Meow.
Is this him saying we won?
To threaten America.
I don't know because we missed the
project
beginning of
power
it.
outside of their borders.
Get back.
That means eliminating Iran's navy, which is now.
I want to know if he says anything about the Supreme Court. I also want to
We
know if
haven't
he
missed
him up or if he's
anything.
sundowning.
See, we haven't missed shit.
Oh, we
That
haven't?
was
Okay,
literally
cool.
at the beginning.
Oh,
And now we're working along with
I thought that you
Venezuela.
popped in the middle.
Are in a true sense joint venture partners. We're getting along
I thought
incredibly
it was
well
live.
in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and
Is
gas.
it already over?
The second largest
No.
reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we
Yeah, that
are
happened
there
under
to help.
Obama.
We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to
We
help
don't need
our allies.
anything they have yet.
Tonight, I
Fuck.
want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
And discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world.
He's reading a
From the
script.
very first day I announced my campaign
He doesn't
for president in 2015,
I feel so much
I
freer.
vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
You bombed them
This
last year,
fanatical regime
dickhead.
has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years.
Oh, well.
Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside
They
bombs.
deserved it.
They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the
Israel was the USS Cole.
horrible,
Was
No,
it not?
was it?
atrocities
Are you
of
sure?
Yes.
Was it?
7th and
What
Israel.
Yeah, I
happened?
know exactly.
Something
No, I
that most
know
one was
exactly.
Israel?
You want to know who did it?
This murderous
Yeah, actually.
regime also recently killed 45,000
Which
of
one
their
was
own
Israel?
people.
Israel did
Shut up.
bomb
Protesting in Iran.
Shut up.
something.
45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an
not my people. It is guided. Guide, yes.
intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let
Literally
that
Isn't that
every
what you do?
accusation,
and neither
literally
should
every
any
accusation is a
of our
confession, guys.
past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in
get
office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I
You
killed
left the
planned
thing
this
that
for
was
2
working.
years.
Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. You know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran.
Yeah, that was a bad idea.
Oh my God, the choice to throw
Obama gave them
Hussein in there.
$1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash
Is this
they
him
had.
admitting that billion?
Flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a
No, they
nuclear
didn't.
bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. And they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion. The opinion
Bad
of a lot of
opinion.
great experts.
My opinion.
Had
I'm
I
a
not
fucking
terminated
idiot.
that terrible
But
deal,
that's
I
my
was- I
opinion.
was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing
Yeah,
to do.
you did. Yeah, well, I mean,
They
that's
made
true.
mistakes, and I am correcting them.
No, you weren't
My
correcting them.
first
They didn't want to
preference
do it because
was
it's
always
insane.
the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites.
Look at my plane.
The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program
That's all I
at
hear
a
right now.
totally
I'm
different
just- this is a
location,
child.
making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe,
Okay.
and virtually any other place on Earth.
This is why it's concerning
Iran's
Tulsi Gabbard
strategy
is
was
claiming
so
that
obvious.
Pakistan is working with
They
China on
wanted to
something
produce
with
as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out.
Yeah,
so
sorry, we took
that
them
no
out, so
one
you
would
can't
really
see 'em.
dare stop them.
Yeah, exactly.
And they raced for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep.
Like nobody's
For
ever
years,
seen
everyone
it.
has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely
That was what
destroyed.
Caroline Levitt was talking about.
Hurting their Air Force and their missile
And giving
program at
bullshit
levels never
statistics
seen
on.
before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles
Global
are
stability
just
is
about
gone.
used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran.
Oil prices
military,
are gone.
Crush their ability to support terrorist
Grocery
proxies,
prices
and
are
deny
gone.
them the ability to build a nuclear bomb.
Your allies are
Our
gone.
armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never
Global reputation
been
is gone.
anything like it militarily.
No, everyone
is
loves us.
talking
He
about
said
it,
so.
and tonight I'm pleased to say that
Lots of
these
things are
core
gone.
strategic objectives are
Trump,
nearing
dumbass.
completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear
Oh my
Iran.
God, get fucked.
Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base.
You mean your
it's
child
been
that when he was
something. I
20,
wanted
it
to
was
be with
17
those
years old, was
heroes as they
messaging
return to
some
American
rich
soil, and I
Russian
was with them
person's
and their
girlfriend
families, their
until
parents, their
he beat the
wives,
shit out of her.
husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them
Wait,
by
really?
completing the mission.
Yeah. Oh, you missed
for
that
which
news
they
story?
Gave their lives, and
Yeah.
every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job." Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait,
Hang
and
on.
Bahrain.
Did you just
They've
hear
been
what I
great,
heard?
and we will not let them
Huh?
get hurt.
A mouth
or fail
sound?
in any
No,
way, shape,
he's
or
talking
form.
monotone enough. I'm
Many
kind of
Americans-
tuning out. I'm gonna be real with you. What do you say?
Kuwait and Bahrain.
Kuwait.
They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt
Oh.
or fail in any way, shape, or form.
Interesting choice.
Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the
Short-term
result
increase.
of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers and neighboring
go back
countries
far
that
enough?
have nothing to do with the
Maybe not.
conflict. This is yet
Yeah, you
more
missed
proof
it.
that
It was
Iran
before the listing the countries.
for which they gave their lives, and every single one of the people, their
Wait, is that
loved
some
ones
blood
said,
and
please,
soil?
sir, please finish
you
the
say
job.
American soil?
Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE,
There it is.
Kuwait, and Bahrain.
Was
They've been-
subtle. Not good enough.
What do you say?
Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait.
That is a good one. You could amplify it.
Wait, what do you say?
We're just laughing at his mouth sound.
Oh, okay.
That's what this soundbite is.
Oh, okay.
They're all mouth sounds, except for one of them.
Bro, I just blew snot everywhere.
Because I heard it as well, and when you were like, "Oh, did you hear it?" I was like, "Oh, yes, mouth sound." But I think it was his nose.
They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt
I
or
think
fail
it's
in
his cobbler.
any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers.
Amazing. He is deluded. Literally deluded.
That's a lot of nuts! And neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion,
How did I get
economic pain,
here?
and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat.
You
all
are
know that.
garbage, okay?
We
You're
built the
garbage.
strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken took a the freedom of dead speech away and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration, and made it the hottest country anywhere in the
hottest
world by
country?
far,
What
with
the
no
fuck does that
inflation,
even-
record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with
He just loves saying
53
hottest
all-time
country.
record highs in just 1 year.
And he's
It
like,
all
Saudi Arabia
positioned
told
us
me we
to
had the
get rid
hottest
of
country.
a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran,
It's
and
ironic with all the
they didn't
climate
know
change.
what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
Yeah.
Think of that.
This
Saudi
was-
Arabia and Russia
I
combined.
know.
Obama.
Everyone's talking about how we
Obama
can't-
did this.
Substantially
Everyone's
Energy
talking-
independence happened under
There's
Obama.
no country
Everyone's talking
like
about how
us
no one can get
anywhere in the
helium,
world,
and I just keep
we're in
thinking
great
about how
shape for the
George W.
future.
Bush
The United
sold off our
States
helium reserve.
imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait, and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They
All right,
must
if you're gonna say
grab it
something
and
that
cherish it. They
is
can
new-
do it easily.
Grab it and cherish
We
it.
will
Get
be helpful,
fucked.
but they should take the lead in protecting
all
the
Yeah,
He's
oil
go
been
that
fight
they so
saying.
desperately
go fight
depend
your
on.
own military.
So to those
After they murdered
countries that
like
can't
20,000
get
of
fuel,
you, 30,000
many
of
of which
you.
refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a
You say
suggestion.
we had to do it
Number one, buy
ourselves,
oil
like
from the
people
United
don't want
States
you
of
dead,
America.
sir.
We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked.
If someone
to the
does
strait
get
and
him,
just take
hashtag
it,
we had to do it
protect
ourselves.
Use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have
I
to try
fucking
and
hate
rebuild. It
capitalism.
will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back
saying the
down.
quote out
Stock
loud.
prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that
Much
little
better
journey
than I
to
thought.
Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible.
not.
They are getting so much more money than
You
they
mean
thought.
the
That's
rich
from the
people
great
you
big
talk
beautiful
to?
bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives
Okay, you've
shortly,
been saying
very
this.
shortly.
So far, nothing new
We're
has been
going
said.
to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing.
Oh, they're bringing back
Regime
stoning?
change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has
Never
occurred
said
because
regime
of
change?
all of their original leaders' death. They're all
Just
dead.
rewriting history.
The new group is less
right in
radical
front of
and
us?
much
That's
more
cool.
reasonable. Yet if during
He's
this
been saying
period of
that
time
too.
no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and
continually
every
been
one
saying
of
this.
their electric generating plants very hard and probably
Oh, he didn't say
simultaneously.
desalinization
We have
this
not
time.
hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be
What about the
gone, and there's not a
desalinization
thing
plants?
they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are
They
unstoppable
realized
as
that
a
that was
military
fucking
force.
people up.
The nuclear sites
stopped
that we
talking about it.
obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite
Is that another
surveillance
mouse
and
sound?
control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and
Okay.
5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and
He
25
knows he's starting
days.
World War III.
The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days.
Did it?
Iraq went on for
Yeah.
8 years, 8 months,
Wow,
and
that went on way
28
longer than I
days.
thought.
We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days.
It
And the
sounds
country
like
has
you
been
cut in,
eviscerated
like
and essentially
insert number
is
here,
really no
32
longer a
Yeah, it
threat.
does.
They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your
No, it-
grandchildren's
oh my
future.
God.
The whole world is watching, and they can't
Investment in
leave
your-
the power, strength, and brilliance. I just can't believe what they're seeing.
The whole world can't believe
Leave it
what
to your
they're seeing.
imagination, but they can't believe what they're
can't.
seeing. The brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching.
They are
and when
watching.
we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before.
It's fucking wild.
May God bless the men and women of the United States
Straight
Armed
up
Forces,
praying
and may
after the
God
Pope
bless
says that the God
United
doesn't
States
listen to you.
of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
That was literally just a waste of time.
Yep, just like last time. It's because they made him read a script. They did not let him ramble.
True.
Epic fury.
Oh, okay.
Tulsi
Wow,
can
that
read
was
it.
a waste
Listen
of
to
time.
it.
It's just, why is it every
look,
time that he calls a fucking press
I
conference,
didn't
it's
want
a
to
waste
put
of
it on,
time?
but everyone else insisted.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Caroline Levitt's 30-minute press conference was way more interesting than that. He didn't bring up the desalinization
Can't
thing
hear it.
because she got asked about it so
I'm
many
working
times.
on it.
Like a number of reporters were like, "So the desal? Why are we taking away the ability for people to have water, though?"
Oh my god, why is it continually playing when I'm... Where is the audio coming from?
Mm.
Shut up. Fucking annoying. I wonder if I just refresh if the audio will work or if it's a completely
Okay, that needs to come back.
Is there audio?
Nope.
Okay.
On the screen that Kristi Noem's longtime husband, I think they've been married for 34 years, her high school sweetheart, was leading what the Daily Mail described as a, quote, secret double life. The rest of the headline is Noem's cross-dressing husband Brian, the pouting busty bimbo photos, and trove of explicit messages. Trove is not an understatement. Up on the screen that Kristi Noem's longtime husband, I think they've been married for 34 years, her high school sweetheart, was leading what the Daily Mail described as a, quote, secret double life. The rest of the headline is Noem's cross-dressing husband Brian, the pouting busty bimbo photos, and trove of explicit messages. Trove is not an understatement. The Daily Mail has its hand on all kinds of screenshots showing what appears to be a very clear fetish for Kristi Noem's husband. Again, this seems to have been happening while she was the Secretary of the Homeland Security Department.
Hilarious.
Who is...
Jack, did you get that Marco Rubio picture I sent you?
Instagram?
Yeah.
No. I see nothing. I just see lots
Probably
of
expired.
pics of men with tits. Oh, it's Rubio with tits. You know who he looks like? No. You know who he looks like? Bitch Tit Bob. From fucking Fight Club.
Like putting balloons up his shirt, sending pictures of himself with like cartoonishly large
fucking
breasts
hilarious.
To women who apparently he was also into having cartoonishly large breasts. He was paying them money, I mean, up to potentially $25,000. And this is all coming out now. Kristi Noem...
What's he do? Where does he get his money?
He's an insurance guy. That's his background. So Kristi Noem responds yesterday after the Daily Mail drops this in the middle of the day. Quote, Miss Nome is devastated. This is her camp's response. The family was blindsided by this, and they asked for privacy and prayers at the time. That's what her representatives told the New York Post. Now, Trump also reacted to this. Gonna skip ahead.
What does the Pope think about prayers for bimbos? Does
I
God
don't know.
answer those?
I'm kind of waiting for you to apologize for telling me to shut up again.
Who?
You
I
told me
didn't
to
tell you
shut
to
up
shut
again.
up. I was talking to the YouTube video that was playing in my ear and wouldn't play.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me because I was talking at the time.
No,
because there was
no, I
nothing
couldn't
going
hear
on.
because the YouTube video was looping and it wouldn't pause.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking to me, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I was
No.
just trying to say something because nothing was playing.
No, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear anything because it was like looping and playing over, and then I was like pressing
Okay.
pause and it wasn't pausing.
That makes sense. I was like, I wasn't even saying anything.
No.
Like,
I was talking to YouTube.
what? Okay, sorry. I was mad for no reason.
To E5, he told the Daily Mail, wow, well, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad. Why does it matter that Trump and Kristi Noem responded in this particular way? Well, it's interesting because as salacious as this story is, this is the Homeland Security Secretary who was clearly
I was telling
vulnerable
whatever this
to
lady's
blackmail
name is to
on
shut up
an enormous
technically.
scale. When
She's
these
the
pictures
least
are
annoying
being sent
one on
with her
this
husband's
show,
face
though.
in them. It's not as though he was trying to hide himself, hide his face. Some of
Who wrote
the
this story?
women he interacted with, apparently that he was paying
The
and
Daily
interacting
Mail.
with, said that
Of course
they figured
fucking did.
Folks, what do you call a man who has a fetish in which he wears fake breasts in order to communicate with online models? If you guessed the husband of the former Secretary of Homeland Security, well, ding, ding, ding. We'll get into the peculiar, bizarre, embarrassing story of Kristi Noem's husband. It's really kind of terrible.
You know why they
No
say
offense, but
that
it sounds
trans
like
people are
some
perverted?
fucking
It's because
commie
their husbands are
gobbledygook.
weird like this, okay?
I have no doubt in my mind that Ben Shapiro does this.
He goes up to his wife and is like, "I'm gonna make it so dry for you.
No, he dresses
It's gonna
up as
be
his
like a
sister.
desert in my mouth."
No, he goes out and lops as his sister, so he actually gets attention.
So he can.
Oh,
so
that's
he can feel
right.
Up, so he can feel up the mommy milker.
What'd you say?
So he can feel up the because he can't feel up her mommy milkers in real life. So he would.
Oh, his sisters.
Yeah.
Well, he
I
is.
didn't even
The
think
sister
about it.
doesn't exist.
I thought Ben Shapiro did have.
That's right. It's Brett
No,
Cooper.
no, it's no. It's the sister is just him, in bimbo face.
Oh.
She's not a
I
real
thought
person.
No. Who was it that was weird about it? Their sister. Then I thought
It
Ben
was him.
Shapiro did have a sister. Okay.
It was him.
It
I'm
was
just
him.
joking around.
Oh fuck, dude. I don't know.
Bitches leave. Terrible. And we'll ask a question. If this dude were a Democrat instead of a Republican, wouldn't they be elevating him as a magical example of diversity and inclusion? Plus, some actual news from the Supreme.
Nobody would care. Nobody would care. It's funny because it's Kristi Noem.
It's funny because it's Kristi Noem. I agree. Like I don't actually care that your husband, puts on fake breasts. But what's funny about it is like they were like angry literally at people doing those same things and passing legislation that harms people who do wear those things in public. Just because he's ashamed about it doesn't mean, everyone else necessarily has to be, in my opinion. They're all doing weird shit behind closed doors, I'm telling you.
Why are you gay?
You seen Chuck Schumer's apartment?
Oh my god. Honestly, those ones are probably the least weird. Like, I don't know, you know what I mean?
Are you kidding? They're like 80 years old.
No, they're weird. They're weird as fuck. But they're the ones who are least likely to actually be partying at their house. Like, bring women back there that they pay, of course. But they probably don't throw ragers anymore. They probably used to. Like, because they've been in the house for a long time, you said. Or I guess the interview said.
Uh-huh. That was an old interview too. So who
the
knows
fact-
if they're still there?
The Fed, they're still. They should update it with like a little title screen at the end that just has like, legend has it they're still there to this day. But no, the fact that they pulled that crusty ass like moldy bread and shit out of the fridge, and they were like, "Oh, that's."
And then
great.
he like knocked on it,
Yeah, he even knocked it on something, and then
didn't throw it out.
I
Gross.
don't know. At
Supreme
what
Court and the
point?
Middle East in just one moment. Welcome back. This is
At what point do they hire a cleaning lady? Like they have the money, don't they?
the Ben Shapiro Show.
That would involve them caring.
Yeah, I guess.
Also, cleaning lady, he had the fucking bread in his hand. He could have just turned and went blah, right into the garbage.
None of them. Not a single one of them was embarrassed by that.
Don't you think this logo is very funny? Because if you look at it in the right way, it looks like he's got the little bitch lips.
I'm trying to think of what evil person that reminds me of. It reminds me of a bad guy from a movie. What is it? I think it's Igor. Have you ever seen that movie?
You know, it's like in the cartoons when they grab the lips.
Google Igor bad guy. Like I can't remember his fucking name, but he looks like that. It looks like the bad guy from a children's movie.
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh,
You're
that
thinking
too.
of the doctor.
Oh, maybe it is that one. Yep. I could have sworn. 1 minute, maybe.
He's like a Igor type.
Alrighty, so.
No.
Alrighty, so there's
Igor
a Supreme Court
guy.
ruling
The-
that came down yesterday called Childs versus.
Supreme Court. I don't care about this.
Oh
Ben.
yeah,
I wanna
no, I'm
hear you
definitely
talk about the
thinking of
tits.
the one that you mentioned, the Nightmare Before Christmas. Wrong bad guy.
Aha, see?
Salazar, and the basic concept of the Supreme Court ruling
care.
is
I
that-
wanna hear you
crazy.
talk about
that was
the
a case in
tits.
which Justice Gorsuch
I wanna hear
suggested
you talk
that it was
about Yeah, I want to hear you
Shame
try
and
and
guilt.
call tits gross because I know you love them, Ben.
case that suggested that you actually had the ability under law to sexually sterilize inmates of institutions. Trump, as president, we were this close to that world. I really mean that because president is a problem for the family. Their population murder rate is 25.8.
Is he saying if we sterilize inmates, our
I
bad
am.
crimes
I don't
will go
know.
down?
A person who, like, my identity is wrapped up in wearing giant balloons on my chest.
Here we go.
Yeah, we found the titty comment.
Citing hundreds of messages purportedly sent by 3 women from the scene of potentially great importance. Yet the National Trust for Historic Preservation, a radical left group of lunatics whose funding was stopped by Congress in 2005, is not suing the Federal Reserve for a building which has been decimated and destroyed inside and out by an incompetent and possibly corrupt Fed chairman. That once magnificent building is billions over budget, may never be completed, and may never open. All of the beautiful walls inside have been ripped down, never to be built again, but the National Trust for Historic Preservation never did anything about it. And he basically says, you know, why is it that you're picking on me? Now, there are mock-ups of the new East Wing ballroom. It is very, very large. It is very large, obviously.
Yeah.
And honestly, it looks great. I mean,
Talk about
I
the
understand there are
tits.
people who are upset with it. It just looks like an extension of the White House. I mean, it's in the same classical style. It's got the same porticos.
No,
it's got
it
the same
doesn't.
general
Oh my God, that's
outline.
huge.
Now, some people are upset because they say
No.
it dwarfs the White House because the White House is not
No.
very big.
No.
And I suppose that's true, but it
Uh-uh.
is also true that the White House is pretty small. I mean, if you've ever been there, it's extremely small, even just as a visitor. All the rooms are small. The West Wing, which
Data
is where most of the
centers
action happens,
massive.
extremely small. And of course, you have the executive building, the Eisenhower building, right outside, which is gigantic.
So it makes sense.
So Congress should move to simply authorize it. That would solve the problem. That would solve the problem. Okay, quick correction, by the way, with regard to the NewsGuard story. So the fund that was created by the State Department, they didn't directly fund NewsGuard. They contracted with NewsGuard, who worked with the GEC. Okay. Now to the spicy story of the day. So, according to the New York
Stop
Post,
saying that.
quoting a report from the UK Daily Mail, Kristi
Spicy
Noem's husband
story?
has some issues. 2 really large inflated issues, to be precise. So, according to the New York Post, Brian Noem chatted up women from the so-called bimbofication fetish scene, in which adult performers augment their breasts with massive amounts of saline to achieve a Barbie doll-like appearance. Citing hundreds of messages purportedly sent by 3 women from the scene, Noam's husband enthusiastically praised their heavily augmented appearances and proclaimed he coveted huge, ridiculous boobs, according to the Mail. One photo from the Mail
Look at them bazongas.
shows Brian Noam, apparently. He shared it with these women, and it featured him wearing pink hot pants and a flesh-colored skin-tight suit.
How much do you think they paid these sex workers for this story?
Oh my God. Will live in barbarism, period. It is a fight for civilization.
Whoa. Oh, they definitely would have bartered with them.
Like, if you were a sex worker, how much would you sell this story for?
For Kristi Noem?
3 of them. They talked to 3 of them, by the way.
Collectively, $1 million.
I
would like to know what brought them. Yeah, right. I would do it for free too, but I'm curious because that means that 3 of them all talked to. How did they? Ooh.
Hold on,
Who
but
leaked
why
this?
would you do it for
Did you
free
get-
when
did
you
he
could
get
easily
hacked?
make money?
By the way, did you guys hear about the Telegram hack thing?
No.
Where they can do a total phone takeover through
I did hear about this,
animated
actually.
GIFs that they send.
Zero-click links, yeah.
Yeah, well, they send an animated like thing to you, and they can just take over your fucking phone. Cool.
Right. That's great.
So I don't know.
And
Maybe it was on
apparently,
Telegram.
he inflated some actual balloons and then stuffed them
use
in his shirt
Telegram.
to mimic comically oversized lopsided breasts and directed the area of the balloon that you tie toward the front to kind of create fake misaligned nipples. Apparently,
Misaligned. That's the funniest part to
he
me.
sent these women some $25,000 via Cash App and PayPal. And he traded selfies with one woman he pledged to
Do they
worship like a
always need
goddess,
to wear
telling
the
her, "You
hat,
turned me into a
or is
girl,"
that a
before
choice?
asking if he should put on leggings. And yeah, not great, Bob.
He likes to
So
be,
there is
he likes
Brian
to be
Noam looking very
sissified.
seriously into the camera. Is
Oh, he likes to be sissified, and his wife wouldn't sissify him the right way, so he had to find sex.
Well,
with
I mean,
to
he
do
saw
it.
his wife get bimboified, and he's like, "Why can't they be me?"
Why can't I get that same treatment? You know what's gonna be funny? If she divorces him, he like goes through with the transition and looks better than her.
That would be funny.
Show me your bag
That
of
would be very
secrets.
funny.
That would be funny.
Cigars.
Like at this point, why not? Like you've been outed. I'm pretty sure Noam's not gonna respond well.
Dick ripped off tonight.
though he is, you know, about to take an insurance exam, but also wearing a flesh-colored shirt with gigantic balloons beneath it and also pink hot pants. Yeah, this is not.
That's funny as fuck.
It's not great. It's pretty not good. Just gonna.
He likes
I'm
it.
gonna be
You
real
can tell.
with you.
He loves
He
it.
loves
Ben
it.
likes
He
it.
fucking loves it. He's like, I'm saving that tab for later. Leaving that tab open.
What he's actually thinking in his head is like, oh god, I hope nobody figures out that I like to do this.
I'm glad I'm
Tell
behind
me
the
I'm
desk.
my sister.
I'm glad I'm behind a desk so no one can see my raging boner right now. Like,
I don't
that's-
think it would be
that's the
visible
energy he's-
regardless.
That's oh my god! Have you seen the new thing that all of the kids are joking about on TikTok about catching print?
Catching what?
No.
Oh, okay. It's it's where you look at the junk area of a man and try and see how big his
you
dick
cock
is
print.
and where it falls on his balls, and then make a guess about whether he's a grower or shower.
That's hilarious.
And they've been going through conservative men being like, small dick. See how
God.
see how the penis ends here and then the balls end far below it. That's an A. And like they've been assigning them A, B, or D. They skipped C. I don't know, man. Yeah, but it's been pretty funny to watch. And it's gay men leading the charge. They're like, "Oh, honey, I
So
got
it's
you."
purely roasting. It's not
Yeah.
just weird sexual
It's gay
harassment
men
thing.
like it's gay
Great.
men. Yeah, it's gay men roasting.
That's so funny.
It's
and they're
pretty
using
funny.
like their pickup artist shit to do it as well. That's great. I love this.
It started with women being like, if we could see men's dick size the way that they can see our chests, they would feel insecure. And the gays were like, "We got you, honey. Let's
funny.
learn about catching Prince."
I had this discussion with a friend of mine whether growers could be strippers or not, or would all male strippers be showers?
I'm gonna be real with you. Most male strippers don't do fully nude.
Yeah.
No?
Most male
Interesting.
strippers get down to a G-string
Okay.
and little cups if they're
so
like
it
Chippendales.
depends on the state as well.
Yeah, because there's laws.
So full nude, for example, in most states, if
Is
you do
illegal.
full nude, you can't serve alcohol at the establishment.
Yep.
No shit.
Well,
But if it's
no,
only
a lot of them-
topless, you can.
You can't do full
Crazy.
nude here in Indiana. This is
Yeah,
Indiana,
it
no.
depends on the state.
It depends
But
on the
if there
state.
is
Most places are
full
not
nude
full.
legal, it can't sell alcohol most
And
of the time.
well,
but people just drink in the parking lot.
People got assaulted too many times.
Yeah.
In private dance rooms and shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like that is why. Just so you know.
But it didn't actually
But-
do anything because people still get drunk in the parking lot.
yeah, people get drunk. People go to the not nude one and then go to that one, kind of shit.
Yeah.
But then there's also the like, so there's laws around how nude you can be, but there's also laws about pubic hair. There's also laws about orifices, and by orifices I mean I used to hang out with strippers. So in
I dated
Indiana,
one.
before you take off like your top in Indiana, you like have to paint latex over your nipples because there was a court case that decided that nipples are open orifices and you
Right.
cannot expose those as per Indiana law. So strippers'
Right.
way of getting around it is now painting latex, clear latex over their nipples. And like there was a whole lawsuit
hilarious.
about pubic hair being on the stage. So they would force women to remove all of their pubic hair because it could get them like health code violation. But it's also a way to force women to like
Conform to standards.
yeah, exactly. So it's like I remember women cutting themselves, shaving really quick before they could go on stage, kind of
That
shit.
makes sense. Yeah.
So like
I mean,
all
I
of
was-
these,
I
like
was more
these
talking
laws
like
have
male
very real
strippers,
effects.
because I was more. But it's interesting that they don't do full nudes. But even still, I guess you could just
So
fucking
because
shove a
men,
sock in the G-string.
because well, and
So it
here's the
doesn't really
thing,
matter.
especially I'm gonna be real with you. Most women, because the culture around sex here at least is not like just rape a man if you want to. Like there's enough of I don't know. The culture around male strippers and female strippers is slightly different.
Yeah.
There are a lot of similarities, and I'm not saying that they aren't objectified and bad things don't happen
Well, I mean,
to male
sex
strippers.
work
But
has been.
There's a lot less pole dancing.
there's a lot less pole dancing. There's a lot less.
I want to say that sex work is probably the work that has been demonized consistently for the longest time ever,
Yeah.
and still is.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, women, because
But-
male sex work seems to
So,
be
so
glorified.
to answer your question, growers and showers can be male dancers, and anyone and most people in that
Stripper
profession
equality, baby.
hack for both comfort and look.
Beautiful. We love
So
this.
they're wearing a G-string with
Great.
a fake penis under it.
That's
A lot of
fantastic.
them.
I can
Not all
I
of
can
them.
tell my friend who I had this discussion with this answer, and this will conclude our conversation.
and just so you know, in some places they will even wear like things over their dick in case things slip or whatever while they're dancing, because of various like
You tape.
laws and things. Yeah, or they tape them back, or they like there's various like modesty laws that people have to conform to, just like the
America
stripper.
is a wild country.
Yeah, like
Don't care about your interviews. Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter.
Pretty much.
America is what the conservatives would call a third world shithole.
Well, they
Do not come.
Yeah.
Do not.
Do not come. Talking straight to Ben Shapiro right now.
Obviously, Kristi Noem is not super happy about this. According to the New York Post, Ms. Noem is devastated. The family was blindsided by this. They asked for privacy and prayers at this time. So let's talk for a second about, what is actually happening here. So first of all, people have all sorts of strange kinks and fetishes.
Oh my God.
The weirdness of human
like
life
me,
is
I
like-
want to fuck my sister.
He said that with enough of a smile that was like, I've got my own.
I love my dry life.
My dry wife. My dry wife.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your pee-pee is gigundo.
People are drawn toward the taboo, apparently even taboo as strange as all of this. Obviously, there is some sort of strange link to some autogynephilia.
Okay, wait, pause.
Being
real
turned
quick.
on by the idea that he was himself playing a girl and all that. I mean, basically, we're now doing clips from White Lotus here.
What?
With that said, I do have one question. And this is a question for members of the media who are on the left. If he
The
just came
trans
out as trans, or if he just said, this is my fetish. I love my fetish. My fetish is me. It is a core part of my identity. I am a person who, my identity is wrapped up in wearing giant balloons on my chest.
Wait, pause it really quick.
Right? If, in fact, he had done that.
So one thing that a lot of people overlook in all of this whole, trans people that before they come out, or trans people who never come out, or, may never admit it to themselves, might still do these things behind closed doors, is well, first of all, people want to they need a space where they feel safe being vulnerable, and because it's a body thing and they want to feel good about their bodies and try on the different things, there's a reason why people start in a sexual space, because there are very few private vulnerable spaces that are not sexual.
But also, this balloon type stuff with the
Is
giant
weird.
tits, nobody thinks this is it's inflation fetish. Everyone is
And they lost
okay,
their
that's
minds
weird,
because
bro.
there was a teacher who was wearing very similar fake.
Yes, Steven Crowder was all over that shit.
Yep. It's the first thing I think
But
of.
wasn't that whole
because
thing
now
the
Kristi
teacher
Noem-
intentionally trying to get fired or something?
Yeah, it was a hoax.
Oh, that was a hoax?
Yeah.
Of course it fucking was. And then,
Something
of
like
course,
that.
Kristi Noem's husband is doing it unironically behind closed doors.
Hilarious.
Look, it's a fetish and a kink that I will never personally understand because it's not for me. I like my smaller breasts, thank you. But they have to get in the way. That has to be fucking annoying. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't. As someone who has a lot of friends who've gotten breast reductions, I'm oh, I got lucky. And then there's
My
people who
dino
are into
nuggies
this,
are
and I'm
ready.
that's weird. I get it that it's a kink. I don't know, just not for me.
Also,
I understand.
well, a lot of the porn will be geared towards there's a lot of sissy fetish type of porn, but people who identify as sissies in the trans community are not respected by the trans community because they
don't transition, or
no, they're just continually really shitty.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing:
And,
the trans women that I am friends
will
with
say
that are into the
transphobic
bimbo,
shit and stuff.
Yeah, the ones that I'm friends with that are into some level of bimbofication, a lot of it has to do with being afraid to do certain things or make certain choices, or feeling overwhelmed with having to learn how to perform as a gender that they didn't spend their formative years learning to perform as, right? And so having a partner that when you can't pick out a dress for a function because you're going out of your mind, like trying to figure out how to look feminine and shit, having someone to be like, that dress, not that one, can be really fucking helpful. You know, like that can be helpful even to cis people sometimes, right? And like a lot of people who are into some kind of bimbofication want to feel pretty, want to feel like seen as the gender that they are.
That's the thing, is like bimbofication is more like the inflated lip style stuff.
Yeah, it's not this, like, I will say I do know a couple trans women who have gotten chesticles not quite that size but very large, but it's also because they are like very large women in the sense that they're like 6'3", you know, like, and wide frame. They're big lady from the video game kind of big, so like their breasts also fit them, but they would go like, you know, a size or two bigger to be like, I also would like the bimbofication aspect of this, you know, like that's not weird. This is a little bit weird to me.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is like a lot of times, a lot of times, like the people who like identify as sissies, so like this, it's the like whole sissy porn culture for the most part. It's actual
eggs.
Trans women.
It's eggs
who are doing it. But the people who identify as sissies on like Twitter and stuff, they don't like do anything to feminize themselves.
Yeah,
they just dress up with like basically like full man face.
Yeah,
you know.
Yep.
So the genre of porn does not reflect the people who actually like identify with these terms.
That's what I guess that's what I mean by like it's not weird. Like the people that I know that actually engage in this stuff in real life are not actually as weird as you might think if you've never heard of this kind of thing. But like the people that are like hiding a part of themselves and engaging in this stuff, or like you're saying, a lot of the trans people are like, they don't actually commit to trans things to act to make content. You know what I mean? It's not genuine, and they feel a way about that. Like that's fair, right? But also, like, I don't know, man. It's different. You're right. It is different. It is different if you're like doing it for your own personal reasons and like versus making content out of it. But also, like, it's different if your wife is the fucking, you know, head of ICE, that part of the regime that is like trying to eradicate trans people or people doing anything that might be perceived as trans related like this. I don't know. Fucking wild.
Wouldn't they make him the Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services? See, here's the thing.
No.
Now, first of all, I honestly, the guy has some sort of pathology, and you got to feel bad for him. And also, he has a screwed up personal life because Kristi Noem, it is widely known in Washington, D.C., has a thing going with Corey Lewandowski, and that's been going on for a long time. It is why there was a very awkward moment when Kristi Noem was called before Congress, and Kristi Noem was literally questioned about all of this. Was literally questioned about all of this. Right? Kristi Noem was asked about Corey Lewandowski and cheating with Corey Lewandowski and all this, and she acted with umbrage, but she didn't actually deny the charge, and her husband was sitting behind her during the same hearing. It was really, really awkward. So there's some strange stuff going on in there.
The husband is probably also into cuck. If the whole the whole thing seems like a humiliation kink.
Yeah.
So he probably.
So is this why Kristi Noem was fucking someone else on that plane?
Like the whole like, because like I've done.
You didn't hear about that?
No. What plane?
There's the whole blankie thing, right? Or no, that was Kash Patel. No, it was about her thing with the blankie where she forgot her blankie.
Oh, that was her. Yeah, that was her. She forgot her blankie. And tried to make the pilot turn back and then fired him because he laughed at her and was like, we do not turn back for blankies. Buy a new one.
That's fucking hilarious.
But like,
I don't think he said it like that, but he was like, no, I'm not turning the plane around, landing it and taking off again because you forgot a fucking blanket, ma'am.
I've had like sexual encounters where like the girl was like taking pictures to send back to like her partner, right? Because they like have that type of like cuckold dynamic, but it's not so much like
I too have done that.
him being in the room. So I imagine that's probably something that was going on with Christy Nome.
Look, I can one up that. I too have been in that situation, and the person that I was in that situation with, I was doming, and so they were subbing, and this was before they transitioned, and their whole thing with what they wanted was for me to have them dress up like a woman and do what I wanted, and that was their whole thing. And so that I'm just saying, like, and part of it, they had a partner, was their partner wanted pictures of it, and for a full report from their sub when they got back. So yeah, it's a thing that happens. I'm not saying that it's not a thing that happens, but like this person also transitioned and is now living as herself and whatnot. This was in college during her like coming to terms with it era, if that makes sense. Like less than a year later, she came out and transitioned. So I guess that, like John was saying, the people who are legitimately into this, but then don't do anything about it, especially if you are like the stereotypical, I hate these people because they can't be them. Like, like, oh, I'm gay, so I'm going to hate on gay people even harder. Yeah, that makes it fucking weird, if that makes sense.
I'm just judging by the humiliation kink. Like, even if he wasn't involved, he probably was into the fact that she was cheating on him. And, like, the whole, like, blindsided thing, I just refuse to believe you were blindsided by this.
No, there's no way. There's no way you didn't. Where did he keep those titties in your house? Hidden in the attic?
They were balloons.
Oh, they were balloons?
Yeah.
Oh. I wasn't looking that closely at them. Sorry, I'm embroidering something, so I'm mostly listening.
Yeah, so they were balloons, yeah.
That's actually even funnier. You know what? It would be funnier if she actually was blindsided by this, but I don't believe that.
Well, I don't believe so either.
Like, I wish, but also, I've heard more believable stories.
Personal and family life, for sure. But here's my question again for people on the left who are very excited about this story. Like bizarrely excited
funny.
About the story. Like excited in some of the same ways that Brian Nome appears to have been excited by fetish models about this story.
No, different type of
excitement.
excitement.
If you're on the left, what language do you have to condemn all of this? I understand that you're claiming that he's a hypocrite and that right-wingers are hypocrites. Well, I mean, I don't feel...
He's excited.
Condemn. It's funny.
Oh, I mean...
Like I'm not condemning shit, Ben.
What is there to condemn? Other than the fact that his wife would be publicly against what he's clearly privately doing.
We encourage this, and Ben, you should also give it a shot.
How long till his mommy milker photos get leaked?
You may have thought that there was photos of me with mommy milkers.
Feel like conservatives are hypocrites since conservatives don't like this, and they say that it is bad. And also, hypocrisy.
Nobody likes
is, as my friend Andrew Clavin likes to say,
who?
The tribute that vice pays to virtue, meaning that yes, we all have moral standards, and we don't always uphold all of those moral standards, but it doesn't mean the moral standard is wrong. Hypocrisy is generally a charge that is directed at the virtue itself, not at the person violating the virtue. In other words, the reason the left loves stories like this is because they believe there actually is nothing wrong with what Brian Nome did here.
I don't think there's anything wrong with what he did. That doesn't mean that it's not funny. Like, I'm never not gonna laugh at the fucking inflatable people who get in the fucking inflatable stuff and try and get on the inflatable raft and stuff. I send it to my friends all the time when it appears on my feed because it's fucking hysterical to me. The balloon people, you know?
The clowns.
No. It's like it's like
the real
clowns.
clowns.
It's like a rubber fetish.
Oh no, I know. I'm saying there's the clowns and then there's the real clowns. The ones that
Clown
love the
fetishes are different because
Clown
goddamn.
yeah, I was gonna say clown
boy,
fetish is a totally different thing.
Boy, that bouncy clown. Let me tell
That
you.
is a whole different thing.
I wanted, you know.
It's another
I heard
one
it
that,
honks.
it's another one that I guess I understand, but I'm not into it.
What?
The clown thing.
Look, it's just bouncy clown for me.
I don't know. I have no idea who you're referring to, but I'm sure they're lovely.
So what if it does honk?
Oh my
god. I'll show you.
Dino numbers.
I don't. What? Okay, can someone explain the clown thing to me? Like, I don't get it. That one I don't get.
I mean, for that one. The clown thing's weird. It's super weird.
It's again. I know people who are into it. It's just I've never done. I've never been a part of it. It's just not my thing.
That it does honk. What are you gonna do about that? You live with your parents. They'll hear that. Do you have a soundproof room? Or a soundproof basement? Let's say that it does honk.
Oh my god. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
You can't be called bouncy and look like that.
What do you mean? What's wrong with her being called bouncy and looking like this?
It's too obvious.
Well, I mean, she does
Clowns
actual
are not
clown
known
work.
for their subtlety.
But she does actual clown work, and then she also does this like Instagram stuff that's geared towards adults. Like she does like kids face painting and stuff. Like this is her actual like work makeup.
Clown.
This is her
She's
work
the one who
character.
had an egg made?
Yes.
Okay, I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
No, she's great though.
She does
I
videos
did
on
know
like
who
clown
Bouncy Clown
history.
was. I just didn't know her name.
But like, see, here's her with that.
I knew this girl. She had this crazy freak out because she took.
Like she's really, really pretty
I mean,
with colossal gazongas.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't.
Would
the
you let it
clown
honk?
makeup, if she didn't have the clown makeup on, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd let it honk. I'm sorry. I'm not into the makeup.
Like, just imagine it's honking the whole time.
I don't know.
Is it-
I'm not into the make. Look, I guess I don't get it.
Is it the
I'm
clown
not-
horn honk?
She's not ugly. I understand. She's not ugly.
Oh,
but
she's
also,
gorgeous.
Like, yeah, she's not. I'm not calling her ugly, but also like the clown makeup doesn't do it for me. Yeah, that doesn't do it for me. It does not turn me on.
No.
No.
You sure?
Sorry, no, not for me. You know what? You can have as many clowns as you want because I.
No, I only want bouncy clown.
I don't. Okay, so one of you explain it to me. What about it? I don't get it.
Look,
to explain it to you.
It's
I don't
not
get it.
about. It's not about being into clowns. It's about being into bouncy clown.
She is hot enough that you would be like, I'm fine with that game.
And she's hysterical, you know.
She's quite funny.
The antics that we
I-
could get up to.
Oh,
It would
fair
be an
enough.
adventure every time.
Will it honk this time? The new series, Will It Honk?
Is it like a typical clown horn honk?
Only one way to find out.
Speaking of clowns,
nothing wrong with that. They're actually angry at the people who say there is something wrong with what Brian Noem did here. That is the point that I'm making about Rachel Levine, the former Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services. If Brian Noem came out today and said, listen, this is my core identity is a man who loves gigantic boobs and wears fake balloons in my shirt, the left would be like, they would elevate him in American public life for violating
And it
the
would
virtue,
still be
for violating the
hysterical.
standard.
No, we wouldn't
I
elevate
said he has
him
the
just
gall,
with-
and members of
it's
his family have the
no,
gall
wait,
to
pause.
say the tradition.
This would be like Jenner, okay? This would be like Jenner coming out, where we'd be like, well, she exists, and we'll call her, will she, her, but also she murdered that person, and she has awful.
Well,
politics.
Caitlyn Jenner was celebrated when she did come out, but it was
Was
by
she?
libs.
By
but
libs,
it was no, it
trans-
was more of like a marketing thing.
Yeah, but that's
like
not
they made her
how
Woman of the
celebrated.
Year and stuff.
That's gross. That's gross.
But also, like, if anyone
Those
who
trans
is
people did not-
following the Kardashians and watched the show, like they knew they were an egg the whole time.
Oh, I did not watch the show, so
Neither did I. I just know enough of the lore
That's
that
fair.
it was obvious that
that Caitlyn was into not being
yeah.
Bruce
It
anymore.
wa- like you could see, like they were transitioning on the show before.
Gotcha. Like growing her hair out and stuff like that.
Not so much that, but getting more feminine.
Gotcha.
And then off air did the complete transformation.
Gotcha.
So like, a lot of people will do that. Well, they'll be on
Yes,
HRT for a while.
Come back.
They'll be on
what's so
HRT
weird?
for a while, and then at some point they'll stop making like a public appearance for a little bit, and then come back with a full transition.
That's who did that like was my favorite. That like I didn't see it coming, if I'm gonna be real with you. There was a man who was very famous in the white supremacist community, whose son was like essentially slotted to take over his section of the movement, right? Had grown up in the movement, blah blah blah. Then his son left the movement, started speaking out against it, and then disappeared. And I was like, oh, where'd he go? Because I was really hoping that he was going to tell some more stories about his dad, and because his dad was one of the people who tried to like take over an island in the 80s and shit, and then made Stormfront. But then he popped back, or I guess she popped back up a few years later being like, hey, surprise, sorry I disappeared because I'm trans and I didn't want to do that in public. So yeah, no, that's a very common thing. But that's my favorite one. Was I just happened to because I just wasn't I just happened to Google Don Black again looking for his son, and then found out turns out he has a daughter.
Why do you think Nazis have, I wouldn't say success, but like somewhat representation of trans people within their movement? Is it purely a co-option, or is it
Look,
some
here's
connection
the
of
thing
like
about
loner communities? Like what is it, do you think?
here's the thing about queer people and existing. We exist across all other
For
boundaries.
example, Caitlyn Jenner.
Religion, ethnicity, like birthplace, like all that. We exist across all of those things, and so they like remember that one trans Nazi who like shot her fucking kid recently at the hockey game.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yes.
Nazis,
Yes.
it's not even just femboy trans Nazis, right? Like women like that exist. Now they are not a majority because they're a minority of a minority.
Yes.
But like they do exist. Just like all of the people who crash Grinder at the Republican National Convention exist because gay people are very common.
Do you think they're more inclined to do more radical actions to almost to stand out in the movement?
Because they
in a
get
way?
marginalized within a marginalized community that they were trying to fit into, and the people who are most likely to act violent are the people who end up isolated and don't have anything that they feel like there is to live for, or a way to make it better, or anything like that. Like in general, the people more willing to commit violence are like that, right?
Yeah.
And that applies to Nazis as well. And so like the ones that like get kicked out of their own damn movements end up more likely to become the lone wolf if they've been fed that rhetoric when they were inside the movement, if that makes sense. And I will say it's a little bit different now because spreading that shit online is different. This is more of like an in-person kind of thing. But I guess online people feel isolated in the first place.
Makes sense.
That end up in those communities. So I don't know. But yeah.
Getting back to Christy Nome's husband here.
Oh my god, yeah, with the mom.
Do we think that it honks?
I think they squeak.
It definitely, you know that balloon squeak?
Yeah, that
balloon. Oh, trust me, I know the balloon squeak. I see plenty of the balloon fetish stuff on Instagram, and I laugh every time. It's so funny when they're like struggling to get on the fucking balloon horse. It's so funny to me.
Traditional virtue is good, even if they violate it. That the left is really, really on top of this story. See, the right has language to condemn behavior like this.
About it
We
until
do.
you
Like
played this
the left
clip.
doesn't have any
Really
language to
do.
condemn behavior. Like just the social
They
left.
don't want to tell
the
you
social
how
left
tapped
believes
in
that the core
they are.
element when it comes to sexual behavior
I
and
heard it
fetishes
from
and
a
all the
friend.
rest of it is just consent. That's the only thing that matters. As
Ben's a
long as
fan.
these are consensual adults, everything is fine.
That
the
is
right
not-
believes
that is also
that lots of
not
people consent to
entirely
lots of things that are terrible for them. And
Yes,
that actually you can do things.
I don't know about that because I think there's plenty of
not
things
entirely
that you
true.
can consent to that are still wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not entirely true, but close. Like in the sense that like he's trying to make it sound like all of the things that people's minds would go to that you would actually exclude, you know, are on the table. Like that's what he's trying to project, right? But that's, it's misrepresenting. That's for sure.
Things that are sinful. Like the language of sin exists on the right. The language of taboo continues to exist on the right. The language of unnaturalness continues to exist on the right. And so we can all look at that and go, yeah, that's unnatural and that's sinful what he's doing there, and it's bad and it's wrong and it's strange. We can use that language. If you're on the left, by what stretch of the imagination
sinful,
can
but
you
it's
even
definitely
condemn what he's doing?
strange.
And
Yeah,
the
it's
answer is you can't condemn what he's doing. All you can do is condemn the people who condemn what he's doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you tell me this shit is not hilarious.
Are we gonna look at the pictures? Or
About to get fucked up, bitch beetle.
what is this?
Oh my
Oh my god. Oh my god, my sights hurt. Winnie, look at the eyes. It's the eyes. It's the eyes on the suit, dude.
This is one of my favorite ones.
That's so funny.
Oh my god, my sides hurt. That was good. That was funny. He's gonna try again.
Attempt number 2.
Oh no. The cut.
Because it just starts over, you know.
Oh, it started over.
Yeah, he didn't successfully mount it, I guess.
That was okay. That was fucking funny. weird. Are they into the texture? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know, but it's funny.
What are you doing? Oh no. Oh no.
They don't seem to get on it very often.
There's a couple of them you scrolled past. Is that a Charizard?
That's awesome.
Oh my god, is that an even more obscure... Is it a Weasel? Is that an obscure Pokemon? Oh my god, an obscure Pokemon with... Oh my god. The obscurity of this porn. Insane.
That was
Wow.
awesome.
I do not. People are sexually aroused by that because I laugh.
How can you not laugh?
Hang on.
The assault of noise.
Hang on. I was about to navigate away, and then I saw this gem, and I think we gotta go back for a second.
The only thing that might have been better
Oh my god.
would have been him
easier for
verbally
them.
struggling. Oh no.
Oh my god. I love how mounting is usually just falling on it.
JD Vance needs to see this.
That was a good comment.
Fuck it out.
For real. Make no mistake, people on the left are not upset about Brian Noam doing this. They're happy that Christy
I was
Noam is
laughing so
humiliated
hard
by it.
that I
That
just
is the real
started
answer here.
farting
They're
up a
very
storm
happy
just now.
that Brian Noam is humiliated by this because he's a Republican.
When I was laughing because I laughed.
There's a good piece in the New York Times actually asking members of his local community about this. And honestly, I think that the members of the local community have it right. They basically said it's sad. We feel bad for him. We feel like we hope that he gets past this sort of stuff. We feel bad for the family,
Embrace
for
it,
Christy
baby.
Noam. And honestly, I think that is the proper approach
That is
to
so
things
wild. We hope they stay together and he gets past it, which means we hope they pretend harder this doesn't happen behind closed doors. Like, what? That's wild. He's got weird shit going on behind closed doors because he's responding to this how he would hope other people would respond to him. That's weird, but I hope that he gets past it and they stay together. That's a weird way to respond to that, but all right.
It's a bit weird.
What do you guys think? Place your bets now. You think they're going to stay together or break up?
I think they'll stay together.
I
There's no
think
point in breaking up.
I thought they were already separated in a way.
Oh, were they?
I'm not sure.
So you think break up?
I honestly couldn't give a
Does
shit.
he have any? Does he further her career in any way? Because if no, I think he's gone.
Well,
That's a
I
good
think,
point, actually.
I think
But is there any-
basically, I think basically they were like, they were separated but not divorced because a divorce would be a public thing, and she's a conservative politician.
See, that's what I was thinking.
And now-
is
but
would
now
it be
she's
a bit
embarrassing
more
him.
damage if they got divorced?
Well, it's kind
For
of like
another dude.
Well, it's kind of like Melania had her boyfriend in New York, but then when Barron turned 18, he was like, "You have to move to the White House because it's now embarrassing. You don't have an
Yes.
excuse."
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's I feel like it's more of a detriment to have a public divorce than because he
Yeah,
can get a
only
lot
for
out
conservatives,
of a
though.
public divorce. Yeah, exactly. So
Well,
it's like
here's the thing. I think conservatives would find, just like they find ways to accept all of the bullshit that's fed to them, would find
They'll
ways to
cope.
accept Noam leaving him and saying he refused to change, especially if he's actually trans.
she could also play that up, whether he
Yeah.
is or not.
Yep. I'm just saying, like,
There's ways around
I
it.
personally don't think that they will stay together if it becomes detrimental to her career.
She was blindsided, apparently, so...
Maybe he, here's the thing. I don't think that she was blindsided. I think she distanced herself from this and started fucking other people and like knew about it, but was like, keep it quiet and don't actually divorce me. And then he, like any, man his age, did not consider that,
I
pictures.
think that she opened the door when she started bimbofying herself.
Ooh.
It's a good theory.
Yikes. It's possible.
Okay, what Sonic the Hedgehog character do you think is most likely to be trans?
Tails?
Obviously.
Like this. I think that sympathy for people who sin, not in their sin, but as human beings, because everybody sins, is the proper response to all of this. And also recognizing that the standard of sin still ought to apply. That the standard of bad behavior still ought to apply.
Shut up. This is
that is the
boring,
proper
Ben.
response
Say
to
funny
all
stuff.
of this.
Yeah.
And so, again, is it inherently, kind of funny? It's inherently kind of funny a little just because, when people do weird things, it's funny in the same way that Bugs Bunny dressing up in a dress is funny.
No.
And that there's no way to look at those pictures and not kind of laugh at it. But by the same token, comedy and tragedy are two sides of the same coin.
That is
tragedy in the criticism of Walter Cruz, a theater critic from the 1950s and 60s. He said
real
that
tragedy is
tragedy
trans women,
is the notion
like,
that
feel
human
like
beings
they should
have
be targeted.
aspirations to.
You know who does a really good comedy versus tragedy?
Who?
Frank Stenazzi.
I have no idea who that is.
Really?
What? You saying really to what here?
You love this. You love bringing up this guy.
I don't often bring him up. That's the
No,
thing.
but you love to.
But you do love doing it?
I mean, when have I brought him up before?
Multiple different times. And every time you've been ecstatic to talk about it.
I mean,
Does anyone else
nothing
remember
wrong
me
with-
bringing
great.
up
No,
Frank
he-
Stenazzi?
It's
He's
gonna
great.
be funny if you bring it up and like as soon as I see the video, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy. You do bring him up a lot, but I don't know who you're talking
No,
about.
it's not that much. Like it's probably
But
been a
also,
few
there's
months.
nothing wrong with being excited about sharing something that's funny or interesting.
I know.
Don't bully John. Be nice.
Boo 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 boo.
I don't know. The last thing that he brought up, they said was interesting.
How
made
did
us all
I
laugh
get
really
here?
fucking hard. So maybe this one will be funny too.
Everything else that he's shown from this guy is pretty good.
Yeah, his music is copywritten though, so I just want to show a preview. The Iraq Pack.
Third Reich. That's what all the people say. I took Poland in April, then France in May. And sit down! I was starting to groan. Then I took those checks in June. I say Third Reich. See Kyle with me, let's march down and salute.
It's just musical comedy where it's just Nazi puns.
Oh, okay. You know what? I would go see that show live.
I would as well. It looks great.
And like what's funny, like the song "Strangers on My Flights," he's like talking about Kurds and stuff.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so it's like deeply politically informed at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. So shows like that are funny if they are well written. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You
I
can
think
joke
he does
about-
a
you
really
can joke
good
about
job with the
anything if it's done
satire.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's really funny when people don't know they're about to see him and they get like blindsided by him
That
because
would
it
be
will
funny.
be like a bunch of different acts, like a multi-show, and then he will come out and people won't like expect that there's a fucking Hitler on stage, and like there was that one comedian I sent you, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was just racist shit.
Yeah. I saw one that was just a dude that was dressed up as a robot, wasn't talking, had an AI voice playing over the speakers, basically just recounting the conservative account of George Floyd. And I'm like, how is this comedy? Like, what are we doing?
What are we
here?
laughing
Like,
at?
This is absurd. Like,
Someone died in
it
the
was literally,
street.
yeah, it's like, oh, I took too much fentanyl and then did some bad things and stole a car. Like, it's literally just like verbalizing your ignorance.
Some people love that though.
It's insane.
It makes them feel
And-
not alone with their ignorant bullshit.
Because I literally responded to it because I had to. I'm like, this is something I have to leave something. And I'm like, where was the joke? Where's the punchline? Because there wasn't one. And then I'm just getting a bunch of people being like, oh, you're too stupid to get it. I'm like, let me know when your highfalutin comedy actually comes through with a punchline. Like, you can joke about George Floyd. That's not impossible. You can make jokes about it. But as you said, they have to be done well. And I'm not sure that there has been one yet. I would have to be shown one, but I'm not sure. Maybe I don't even think Dave Chappelle would be doing one.
I want to say I've seen something similar where it was okay, but like the whole point was like how ridiculous the scenario was.
Okay.
And it wasn't exactly George Floyd, it was like a pun type of thing.
Okay. Yeah, because it is a like it would be a topic that would be relatively hard to make a joke about, but
I saw
it wouldn't be impossible.
I saw I think he was European maybe, and he did an N-word style set that was genuinely funny.
Okay.
And the joke is like he's from Europe and he doesn't understand American culture. And he was confused by people calling him Monica all night.
Oh, that's so funny.
But
Where
it's
was he
like a
from?
really well done bit, and he has it like he like draws it out and like.
Where was he from?
I don't
In
remember.
Europe?
Just somewhere in Europe.
Because I have a Hungarian friend that has made that joke to me before.
But like, and like it was like a mixed race crowd too, and it like cut to the crowd. It showed crowd's reactions, and he's like, the white people sitting next to their black friend don't know if they're allowed to laugh at this joke. So that's like also a dynamic of the joke is the crowd work that got incorporated into it.
But the lost edits got made? What is the lost edits?
I used to think the only thing that was funny was the sketch. That a joke in and of itself?
It might be. I don't know what the lost edits are.
Getting into day 2 of extended prayers for Kristi Noem, and there's just several things I would like to keep you abreast regarding this story. So first of all, the reactions are pouring out. Laura Loomer has weighed in. Kylie, pop this up. This has been known by Trump world since the campaign. It's not a secret that Kristi Noem's husband is a gay man. That's why nobody reprimanded her for her very open and public affair with Corey Lewandowski. They felt bad for her because her husband is gay, which is why he never divorced her for the affair. I'm shocked it took this long for it to come out. It's been known for a long time. And then Nancy Mace took a rare break from hysterically and maniacally tweeting about trans people. Kylie, pop this up. Nancy Mace tweets, the media wants to talk about Brian and Kristi Noem's personal drama and indiscretions. I want to talk about who is getting deported, who got paid, who's stealing from taxpayers. Different priorities. Let's focus on what matters. And Nancy Mace, I intend to do this. I intend to focus on exactly what matters. And what matters right now is that our government is run by hypocrites, sanctimonious, Christian signaling hypocrites that want to browbeat and oppress the LGBTQ plus community, the immigrant community, the Black community, women, you name it. And then at night, it's fetish city for these people. And that's the fundamental problem with this regime. The do as I say, not as I do. These are the people that stage 5 meltdown about furries. Kids are taking shits in litter boxes in schools. Well, Trump has a big furry party at Mar-a-Lago. It's the hypocrisy, Nancy Mace. And I want to hear from Megyn Kelly and get her reaction. Then we're going to get Pops weighing in on this. So Megyn Kelly is weighed in. Play the clip.
I feel for Kristi Noem. It puts a totally different spin
It's too quiet.
on the affair she's allegedly been having with Corey Lewandowski. Who could blame her? Who could blame her? It feels almost noble at this point. I mean, like, it's not noble. I mean, they're both married and have children and all the bit. I'm just saying it definitely gives a different look at it because you never know what's going on in someone's marriage. Now, I'll get to what she's saying. She's suggesting she didn't know. So I guess technically it wouldn't justify the affair.
Pops, what do you think of Kristi Noem and Big Titty Brian's marital arrangement?
Okay, here's the thing about all of this. It really, talking about hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of Fox News and Megyn Kelly, well, you know, she's been having this affair and that's bad. And that's one of the reasons Trump fired her. Bullshit. Trump has affairs all the time. Everybody in this regime fucks around on their spouse. Like that is just part and parcel for how these people work. And in terms of all of this, like she didn't know. I was in a very similar situation to Kristi Noem. You are willfully denying it because when you look back on the facts, you know exactly what the fuck is going on. You just don't want to deal with it. And all of this shit about it's a godly marriage.
You had a bimbo husband?
Godly marriage. Mm-hmm. You know how I know they have a godly marriage? Because they have secret double lives. And that tends to be the case in these uber religious freaks. The more religious they are, the more naughty shit they're up to. During the day, they're screaming about their faith. At night, they're being naughty. This is not news. This is exactly what one would expect.
And I just want to say that if Big Titty Brian wants to put on big titties, I don't think that's particularly naughty. It's a free country. I'm not some Puritan prude that gives a shit about this stuff. I really don't care. Whatever your kink is, swing for the fences. What I care
all
about
over my face.
is his involvement in this lie, in this charade, that we have a godly marriage and we are all about traditional marriage. And the use of the word traditional in front of marriage is intentional to demean and diminish and oppress people who might not be in what these MAGA godly marriage cultists think is a traditional marriage. Gay people, lesbians, mixed race couple, etc. That is the purpose. So when Big Titty Brian sat down behind his wife in these congressional hearings, and she denied having an affair with Corey Lewandowski, and she doubled down and called Renee
video I just sent
whom
you.
all of MAGA, by the way, is completely fine with that cop shooting her,
you
executing her,
didn't
and
see
then calling
this?
her a fucking bitch.
fucking love
so when
this.
Big Titty Brian sits
Did you
down
also
behind
see
his wife,
the same? I believe it's the same thing in Thailand, but she because they, like you've seen the Always Sunny thing where they put the teeth in, right, for the beauty queens. So they all do that, but she was like doing a speech or something, and her fucking teeth fall out, like beauty pageant teeth. At this, I believe it was also the Miss Thailand thing.
That's great. That's so
psycho
funny.
killer,
I can't believe I haven't seen that
and
until
goes
now.
along with this charade and this lie. That's the fucking problem. If Big Titty Brian wants to put on titties and get on the internet and have people pay him off, I really don't give a shit. It makes no difference in my life. I give a shit
Hell
about
yeah.
the lying and the oppressing of marginalized communities. And Big Titty Brian took a huge part in that by sitting behind his wife and giving the veneer. We are a godly couple. We have a godly marriage. We're going to sit here in Christian signal. And the minute he leaves us congressional hearing, it's nipples up, ass out. I have had it from top to bottom with these people. And Big Titty Brian is not off the hook. He has agency when he puts on his tits, and he has agency when he sits behind his wife to present to the American public that they are fucking liars and hypocrites. But this gets even better. Listen to the serious journalist, Brett Baer, and I say serious in quotations, you guys, at Fox, trying to report on this. Play the clip.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is asking for privacy and prayers tonight. She's said to be devastated by a report alleging her husband has been what is being called a cross-dressing double life. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has details tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Brett. Well, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and now President Trump
Blindsided.
responded to a report regarding Noem's husband's alleged online activities. A spokesperson tells the Daily Mail that she's devastated and that, quote, the family was blindsided by this, and they asked for privacy and prayers at the time. President Trump tells the outlet he knew nothing about it, adding, wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad. The Daily Mail.
I personally am blindsided that the people that Big Titty Brian was messaging once he put his tits on weren't minors. That's what blindsided me, because that seems to be the intended audience in this particular sect of the Republican Party, the MAGA sect. And moving along, we have to kind of analyze who leaked this story. Who leaked it? Did Trump leak it because he wants to fire her? Or does she have stuff on Trump and he made like an offensive move? Or did Kristi Noem leak it so then she could, Sam Sater and Emma Vigeland at the Majority Report said, so then she can marry Corin Lewandowski and they can't testify against each other. So who leaked this story? Who leaked it? Or is it the disgruntled sex worker, which that would track for me, whoever did it. I mean, we need to get to the bottom of. So let's put up what Sam Stein, his response to the Noem story. So Trump says, of course, wow, I'm so upset about that. Sam says, strongest suggestion yet that he planted it. So I think Hanks is a total great candidate for leaking this. Pumps, what's your take on all of that?
Well, and you know, Trump notoriously plants stories in the media about his dick size before he was president, and now about people that he doesn't like in his administration. He does floaters. Like, what do people think? And so here's my thing about this. I find it incredibly hard to believe that Laura Loomer, who gets people fired in the Trump administration, who gets Trump's ear, like the first person he calls, you hear in different reports. He didn't call his advisors, he calls Laura Loomer. That she's sitting on the internet saying everybody knows this, everybody has known this. That they haven't pillow talked around this. Nobody was blindsided by this. My money's on Trump. Here's the deal. I see Kristi Noem's pardon kind of going up in smoke with all this. And maybe that's why. I don't know.
It's interesting. Of course, we will keep you abreast of all of this news as it unfolds. But we have more analysis that I want to pop up. Kylie, pop this up. Josh Sorbet, and I don't know if it's Sorb or Sorbet, so I'm so sorry, Josh, but I think your analysis is spot on. Josh Sorb, who handles communications for the Senate Judiciary Committee, Democrats, who is from South Dakota, where Kristi Noem was governor, highlighted why the Noems are getting attention. The Brian Noem story perfectly encapsulates these people's hypocrisy and insecurity. Sorb, who is gay, said in a statement online, they ostracize any queer person in public, but they love to queen out and do gay shit behind the scenes. Get well.
It's true.
And I'll even cheer on your bad drag after they're out of power. And this is something that is a really important point in this, because we are not shaming any sort of kink, any sort of cross-dressing. I don't know if he's gay or not. I don't know. I really don't give a shit. It's none of my business. I'm not the sexual orientation police and the bathroom police. I don't give a shit. I think those people are freaks. The point at the heart of this is the hypocrisy of these people ostracizing. And I think under Trump's second term, there's been over 700 anti-LGBTQ plus bills that have come out.
Yeah,
these are the book banners. These are the sexual shamers. And so when you see them at night doing gay shit and queening out,
Yeah, she looks like
we
Bubbles.
have to point it out. We have to
Trailer
point
Park
out
Boys.
the hypocrisy. And I echo what Josh says. I will fight for Big Titty Brian's right to queen out and put on his big titties and do whatever he wants to do. Just don't be a fucking hypocrite
standing and blinking
and
a lot and nodding.
pile on to a community that
My
had
favorite
the
is
bravery
the one blinky
against
guy.
headwinds to stand in pride against
the
your
one
whole
guy,
movement
the
of
Russian
pathological
stooge
liars
be
that try to smash these
fucking
people down.
blinking
So
like
I
a
love
machine
that
gun.
analysis, and I think it's incredibly important because this is a community that is heavily, heavily, heavily under attack in this fascist regime. And we're finding out time and time again that people who are the biggest attackers of this movement are doing a bunch of gay shit at night. And again, we support all the gay shit.
They always be
I'm
doing
here
gay
for
shit
it.
at night.
I just hate the hypocrisy.
They want
And
us all to
here's
be in
a
the
little
closet
bit
like
more
them.
analysis on the leaks, Pump. So let me read this to you, and then I'll get your analysis. So Capital Hunter says, does Kristi Noem's family cross-dressing story make you wonder why so many high-level GOP politicians have dirty secrets? Because it's a feature. Because people with secrets are easy to control. Remember Madison Cawthorn and Matt Gaetz dumped in a flash with leaked salacious video. As the MAGA infighting deepens, we'll see more of this. Just realize every leak to media of a politician's dirty secrets is a choice. It means someone in DC or abroad was sitting on a file for years. A secret is a tool, and tools are used.
Well, I think if nothing else, this administration is the illustration of that. And I have seen like Megyn Kelly, like this makes her, she can be blackmailed because of her husband's behavior. Well, if you were honest, nobody would give a shit. But here's the thing. We've seen what happens when politicians have secrets because Donald Trump, who is listed over 1 million times in the Epstein files, who DOJ has gone to great lengths to cover up for, has behaved in such a way it is almost impossible to draw any conclusion other than Putin and Netanyahu have material on him that he believes would hurt his political chances. So we are living in a time where secrets destroy the global economy, secrets marginalize communities, secrets get people shot and killed in the street. So these secrets, we are watching them in real time. And again, if you want to go to
Okay, whatever, lady.
Yeah, she'd be boring, that one.
Yeah, fuck glasses, lady.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is Holly McKay. She's a geopolitical analyst who was a war correspondent in the Middle East for over a decade. Holly, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
We're talking about a really horrifying story, and I'm grateful for your perspective, especially as someone who's been on the ground in the region covering it as a journalist. Because according to both U.S. and Iraqi officials, an American journalist was kidnapped in Iraq on Tuesday. Really terrifying CCTV footage appeared to show the moment it happened, the moment Shelley Kittleson, she's a freelance journalist, was snatched off the street in Baghdad by two men, shoved in a car, and then the car drove away. You were an investigative reporter, as I said, and a war correspondent who reported on the ground in conflict and war zones, including Iraq. So to start off the conversation, what's your perspective here when you hear this news?
Well, first of all, it's just horrifying. I have known Shelley for many years. She's an incredible, very tenacious journalist who has worked a lot in the region, from Afghanistan through to Syria, and she was actually living in Baghdad. So it wasn't that she was just going there to report. That was Shelley's home for the past few years. So she's very experienced in the area. She's fluent in Arabic, and she just cares very deeply about the Iraqi people and telling their story. And she's just one of those people who's just such a kind and gentle soul. So it's really horrifying to think about her, being in this horrific situation. And, it's something that unfortunately is a risk, as part of this job, but it's something you just never, you just hope never happens to you or to someone that you know. And so when it does, it's just very terrifying and very confronting.
I mean, just as a journalist in New York, just as a person, hearing the news, seeing the footage, especially on top of that, is just really chilling. But when you're reporting in places in the Middle East, conflict zones, you have experience doing that. What safety precautions do you take normally?
And it's very difficult. And I think we need to highlight here that Shelley, like myself, currently is a freelance journalist. So she does not have the sort of institutional protections of somebody that's, say, working for a big company or a large newspaper, where they can, afford to hire extra layers of security. Or even in this case, I do believe that there were warnings to Shelley that this could potentially happen, that there was some sort of active plot to kill or kidnap her. But we don't know, what her resource. It's not just easy to kind of click your fingers and get out immediately. I'm not sure what her resources were to sort of even leave the country in a sort of a timely fashion, which is very different to somebody
She's
again,
a
working
fucking
for
boss,
a large
bro. She's not
corporation where
afraid.
they have that kind of institutional backing. So freelance journalists are often some of the most tenacious. They're there because they really believe in the story and they believe in getting to the heart of it, which of course Shelley was. But she was doing so, I think, without, huge layers of protection. I mean, as I said, she was fluent in Arabic, so she probably, didn't need, much of a team around her to kind of be able to get around and do her reporting. So she was pretty much a one-man band, and therefore you are especially
vulnerable, makes her a badass
to these particular groups. Which
Dude,
in this case,
she
the
totally
leading
is, though.
suspect is a group called Kataib Hezbollah, which is very loyal to Iran. They are Iraqi,
especially a woman running around doing
they're
that.
not necessarily answering to the Baghdad government. Their
badass.
loyalty is to the IRGC and to the Ayatollah.
I want to dive a little deeper into who exactly this group is that is suspected of kidnapping Shelley Kittleson, because the State Department, they did release a statement on Tuesday. They didn't mention Kittleson by name, but they said that they were aware of the reported kidnapping. And they also added that a suspect with ties to the Iranian-aligned militia group Kataib Hezbollah was currently in Iraqi custody. What do you know about them?
So this is a group that formed during the Iraq War in around 2007 and became a very sort of vicious group. They were doing a lot of the proxy fighting for Iran. So a lot of Americans were really killed at the hands of Kataib Hezbollah, and it's always been a very rogue militia. They sort of, I guess, won a few more hearts and minds during the ISIS fight because they were, quite forward confronting ISIS, but essentially their goal has for a long time been to destroy as many American interests in the region as possible. And I actually did interview one of their commanders back in 2022, so that was sort of a complicated process, I guess. Again, working with a local fixer on the ground to set up that interview and hopefully take as many guarantees for my own safety, but they pretty much reiterated to me at that time that their loyalty was to Iran, whatever Iran sort of gave them. They made no secret of the fact that they were funded, their weapons came from Iran, and that was whatever objective that the IRGC wanted from them was what they were going to carry out. Sort of in this case, and Shelley, unfortunately, she's not the first and probably won't be the last Kataib Hezbollah hostage. And their goal, while money, I'm sure, does come into it, that's not their main goal. Their main goal is really leverage. So they see somebody like Shelley, a Western journalist, as leverage to be able to get something that they want in return. But also what's a chilling fact that we've seen in former hostage cases is that these processes aren't usually quick. I mean, a lot of the time, these hostages are not even held months, they're held years. And so that is sort of what's absolutely terrifying.
And Trump is going to be in no rush
and this
to
sort
care.
of particular group that is kind of the worst
That's
of the
probably
worst
one of the
militia
worst
groups
parts.
based out of Iraq.
to that point, there was a Princeton student, Elizabeth Surkoff. She was taken by this group in Baghdad in 2023. She was held hostage in captive for over 900 days. The Trump administration helped broker a deal that led to her release in the fall of 2025. Do you think we're going to see something similar here, where Shelley is kept for years?
Unfortunately, that is definitely a scenario, which I hope it doesn't come to that. I do think actually what is beneficial in this situation is that there was such an immediate awareness. I think a lot of the times when hostages are taken,
she,
it
like I said,
becomes
she's the
kind of,
most known
let's keep it under the
journalist
radar.
there.
Let's try to do these negotiations quietly and privately, and that can go on and on for months before it's even come to light that somebody's missing. And sometimes, most often, I don't think that is the best recourse. So I think in this case, having Shelley's story sort of come out immediately on the day that she was kidnapped, I hope that that puts pressure for different parties to act. I know I've talked to sources that are in the government in Baghdad, and they're certainly working on it. The Americans are working on it, and it is at a time when there are a significant number of troops in the Middle East. And so I can just hope and pray in this case that the resolution is much more swift. But again, it's going to come down to what the other side, of this is willing to give. And any type of hostage rescue, if that's what it comes to, carries very significant risks. So I think it's something that the government officials are going to have to play very carefully.
This group, as you said, is Iranian aligned. They are at the behest.
We don't know what else we need to know about it.
Speaking of our allies, Emma went on CNN the other night.
Argue that Iran is literally the number.
That's great. Collar gap. Sit down. I guess you're already seated. If you're seated, then unbutton your fucking suit jacket because you have a collar gap.
Protecting the American
people. What do you mean as a state sponsor of terrorism, though? How do you define terrorism?
Are we going to argue that Iran is literally the number one?
Is Iran committing genocide in Gaza right now, like the Israeli government is, which dragged us into this war, which every president prior...
number one sponsor of terrorism.
For 47 years, the Iranians have killed Americans and our allies across this world.
Okay.
They are trying to obtain...
Across this world. All across... Fucking start talking like Sephiroth.
Nuclear weapons so they can annihilate Israel and potentially capitals in Europe.
There's no evidence of that.
Potentially capitals in Europe, dude. Maybe that attack on the American airbase in the South Sea, maybe that was a false flag.
He is still around.
JCPOA was actually a successful deal that Obama negotiated.
That you're an Iranian apologist.
Yeah, this is so. There's nothing I can do that call out Israel's genocide and then everybody swarms.
No.
This is the one thing that you can't say. It's the one thing you can't say. It is about Gaza. This is.
For one, I love Emma. Not in a weird way. I appreciate Emma's work.
Not in a weird way.
Also,
I'll get
however,
weird
I will say,
if she also does
like
weird clown stuff.
In the long run, the main criticism of Israel from Americans will not be the genocide in Gaza. It'll be the fact that perceptively Israel controls the fucking U.S. government. Okay, I know they don't.
In a weird way. Yeah, there's something you're weird. Hey, you're weird.
I mean, this is Goblin Boy.
Like, I say, oh, I love that all the time. I don't have to be like not in a sexual way. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But holy shit, you need to know a lot about politics before you can understand that they don't, right? Because it sure as fuck seems that way. She's a co-host on the Majority Report and all around, neat person. But the main problem people are gonna have, because I'm gonna be real, even if Israel stopped invading every neighboring country, even if they stopped the genocide, even if a two-state solution was implemented, or one state, whatever, if all that happened, I would still hate Israel, not just because of stuff that they did, but because their relationship with the U.S. government is fucking insane. The fact that literally nothing wrong can be said of Israel. All criticisms of Israel must be directed at Netanyahu specifically, but even then they'll just lie on their behalf.
Whoa. Still being upset about something that happened is one thing, but the whole no matter what they do, no matter what, we need to get rid of Israel stance is very close to treading on anti-Semitic kind of stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
That is true.
I'm
However,
just saying whoa, because it's
let
like
me-
he's very casually throwing that around. Like, I'm not gonna say forgive them, but like it's things like, okay, so Trump is doing awful things. If Trump gets out of power and blah blah blah, like I don't know, it's that whole like he's bordering on some questionable, like, you know what I mean? People
Sure, these
people aren't
people
very
don't
careful
really
with their language sometimes, and he's
these
not
people
one
don't
of them.
care. They don't
Yeah.
care about their language. But let me position something to you, right? So Israel, we can pretty much agree, is a genocidal state. What if this was just seen as the UN's project has failed, and it returns to Palestine? They can still have their spot.
I mean,
Like,
I would be cool with that, but I'm also like not gonna.
It would not be Israel, but it would still have the Jewish population. The government would get changed, you know. But
Look,
the Israel project has failed. It resulted in genocide. It's failed.
Yeah, I don't want Palestine to be an open air prison, and I don't want like their land to continue shrinking. I would like some of that to be given the fuck back. Like,
well,
that would be
that's the other
but,
thing, is like the settler thing, all of this stuff. Clearly, the Israeli project, the project of Israel, started by the United Nations because Europe didn't want to repatriate their Jews. They have failed. The project has failed. It is a rogue state. It is a fascist rogue state trying to expand its borders. It's failed. Get the fuck rid of it. You can have Israeli areas inside Palestine, and they're self-governed, just like the Palestinian areas that will be self-governed. And then nobody's allowed to have a military.
Nobody's allowed to have a military.
No weapons, no nukes. Fuck you. You've lost your privileges.
Fight it out with fists if you want to fight over it.
Exactly. You know, they said the next war will be fought with sticks and stones.
Rocks.
Now it fucking
go
will.
for it.
Look, if David could topple Goliath with a sling.
Exactly. You don't need nukes.
They even call it like David's sling.
Look, I'm going to be real with you.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure Palestinians at this point would be like, look, if they would legitimately agree to just fists and rocks, we'd do it. Like,
They probably would, yeah.
like, because they've been throwing rocks for years and getting shot for it. So
Yeah, because even like the settlers go in and just beat old women.
Like,
it's like
it
they're
is-
always going after weaker people.
there are the two places in the world that people just shoot people and they're like, oh, they were throwing rocks, are the U.S. southern border and
Mhm.
fucking Palestine.
Israel, yeah. Well, the Israelis.
Half nonstop.
Fucking
It is insane.
wild.
And I know it's because Israel's like a proxy for American power in a military base. And I know it's because the powers that be are afraid of American perception shifting against Israel. There's a reason why the inviolability of Israel ratcheted up right as more people became critical of it. Like, you could be more critical of Israel back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and aughts, you know?
dude,
You could be more flippantly
It's
critical.
like the
but
Onion
now
article.
you fucking
like, The
can't.
worst person you know makes a good point. Every time he says something that I agree with, I hate this guy.
Be because they know there's a real chance of people like dropping support of Israel forever. Like, the American public opinion of Israel might not. Yeah, it's like an immune response. You know, they know they're being threatened, which is why they're being so sensitive, so delicate,
Calling
so whiny. You can't
Jews
say
a
this, you can't
virus,
say that.
huh?
If you appear on a Son Piker stream, you're a double anti-Semite. You're worse. You're a double Hitler, super Nazi. Ah! Like, the hysteria is a product of the fragility of their position. They would not be acting like this if they were secure in their position. Over time, the American resentment towards Israel is going to be rooted almost entirely in the perception that they are a privileged country and a privileged class that has inordinate control over our government. That it will not be about Gaza, you know? So the genocide is one thing, but like the question that I think really resonates with people is like, why are all of you so fucking
cringe.
deferential.
So
Why
funny.
are all of you so scared? Like Tucker Carlson
you
said,
are literal
it doesn't matter whether you're
Nazis,
talking to a
indistinguishable.
Democrat or Republican, a pundit,
It
a journalist,
explains exactly
a politician,
why
whatever
you
else.
have no
as
problem
soon as you
supporting
mention
Iran.
Israel, they sit up straight, their chest forward, shoulders back,
Or
and they
Assad.
start talking like a robot.
For that
Instant,
matter.
like they know, it's like they feel the gun pressed into the small of their back. All of them. So like that's what people are going to focus on in the long run. That will be the center point of the discourse. And it's so weird. It's very weird. A big part of it is just the fact that it's weird, you know? It's a lot more weird, I got to tell you, than the Gazan genocide. Genocide isn't weird. It's historically precedented. You can wrap your head around that. Israeli supremacists wanted to kill Arabs. Okay, like you can wrap your head around it. It's awful. But like weird stuff like that happens. And also we know how Israel's felt about Palestinians for a long time. But we don't really have like a historical precedent for what's the relationship between America and Israel right now. You know what I mean? I think that the American people
Yes,
are going
we
to have
do.
an easier time reconciling the logistics
Yes, we do.
and motivations behind a genocide. Not agreeing with, but reconciling with, than they will all this. You're an Iranian apologist. There's no evidence that Iran was building nuclear weapons. You're the Ayatollah herself. But it's like, what are you doing, man?
About a regional conflict that's spiraling out of control that the president
But
is
you stated
adding
that
to.
there's no evidence that Iran wants nuclear weapons. They lied.
There
they,
has
they
been a
buried
religious
something in the
edict that
mountains.
has said since 2003
No,
that they should not be
they
creating a nuclear
lied to
weapon.
the
In
United
fact,
Nations.
we
They
killed,
lied to the international.
We killed the Ayatollah, the older father, who was actually against building a nuclear weapon
I'm
because he
genuinely
thought that it
shocked.
was
No, you
going
don't
to
understand.
I'm
contribute here.
genuinely shocked that you are defending the Iranians, and I got to tell you,
Look at this. Also, notice how he says
Bro.
the Iranians rather than the Iranian government.
He didn't even say the Iranians.
Like, this is
He
why
said just
CNN panels are a
Iranians.
waste of time. They literally pay
didn't
people
even
to be
say
retarded
the-
up there. Like they have an ensuite, like a
Like, how you-
back
how
reserve
dare you.
of retarded, fucking contrarian, performatively incorrect conservatives whose job it is to waste your time. It's a lot like Jubilee in that respect. Actually, it's exactly like Jubilee, where you go to the panel and it's like, damn, half the people here are correct and half of them are fucking idiots. And then it turns out all of the idiots were being employed by the people hosting the event. Emma's not employed by CNN.
I hope that you tuck yourself in at night under that pillow of lies that you just told about them.
Like, he doesn't even believe what he's saying, man, which is why Emma's laughing, which she should. Like, they're just, it's K-pop, it's theater to them, right? It's improv, you know? God, it's instantly reminded me why I fucking hate debates, why I ignored so many goddamn emails from, what's his name? What's that fucking, the fat guy? British guy?
Sargon.
Come on, you know who I'm talking about. He invites everyone on.
Again.
Piers Morgan, yeah. Just a
Piers
total
Morgan.
performative waste of time.
That is absolute a crock of a word I can't say on national television.
Okay, so the United States is funding a government that an Israeli human rights group that Selim says is committing genocide, as is Amnesty International, as is every credible human rights group right now. We are there's a massacre in Gaza. There are hundreds of thousands of people unaccounted for under rubble. That's what I define as terrorism. Now, Iran is now exerting their leverage over the Strait of Hormuz.
Is Hezbollah a terrorist organization?
Do you want the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon? Yes or no?
Thousands of people that have died
The regime
disagree with your
and the
personal
Iranian
description
people
of what terrorism is.
are
And I'm sorry,
different.
it doesn't meet the, the bill.
The conflation is like conflating Jews
They're
and
so
Zionism.
contemptuous, man. We got to make it illegal to be them. we have to start widening. Listen, okay? I'm willing to agree with Zionists. We need to start carving out some exceptions to the First Amendment. These people suck. Well, it's not that they suck. They're literally like paid chill. Like they don't believe in any. There's no satisfaction to arguing with people who don't believe the stuff they say. Emma believes the stuff she says. It's a totally unfair dynamic. If a hole is poked in her argument, she has to like think and reconsider and like restructure everything and work. But they just say anything. It doesn't matter. It's like arguing with the birds chirping outside of your house. Except the birds are beautiful. And these people are
fuck
fucking
birds.
ugly. Oh man.
No,
Sam's
I
mentioned
just started getting into
these
birding,
panels, you should be more
dude.
extreme and
I
provocative
was
because it
kidding.
Please
encourages
don't
CNN to
fuck
bring you back
them.
on.
They're
Yeah, well, the
Kuwait is
fucked up thing is
gross.
that if this guy went extreme, this guy could say that he would be okay with Israel killing a ton of people in the Middle East because they're all terrorists and he'd be fine. But if I went on there and I said some extreme stuff about how I feel about the state of Israel, then they would not let me back on. So it's not even fair by that standard. Extreme in my case would be me saying something that shouldn't even be fucking objectionable, which is if Iran had nuclear weapons, they wouldn't be getting bombed by Israel and America.
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
they would.
That's true, but that would be an extreme statement for me. But it's like the thing with Bill Maher, or like any Israeli politician, you know? You can't say anything that even fucking remotely sounds like anti-Semitism
And
without the
Iran
whole world jumping on you.
wouldn't
But you
even
can just
need
openly
to
call for the
make
death of
impact
Muslims,
with the
like Randy
nuke
Fine,
if they
and nobody gives a fuck.
made it to be an EMP
Republicans
and
won't
just
condemn
took
you.
out
Even
Israel.
most Democrats won't condemn you. You can just openly say, like, yeah, we'll kill all of America's not for them, and that's just fine, you know. So it's not
EMP
even
those
fair
motherfuckers.
with respect to like, oh, you get to pop off here or whatever. It doesn't matter. If you said Hamas is objectively less evil than the IDF, you'd be deported.
I wonder if Israel is hardened against EMP.
Okay, last video.
Because that would be the use.
Oh yeah, it's getting late.
Didn't you say there was a new internet video?
Oh, it's just about the
How many
calendar.
buttons did I make?
I don't know if it's actually good.
on Russian ships. By the way, some of them early had been transporting stolen grain from Ukraine. 2 weeks ago, the United States lifted sanctions on Russian oil that was being carried by tankers at sea.
Bomb them.
And now Moscow is gaining strength very rapidly. Finances have significantly started flowing into Russia's budget. And the probability that Moscow would want to end the war against Ukraine because of a lack of money has now been destroyed. And what do we hear every single day? You Ukrainians have no cards. You are just housewives with 3D printers. You must immediately restore Orban's oil pipeline. You must give your lands to Moscow. But also go and shoot down all the Shahed drones for us, because someone wanted to play a new war and turned out to be unprepared for it. So now your housewives with 3D printers go and protect the airspace of other countries. And
What
after
exactly
that, of course,
happened with the Kurds? Like, did we figure that
Nothing
out?
happened because their plans got leaked.
Yeah, but I know. But what actually happened is what I'm
I
asking.
have a feeling they just
Iran?
Well, as well as in Iraq, because like the part of what they did. Okay, so Trump announced, like, it wasn't real, right? Fake news. They announced fake news that the Kurds were already invading over the border from Iraq, like coming in to fight and do a ground invasion, and that got people bombed, which probably sowed the distrust that Mossad was quoted in that article I sent to you, Jack, about. It's like, yeah, there was plans got leaked and there was distrust, and it's like, well, first of all, the Kurds have a very like, we're going to do this, and then they do it way of doing things. And second of all, like, the Kurds never came out like, yeah, of course, a bunch of them did want to fight and do want, like, I'm not saying that there aren't Kurds that want to, you know, that aren't interested in some kind of a involvement in this. However, after Syria, they know that the U.S. won't stick around and help them. And it's not even just after Syria, because there was times before that too. But Syria is just the most recent one. Like, the Kurds have been abandoned by us multiple times over there, and like in multiple countries. And so like, it's one of those like, they want to do something, but they also know that allying themselves.
If the Kurds were strong enough to topple Iran, they would have toppled Iraq.
Oh yeah, exactly. That too. even if you take okay, so part of the reason I said I wanted to listen to Levitt's thing was she like was giving bullshit statistics about like what we destroyed and didn't destroy, and like was very vague about things, in the sense that like, if I were to say that like the United States has more aircraft carriers than the UK and China and France and Spain all combined, and we sent, 18% of our fleet over there, and roughly 10% was taken out of action by our own soldiers. That sounds alarming until you realize we have 11, we sent 2, and one of them had problems because of our soldiers. And she was like giving statistics like that, You know what I mean? Like, we've taken out like the majority of their large vessels. What do you mean by vessels? Did you take out their frigates? Did you take out the oil tankers that they turned into like places that helicopters could land? Did you take out, like, what did you take out exactly? Did you take out their submarines? Because I haven't heard shit about you guys touching their submarines that are up in that strait. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that we have not severely disabled like their navy, but the way that they're giving numbers about it is insane. Like she was saying, like the bombing has gone down 90% since the start of this, military operation. Well, yeah, because like the start was when you killed their leader and they responded by bombing people. You know what I mean? Like, they're just giving bullshit statistics that make me wonder, what did you actually destroy and what's left? And also when she was like saying we destroyed 92% of their large vessels. What do you mean by large vessel? How many did they actually have? Because they only have a couple big ones. They're mostly small frigates and then like and speedboats and shit. Like, so what do you mean? And also this is like saying we took out their navy is wild when like they don't need a navy to attack you. They just need to defend themselves. And anything can become part of your navy that's on the water in 2 seconds, I don't know. Wild. It's just, it seems like projecting more victory than they actually have, while also publicly saying, if you don't do what we want, we'll bomb you too. Because that's what we've been doing to people in quick succession.
They're weird.
Give Donbass to Putin and a few more regions too, and also do not strike Russian territory because we need their oil. And at the Olympics, do not remind people about yourselves too much, because we will let the Moscovites into the Olympics and they need to feel comfortable there. At the Oscars, we will also let the Moscovites in and even give them awards. And you Ukrainians with your documentaries about the war have already become annoying. This is daily madness. In these daily insults, demands, we Ukrainians live and try at the same time to fight at the front line, to study, to put our lives together somehow, under missiles, under drones, under these demands. Now Trump needs oil. Fuel prices have risen all over the world and in the United States are skyrocketing too. And of course this angers people. A total crisis is getting closer every day and Trump's ratings are falling, and I think he himself already understands that he will not win the midterm elections. It was an unbelievably stupid, unplanned, disastrous move, the beginning of the war against Iran. Such infantile and unprofessional and negligent preparation, which brought corresponding consequences. Arrogance and overconfidence blinded Trump's administration, and they did not even calculate that there will be attacks on Arab states, that the Strait of Hormuz would be blocked, and there will be the problems with oil. The Iranian regime has not been overthrown, and it cannot be changed through intimidation and missile strikes. Most people support the ruling regime, and they are aggressive and they are ready to defend it. With such preparation, if Trump decided to carry out a ground operation in Iran, it will be the great tragedy for the United States. Iran is significantly prepared for modern war because it was Iran
that they'll do to us.
Huh?
We're doing to Iran what like our leaders fear most them doing to us.
Well, the issue is the short-sightedness, like getting rid of resources, not increasing our strategic stockpile before this. Like, you need like a long-term agenda to like mitigate what's happening, but they don't do that. They just play it every day. They wake up and go, fuck it, what are we gonna do today?
Yeah, it's because they're people who've lived without consequences their entire fucking lives, and like these are war games, so they're very real games, and like it Like I said, every time someone's like, "Oh no, now we can't get helium," I'm like, it's even funnier because like we had the world's largest stockpile of helium for like nearly 50 years because we stockpiled it in case of a war or something like this. And George fucking Bush, like George W, fucking sold that shit off in like 2007 or something like that, 2008. Like when I was younger, like I was still in high school when that shit happened. Good fucking question, because we can't make helium. It's a noble gas. That's why we fucking stored it. I don't know.
Helium is also a byproduct of nuclear reaction. I believe
Is it?
so, yeah. Helium and hydrogen.
Yeah.
Huh.
That all these
There's a bunch of
years
byproducts
cooperate
from
with
nuclear
Russia
energy that
and
can be
produced all
reused.
the new technologies and drones for Moscow. And Iran knows
like,
how to
large
fight
amounts?
with drones. The USA does
Not massive.
And that is exactly why
Like
everyone
hydrogen
has
is
faced
little bit.
the horror that nobody knows.
But like they're enough to be significant that it can be collected. It's interesting.
Knows how to provide
I didn't
air
know that.
defense in the new realities. And as it turned out, the Western world has only one partner that knows how to do this, and that is Ukraine. And now Ukraine is forced to defend itself and at the same time help other partners
fact check myself.
defend themselves, teach them and help them, and hope for some financial support. Negligence and arrogance in the attitude toward Ukraine's experience all these years, refusal to adopt knowledge and learn, is now turning out to be fatal. Aside from a total advantage in small FPV drones, Iranian Shahed drones every single day will fly further and further, and at one point, even the Atlantic Ocean will no longer save USA. Trump has no consistency, no strategy, no adequate plan. All his actions are chaotic and aimed at plugging holes in a ship that keep appearing one after another. And in order to plug a new hole, he takes the plug from the previous one. With his madness, he is slowly destroying that super powerful, influential, enormous state system and strength of the United States that many generations built with his blood and sweat. A complete collapse has not yet happened only because of a large reserve of resources and political capital accumulated over many years, which Trump is now burning through at a rapid pace, throwing insults at all the political leaders of the world except Putin. That's the best he can do. This is the result of very arrogant people coming into politics without the proper education, without understanding political processes, without understanding the consequences of actions, without understanding the structure and mechanism of global politics, and without knowledge of
What if
history.
they want it to
Don't
collapse?
forget to subscribe to
I
this
sent you
channel,
some
and if you like
information.
content, support this channel.
What if they want
Oh,
it to
one second.
collapse? What if that's the point?
Yeah, what if collapsing it is kind of
Yeah,
the point of the
like
whole
what if
fucking
it's an
thing?
Iron Gate fucking siege culture shit?
It really is, though. Deep
Like
down.
they think that in the collapse they'll be able to build their new ideal regime.
Yeah, they want their freedom cities that are surveilled by AI and protected by Blackwater, or whatever they're calling themselves now.
Cunts.
Not what everyone else is calling them, what they're calling themselves.
Okay.
Was it like Alpha Group or some shit?
No.
Academy.
Academy.
Oh my god, what
But
a
I think
dumb
it's not
fucking
even
name.
Academy anymore.
It's Constellus Holdings.
Yeah, oh my god, they changed their name. Look, for people who are really mad about trans people changing their names and really about corporations being treated like people, they sure change those corporation names a
Hey,
lot. That's all
well,
I'm
it doesn't
saying.
matter because they're in Haiti drone striking civilians.
Okay, we can't get into this now.
Are they?
It's
Yeah,
time to
Eric
go.
Prince
It's
is
time to
in.
go. It's time
Eric
to go.
Prince is
I
drone
gotta
striking
go. I gotta go to
Good night.
bed.
All right.
Later, good
End
night,
stream.
bye.
Bye. Wait, where's my soundbite?
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syrian.